Spike planted.
Easy kill for a.k.a. Autumn there. Can't quite land the shots there with the Marshall, but finally a bit of damage done to the body. 100 left, one player left standing. It's Martin. He's got the plant down, but this is a really difficult situation to try and win. And there it is. Spam damage and the flank attempt there.
Very surprised that Karmine Corp played that round so quickly after they got themselves into a 3v3. If they'd slowed things down, I believe there were 2 Bulldogs lying around for them to be able to try and pick up and use. But they got roped into the pace of that, and then all of the danger just kind of trickled away. See a.k.a. deals with that boost play. It's quite a nice idea from Karmine Corp, but something we've seen a lot from these Sage teams. And you wouldn't have believed it if you only watched the first 7 rounds, but 7 in a row, straight back for FPX, means the game is tied here on Icebox.
He's set up now onto the bonus round. 2 players survived in a prior round here for FPX, so there's not too much danger, but guess what? The Avengers are bloody here. I mean, listen, the amount of players they've got trying to play that 4 position. Belt not really accounted for. It's a high-low setup. They are really mopping up the rest of these players. An attempt by Life, repositions, but just out into the open. It's all being watched for. Cheeky idea. I do respect it.
I love the idea. But FPX take a gamble, shove 4 players in, and KC, that discipline that we were seeing from them all throughout EMEA, I think that's the first round where you really see it exemplified here in Icebox. All down to 1. Looks almost impossible.
Yeah, so it's just going to be looking to do that.
Surely,
damage.
Surely here the streaks are broken. We don't see another 7 in a row for KC, right? It's not even possible.
It's really not. I mean, at that point.
You're in the map 14-7?
Yeah, dusted. Maybe we get them to skirt the rules. We'll do first to 16.
FPX, though, really have shown that they're not willing to just roll over in these kind of games, especially when they're pushed. I mean, they certainly come into this one as the underdogs, but I had a chance to talk to Berlin before, these games kicked off. And I asked him, how much better do you think this version of FPX is compared to last year's? If you were following this team in 2023, okay, they looked all right. They were making it to some of the international events. Since then, they've added Life, who's up towards the top of the scoreboard for them here. He's been a big player for them. And Berlin said 2.5 times better.
It's very precise.
I don't know where he quite got that from, but he's a lot more confident this year than he was in the last, when they were only able to get 1 map at 2 global appearances.
They've run the numbers. 2.5 times, maybe enough to try and take it against them. That's a cheeky play.
Cool idea.
All to boost themselves up. Berlin, no. Deals with the trespasser in through mid. And well, there is the follow-up. a.k.a. watching it for any sort of passerbys. Only 3 players now left standing for Karmine Corp.
Looks like a read to me that they were expecting Berlin to be playing B. Both of those controller players for FPX fighting over B. They baited out Lysor there, who swung off the back of a paranoia that was extremely optimistic.
They are so damn aggressive, though.
Willing to take the risks, aren't they? I mean, a.k.a. has just walked up all the way behind, and all of this in a player advantage situation where you don't need to force fights like this. It's a round winning or losing play, probably, that a.k.a. and Life have gone for. Karmine Corp are well and truly trapped here, though I don't believe they know it yet.
No indicator.
Here.
Contacting together. Opened at the gunplay, can carry them through a round like this one. Looking behind them, no, not to the side, not expecting a player out towards yellow. Berlin. Still not cleaned up. Spike though, planted. 2 players though for them. Flash over the top, Martin. How's he doing this?
No way.
No way to Karmine Corp find that.
That's outrageous. FPX had them cornered, caged up, no exits. Utility being used from the back as well, and Martin ducks, bobs, weaves, and picks up 3.
You are joking.
How have they done that? I mean, the first pick, lovely. But then this kill before getting the dizzy, and then a jump flash into the Stand up now! All right, a bit of fire with these Karmine Corp players in their first time on the Big Masters stage.
Getting heated. Stack though from the FPX players here. Ball is made to refight. What a shot. Still aggression showcased here by Martin. His teammates are going to be there with him. Got his back. Live. What?
You see KC have no idea that that was going to happen.
Even a possibility. Yeah, just no idea at all.
They didn't even think of that as a timing that FPX could have chosen for some aggression. You can see how the unexpected nature of how FPX plays can catch teams off guard. But thus far, Martin, in the last round and this, has managed to bail his team out.
Berlin, knives out, no gun. Watching for the mid-aggression.
And a.k.a, they should have some idea, was over towards A earlier on. That Dizzy was used. His shooting's been fairly good. The most likely outcome here is that he just goes down and gets the thrash online for the next. This game has been so streaky. There's only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
I don't see how he's able to convert. And KC are going to be able to respond with 3 in a row after FPX got 7 to tie it up. Now, would you refer to this one as a back and forth game, Bren? Because technically, it's gone back, and then it went forth, and now it's going back again.
Yeah, yeah. By the technical definition.
Yeah, but it really has not been competitive in the round-to-round basis.
No, no.
Very streaky.
Very, very streaky.
Autumn's going to get an op online and try to peek under tube by the look of things. Would anticipate him just getting smoked off by Tamashi very early on, but we'll see.
Yeah,
he
there's
gets
an early
the pick.
Wow, okay. Tomazi, Thrash. Used to see if they can clear and cleave their way in through B main. Yang is open to the window here. Lurk timing could be brutal. Lurk timing could be brutal. Spots the head. Spots the head. Magnum is racing ahead, man. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. Ducking straight into the floor. Maybe anticipating a repeat, but no, he's backing it away. In the meantime.
Yeah, speaking about repeats, Berlin in a player advantage situation again. FPX deciding to try to make the play to win the round. Unnecessary, for sure. And Berlin does get punished for it.
Res on live for Shin. He's going to play for this one. Portion of the wall broken, but that's all good.
Yeah, thankfully.
All good.
Thankfully, Autumn wasn't watching that again.
There's only 45 seconds left. Walking their way over towards A. Starting to get a move on, though. What util do they have to try and clear close? They are, I think, quite scared of the prospect that life could be just in a one and done. Especially when he's playing Reyna. Does he see the head just onto belt there? Looks unlikely. Orb in his face.
30 seconds left.
Players approaching rapidly on the position. It's a double face as the orb goes down.
Only 20 seconds left here. No real utility as far as I can see for FPX to deny this one. Magnum is really far behind and has missed the timing.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to be making a call at least for his team here. Over to buy some time. Really wide face by Narrate. Claiming it. He's feeling it, man. It's falling around for him, and this time Kamikoda not messing around.
This is another situation where KC lost players early on in the round. They weren't expecting the op to be on that sight line. It is entirely possible for the Viper to throw that mid line up without exposing any part of their body. But Autumn caught Tomashi at the beginning of the round, and Berlin ended up making a mistake when they were up, and it just opened the door for Narrate to take over. Narrate for Kamikoda, one of the North American imports over to EMEA, has been lighting the world up. He's been looking unbelievably good, but certainly one of those players that we don't know quite how they're going to perform when it gets to the Masters stage. Are the nerves going to be there? And Berlin goes walkabouts again in this round.
They just expect it. It's happened so many times now. They were doubled up. I mean, basically a high-low setup. One player crouched in front of the other.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the aggression.
Yeah, and it's very, very similar to what Berlin did in the previous round to lose them that player advantage situation. FPX have got to be careful. They've clearly got what it takes to be able to bring the game to Carmine Corp. But this has given me flashbacks of the finals they played in VCT, where they arguably should have beaten EDG, and they let so many of those advantages slip through their fingers. Here comes a.k.a with the play again.
He's got a flash out in his hand, still gets one kill. Maybe setting up Autumn for a bit of success, but no, everybody cleaned up. Carmine Corp live and kicking with 3 of their players. Just got to try and hunt out where is life. Healed up now, not letting anything slip. Thrash there, connects, detained. Humiliation time on the grand stage as Kamikoda up to 12.
For our first knife kill of Masters Madrid.
Match point.
Do they really count when you've got the Thrash Etain on them? I think it is the
think they
disrespect.
shouldn't. Yeah, I think they shouldn't personally. Don't think we should be recording those in the stats, but
Yeah, this is very well dealt with by KC.
Enemy remaining.
You can still see some moments where they're not quite anticipating what FPX are going to go for, but for the majority, for the majority, they have got this on lock. The anticipation of Berlin's push at the beginning of that round and the way they executed was immaculate. They're looking for that punish again onto Tomaji.
Here.
It's not there.
not gonna get it.
Yeah, this time playing a little safer, doubling up with Magnum as well. KC 1 round away, 5 chances of converting. Keep it clean.
It's gonna be their aim. Tucked to the corner, that's life, avoiding the initial flash across from the ropes. Not accurate enough to win that fight out, but dismiss in towards the back now. Underneath rafters, plenty more players ready to try and fight him. Target-rich environment. Take your pick, take your time, son, because this is you lighting the world on fire. Live with the ace. Holy.
And he's on his feet after that one too. If the KC players are trying to keep him rooted in that seat, they've well and truly failed in round 20.
Dropped 24 kills.
I mean, he's the only player that's actually able to evade the way that KC are playing, because he can get one, get out, and pick the most awkward timings through all of their utility.
Remaining.
Springs out of his seat, almost knocking it off the stage.
Feeling it. Definitely feeling it. Back into the fight. Back into the action. Calm and cool. Slow and steady. It's their approach to begin. They know how aggressively FPX are liking to play, and they do have both the duelist players. Dash still available. Dismiss there if Life gets a kill. Lots of exit strategies, but here we look at this. I mean, they're just holding for it. Still Life claims it.
He's on fire. Barely a shred of Narade poking out. Still manages to catch the headshot. Magnum's 1 away from having a massive ultimate, and they're sneaking around underneath them. Life goes for the re-clear.
It's a dizzy, still, it's traded. Magnum is there. On for the 2 there. Yang drops down, Dash is there. Martinez finds it. Forwards now. After the lockdown, it's 2v2. This could be it to seal the map. What is going to be the answer from FPX?
Walking out.
Holding, walking out, hoping that they can punish, but no. Just granted the kill. And Berlin, the IGL, it's a 1v2.
Cover going out.
All on the line to keep his team in the map. Paranoia available. Smoke's still there. Wants to walk though. Doubled up. They're dominating the position. If he chooses to just peek ever so slightly into it, there was going to be a shorty ready and waiting. One more smoke used. Tap. Force them out into the open. No easy fights, no easy exits. That is Carmen Core sealing it up. Nice and pretty for map number 1. 13-8.
A bizarre opening to Masters Madrid, but it had some great moments. FPX 7 out of 8 of their rounds taken in a streak.
Yeah, absolutely. Was going to set it to a short break on the other side of things, of course. The continuation of the series, don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, Mega Fabs here, and I'm standing right now with Coach Eng of Carmen Card. Congratulations on that first map, the first map win of Valorant Masters Madrid. Now, of course, we saw FPX had that near comeback. So how did the boys keep their calm and how were they able to close it out? Let us know what's going on behind the scenes.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't say anything, to be honest. I feel like we are ready, we prepared, and I know people don't understand, but FPX pretty decent team. They're really strong aimers, and yeah, it just I expected that they gonna shoot hard and hit hard. So yeah, it's kinda. But about us, yeah, I didn't say anything, to be honest. It's just all like props to our teams and Ewan and Ahmed. They prepared them also. The mentally wise, that's yeah, we are ready. So I don't know. I'm just happy we won.
Full trust in the team, gotta love it. Let's hope that Carmen Card can close it out in map 2.
Oh, if N is happy, I am happy. What a start it is for Casey here at Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It was a great start at Kakuka, and also a very convincing way for Casey to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not the fact only that they managed to get that first win here at Masters, it's the fact that they managed to mentally reset for what was happening on the server. I think that Eng was very right. FPX can shoot very hard. Like the rounds that Live was having, how they were just pushing onto them and doing this kind of things we were talking about before, how they thrive in the chaos. It is something that Casey had to overcome and did.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they looked really good in that second half with their game plan on how to shut down the aggression that even on the defense is being brought out by FPX. It's kind of hard to get that initial bit of space and punish people who have pushed up when you only have that Gecko, but I think they play around that one piece of utility, even though you can't combo it with another flash very well. For me, that second half was a showcase of just how strong Casey's fundamentals are.
Yeah, Mimi, let's take a look at round 18, because because not many people can deal with K-Core's pressure. And unfortunately, FPX couldn't do that either.
Yeah, not many, including FPX in this game, like you say. But this round was pretty cool for me. The way that KC are scaling together into this site, and also I think it's a showcase of how FPX's comp really does show some weakness. Running no Senti on this map means that if you're hard
Look at where
committing to
Magnum
these
is.
rotates, which you kind of need to when you have this initiator comp where you're trying to set up those combos, you leave gaps like this, and Magnum was just taking advantage of this.
Yeah, exactly. And if you combine it with a narrate that was extremely explosive and just going in for the kills, he said that he wanted to pick when he got to Madrid, so he's definitely doing so. And I love that we have this task for him. We were talking about the versatility, the feeling comfortable, and I think that this was a perfect showing for him.
It absolutely was. He said he was just gonna swing everyone at this
Say it,
event,
Mimi, it's
and
fine.
you saw.
Take the
I'm not
fine,
gonna
take the
say
fine.
it. He did swing in this one. I think that when KC is willing to, in the late rounds, take a little bit of that risk and let him go crazy when he's feeling it is really good and adds an extra dynamic to this team.
I mean, this is the thing. He does this on Gecko. He will do this on Fade as we see him later. Which version of Narrate do you guys think is the final boss of the Narrates?
I really like his Gecko.
I'm on the Gecko train, but I'm a big
It's
fan
so
of
hard
Gecko.
to play Gecko solo initiator.
Yes.
He does it so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he has a very good balance on how to support the team, how to go on those more aggressive plays, because he's the kind of player that can do it and will do it without shaking or having like second guesses. When we see him moving around the map and taking the right covers and making the right choices, everything is very well wired in his head. So I think that is why I like the Gecko, and also because he can just like
do it. You have to do the voice. It's too good. Wait, also,
she's actually the voice actor.
I am
People don't
actually
know that.
Carnalito.
Yeah, can you please share that? Because I feel like it's a way better name than Wingman.
Carnalito, yeah. It's not even the Spanish one. It's in Latin America. They call it little boy Carnalito, and he's very cute.
Carnalito.
Carnalito.
I vote that we only call him that from now on.
I'm ready for it.
Carnalito! But we do have a Narrate here, can you believe it, warming up in the AIM Lab shoot-around. I need his sense, I need his game sense, everything, you know the meme, how it goes, because he's able to perform EMEA on LAN, and it's great to see that Mimi, he's also able to perform on a global stage already as well.
He just had to get out of an A.
Oh!
He was
getting held back. He was getting held back.
He was actually. He is what your ranked teammates want to be, in that he needed the right team, right?
Yeah.
He can probably.
Honestly, he needed Eng. I think that there is a lot of similarities between the case of Narrate and some other players in KC. And for example, Alpha Year. People might not remember, but there was this moment where Alpha Year was just 16, just picked up by Fnatic and just performing the way that he was because of the coach that he had. And probably in another environment, Alpha would not be where he is today. But going back to Narrate, love the fact that he's feeling this comfortable, that he has this sassy personality outside and inside the game, and he can bring it to the international stage.
He absolutely can. We've talked a lot about the coaches today, but I think you have to credit the IGLing of this team as well. Magnum played with Fnatic right at the very beginning, famous for the ill-fated Sky Flash at the end of Reykjavik. But since then, he's been grinding down in Tier 2. He's a name that I think a lot of people had forgotten. But now he comes back in with this KC roster and is absolutely a pivotal part of this system they built. We saw some great adaptation and mid-rounding on that map, and I think you can accredit a lot of that to this guy Magnum.
Yeah, this is the thing. People don't. People forget that he was never IGL before. He only started IGLing on this team. I also love a moment we had in EMEA where N called attack pause when they were like 11-1 up, and he did that a lot back in Gambit. And we asked him, "You're 11 up. Why are you calling attack pause?" And he's like, "Look, I want us to close out the game, and I heard Magnum make a call, and it was just the wrong call. I had to step in and be like, Magnum, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you should not be doing that. You should be doing this." And he also said that as time went on, he's had to do that a lot less. His trust in Magnum has grown a lot over the kickoff period. And given the fact, I don't think they called a single timeout, right? I don't think.
No, I mean that's what Eng was saying.
Yeah,
in the interview, right? He was showing.
If he's hearing the right thing,
Magnum must have been saying all of the right things.
Many people might think, yeah, after you lose so many rounds in a row, why didn't you call a tech pause? Eng is hearing everything, and if he feels that the right calls are being made, and to every problem they're already thinking of how to fix it for the next round, you don't really need to call that tech pause. If you think that your team is going to be a little bit thrown off the game, you don't want to interfere too much, you think that that first attack pause was enough, why do it again?
I think you also have to remember that those pauses also give your opponent a chance to talk to your coach. I think we've heard from like Mini before that sometimes he wouldn't call pauses because he trusts his IGL more than the opponent's IGL.
We thought you were going to say talking about Fnatic, guys.
You were going to say he trusts the other coach more. I thought you were going to say that.
No. But it is something to think about always of like that trust in your IGL. Once you build it up, it means you can save those pauses for that perfect moment. And I mean, right now, I don't think that game ever fully got out of hand for KC. They started losing those 3-4 rounds in a row, but the last round they turn it back around, they fix it, and then go into the second half quite strong.
Yeah, and he didn't need to talk to his players, but his players were giving it on the server. Take a look at this. There's some trash talk from the last
Guys, some smiles in your faces.
Oh,
Hey, play the game, play the game.
So it's just for Mazzy.
Tomasi, by the way, another youngster. If you remember seeing him last year in Sahur, we had to do it. It was completely different, right? I think that the environment that they have created, how they're living everything on stage.
Oh, Mazzy, over there.
So I watched some of the Carmen Core vlogs this
Did we
morning.
get some Mewin from Martin already? Not yet?
No.
It will be there.
I really thought we could go a long time without bringing that up here.
No.
Sorry, I'm
I thought better of
disappointed
you.
we haven't seen it yet.
I'm disappointed in both of you, but what I'm not disappointed in is what I was saying with Tamezi being such a great emotional leader. But we're into the agent select here already. Carmen Core, we saw them play the Fnatic comp and beat Fnatic. But for FPX, this is one of those maps where they pull out the chamber bat.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, even though KC has a very good record on this map, this has never been their choice. This is the first time that they actively choose this as their battleground. It was always like either the third map or something that other teams picked up for them in EMEA. Even with that, I think this is the map that shows perfectly and more exactly how good they are on the retakes and how the protocols are perfectly shot, because of course with 3 sides things change, and they also change when you have a chamber on the other side. Not very popular in EMEA.
Absolutely. This comp, beyond just the chamber, has a solo Gecko initiator, which I think is a lot harder to make work on this map. If you go for hard execs, that Dizzy gets broken, which honestly, map 1 KC was doing a great job at. If they can continue to do that, I think they can really punish this dive player. This is an opportunity for KC to close in 2.
Yeah, well, things are going to get a little bit harder for FPX here. It will be KC's map choice, and it's time to send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it then. Map number 2 in for Carmen Core versus FPX. I mean, listen, map 1 was an interesting one, to say the least. I mean, very streaky in terms of the rounds with Carmen Core. You've got to expect, you know, these guys are phenomenal on Lotus. It's a map that they've taken, you know, many a strong team to. They look really primed in this map. They have a ton of great ideas. But now, you know, how are they going to be dealing with FPX, especially life on the chamber? This guy has been a standout in the past, and now he's going to be looking to do a little bit more. There's a smoke here. Horns dealt with, taken care of. TP back with a rendezvous, but, well, Lysol just trying to help out his teammate.
Yeah, bit of a strange decision, actually, because Life already had the exit with the rendezvous. Just looking to try to find a timing. Now they're headed into Magnum's setup, where the turret is going to take contact. And this Viper wall, previously used by teams like Loud on this map, going to allow KC a really nice C retake.
You can see from Magnum's setup here with an Nano Swarms. I mean, it's just to make sure they can't cross past the wall, buys time for the rotates. As they hear now, the spike's going to be planted. Nice shot onto the target. The fight into the back of the site. They're not clearing the corner. Half clearance still. Autumn snaps it back around again. They want to really just take the fight in a battle straight to them, FPX. And not messing around. Shin. So much to do. Doubled up, stacked up. They give him a freebie. 3 kills now. But a 1v2 and 17 health to do it.
Almost impossible. He doesn't have very much information about where the others are positioned. And Life, with the Sheriff just watching this smoke. Gonna put it down.
Yeah, with the double set up there, high, low, and Carmen Core not quite ready there for the aggression, at least a second wave of things.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were ready for the aggression, if anything. I mean, Narrate is tucked into the corner, has his pick, should have been able to pick off Autumn. Oh, and that glance behind. And yeah, it's just the fact that Narrate isn't able to hit the go shot to be able to pick up a couple of them there in that split second. But certainly, I mean, to your point, FPX pushing so deep. They were taking a fight against Shin and Spawn, basically.
Live stream.
And if that's the adaptation that they use going from map 1 to map 2 to keep trying to fight Karmine Corp at all times, never allow them to set up for the retakes, I think that's a very good strategic idea.
Works well. It really does.
Wow, are you?
And you said as well earlier, Brent, that Karmine Corp have got a lot of experience on
Definitely.
Lotus. They feel very comfortable there. The desk was talking about that
Definitely,
too. But they've also played mostly against more meta compositions and relying on having a great understanding of how those work, the timings those take, the utility that they throw. They had very good specific anti-strats in EMEA too. This FPX team does not play conventional Valorant. No. And the composition shows that, but also the way that they run it shows that too. And it's going to be a little harder for KC to get a read on.
I see enemy wall.
KC showed her hands, really, that the stack is over towards A, forcing the pivot now in towards B. Having to stop this. I saw back position, almost asleep at the wheel there. Needs to call for reinforcements and backup here to try and play this crossfire. Setup, Bulldog singing true, finding their marks. Very wide face, but the second shot of the Outlaw is enough to shut that one down. So should be very clean and clinical round here for FPX. Second one now for them.
And it's also close to getting a.k.a.'s ult online, so I would assume he's going to try the chase. Berlin snipes it, steals it for his first ult point. Don't worry, we don't need the Gecko ult anyway, I suppose, as we head into the bonus round. It would have been nice to have it online. Still possible, of course. a.k.a. might get it for post-plant here. With something like an ult or pick up and a plant. So KC, the war machine, starts to rumble. Tomaji picks up the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
This team as well, Karmine Corp. Warbang lineups. I mean, you're seeing FPX as well take a turn with it as well, initially in the prior round, but now we're getting started. Just trying to punish that peak. You can hear the shoulder just sticking out of life. He goes for another one.
Very bold, very confident. He was dominating in the individual fights when it came to Icebox, so I can respect that level of confidence. But KC, punishing him there. And despite the fact that there were 3 players from FPX defaulting over towards Mound at the beginning of the round, they don't actually have any control there. Double smokes, and a.k.a.'s Dizzy has had to be used twice already in the round just for Mound control. So they're still 10 seconds away from using that in any kind of push into C.
Shin smokes as well. I mean, they jet
Can you
out
hear
just
me now,
far
bro?
enough to really put the fear into FPX, wondering if there could be a player lurking and creeping. The door is going to be hit there with a switch. Now a call is made. Paranoia, Dizzy, everything offloaded all together. Shin is really in dire straits. He needs some help from the rest of his team. Dodging and juking side to side. How does he get the 1 kill eventually? Falling. Backing away here, Narrate realizing he has to respect this one, doesn't want to toss away his life, wants to play for the full retake with the rest of his team now.
30 seconds left.
Actually denied there, that's a perfect placement of the nade, yeah.
Okay.
Kill.
I mean, if anyone was going to go down, and I thought it would be Autumn on 30 health, but Lysol just tanks it. Maybe not hearing that in the moment.
Narrate, despite the fact that he's
Thank you
spamming
for
down, trying to get a
subscribe my
second.
channel, bro.
Finally, the Apple taking out all of it, leaves it to Berlin. He's just got so much working against him. Berlin, hello. Here's your time to shine, but Tomaji shuts that one down right quick. So bonus round conversion not there, but he made it a hell of an expensive round. I mean, listen, only 1 player surviving.
Yeah.
KC.
Absolutely. I mean, when Lysol goes down to the nade, it looks like KC are going to have their pick of that one. It's going to be an easy battle, but Berlin once again
Welcome to my
pretty
live stream,
similar
bro.
manner to what he did in round 13 on
30
Icebox.
seconds left.
So being able to get way more value from a position than you would expect from him makes it very damaging to KC's economy. So now Karmine Corp coming into the next round have a Bulldog and a Judge to work with. Martine is playing Judge Raze here at the front of B to start this round. FPX haven't been wandering close to B, but I wonder if they're going to try to set up some kind of trap here on Mound.
Only a chance of it.
Open the door, blast pack out, do something crazy with the Judge perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Shin's position is playing really quite far forward there.
The problem is, the more space that you give them over towards A here, Brent, the more that you're going to allow a.k.a. to get set up with the Thrash, push Magnum into uncomfortable positions, and get plants down on A. So this is, despite the fact there's a Killjoy and an Odin playing on the A site, this does look a little weak.
There it is now, Thrash. Clearing out towards tree. Magnum smart enough to give up the space. Be free gained now. The plant down for Berlin. Unconventional plant spot. Post plant doesn't allow you to play from stairs to really try and spam that one down. It's actually tucked to the corner. Heavy reliance on tree.
To play VCS, go.
See if that bites them here. Here's the initiation, the moves in with the judge, eventually shutting down that threat. Martin can't get anything done, but Carmine Core still there with the rifles. Off to the side, Autumn inside the smoke.
Not now.
The rate.
Not now.
Player left standing. It's 1v2, maybe even second guessing himself, wondering if he gets another one, could be played, but no. Now making the smarter decision here, so saving a rifle, running away with it. So FPX up to a third round.
Yeah, getting themselves into a really nice position. The thing that catches Carmine Core off guard there when they go for the retake,
Can you guys hear
the
my
unconventional
sound?
swing timings
And
from FPX.
this,
as soon as
live?
they hear the paranoia double blast pack come out,
bisa dengar?
FPX don't respect it, they swing into it. And that catches KC as they go to try to push off the back of the utility, taking gunfights at unfavorable timings. And you'll see here Berlin just manages to catch this one. And you also have Autumn coming out through the smoke. Perfect timing to try to catch Martin in the back.
Enemy remaining.
The damage that they did on the bonus, capitalizing there. And leading to a really nice beginning to this map from FPX.
That's fantastic. And keep this one going as well. Listen, generate the ultimates. Keep
Alright,
using them to just
Sudaski.
snowball your way forwards.
If you can hear.
I think the more rounds as well that FPX get and start accruing is that question you brought up earlier, you know. Carmine Core, they've been playing against the Metacoms.
How
do you deal with something that's a little bit less standard, especially against a team that plays a little bit less standard too? FPX, we've been seeing them play. I mean, they don't shy away from a lot of individualistic plays.
No, not
It's a
at all.
coffee, bro. It's a coffee,
Will
Sudaski.
he be taken out, yeah, and dealt with? Winning the showstopper there against the weaker buy.
Yeah, so expensive, but starting to build up to, you know, a Viper's Pit for the next as well, so the ult cycle is still
Alright, Moxie's a boss.
in a terrible situation, even though they felt it necessary to invest that. They're in a great spot to be able to close this one out too. The weaponry is not great on anyone other than Nare.
Oh, all the players down for the double face. Autumn, 3 in a round, might be looking for another one. There it is, with the fourth, so...
With the classic of all things too.
Steadily building his way
OMG,
back
I
up to
love
his own
coffee.
ult that he just
Oh,
expended. 4 to
you
1
love coffee
here,
too?
FPX.
Moxie's a
Might be
box.
starting to run away with it. Important round coming up now.
Nice, bro.
The economy.
Enjoy it. Thank you,
will be able to get some of
Sudaski.
those rifles online, but I don't have any big ultimates of their own, really.
By the way, you love coffee,
Martin's one away,
Sudaski?
maybe if he gets a kill, get the showstopper too, but it's imperative, really, that they put a stop to FPX here.
Especially if Lysor starts getting into position to pit on the site. Because we saw that on Icebox, that the pits and the more aggressive post-line positions really messed with KC in the way that they wanted to approach things.
Yes, bro. Enjoy it, bro. By all means.
Early fight.
Yeah.
Of my life. Doesn't expect that Shin has already crossed one way. Might just see the feet.
Not quite catching it.
Yeah, not quite.
Oh, has he got a glimmer of it there, perhaps? I don't
I
think
do
so.
love coffee. Yeah.
The boombot used from Autumn. Close
Yes,
to B
I like
lane,
coffee. I like milk
as
tea
Life
more.
forced to
Oh, me
teleport
too,
away.
bro.
Autumn
I
is
love
not
milk
quite
tea
clear,
too.
Thomas, yet.
I really
It was
love
broken.
milk tea.
It gave the indicator. It gave the indicator for Autumn.
Great
Tastes
movement.
like
Able
hermit
to
crab.
escape.
Oh.
Really heads up as well. Knowing that the boombot was cleared, he's expecting it. He's like, okay, potential there, behind the box tucked. First kill for them, so 50 seconds now. Making the moves over towards the A site. Magnum is here, ready and waiting with the setup. That's the nanostorm still. Paranoia goes wide. He's holding an off angle. This is really quite aggressive. And Autumn just offsets the movement ever so slightly enough. Flank around Shin. They weren't expecting that one with the TP, but he's only one man. What can he do? Paranoia glides, TP in face.
No way.
No way. No way. Shin. That's monstrous. And Life, he's nowhere near. Sticking this one through. Where's the defuse, but not a clue. Still half on it. Live. Puts him to bed, puts him to rest.
Nice banget, FPX.
What a kill to end that!
Nice.
And what a play from Carmine Core. An attempt to try to set that up. And timeout called. That was an enormous investment. I mean, the play that they went for there, Nightfall, into the Omen ult.
By the way, thank
no
you for
idea that Shin
watching
was all the way back there. They had no audio cues.
subscribe
Paranoia,
to
so they
my
have
channel,
no
bro.
audio cue on this either. Shin was set up for success. And life shut it down.
Who are you going for? Neutral.
I said at the beginning of the round, that was a pivotal one. Economy going to be reset here for Karmine Corp. Instant timeout called.
Yeah, this is now serious danger. KC unveiling one of their big ideas for how to go for a retake there, or at least to put pressure onto FPX as they were going for the plant.
That's
using
crazy
a
match,
really
bro.
nice ult combo, still gets. And Autumn is currently sat 12-3 up at the top of the scoreboard for FPX. Finding so many good timings. His awareness in that round to be able to pick off Tomaji early on. In the previous round, to be able to catch Martin as he went for the double blast pack retake on A. Autumn has been playing wonderfully here.
Pride of OCE. Stepping up here onto the big stage.
And so many conversations about, what do the communications look like within FPX? Because Autumn isn't super comfortable with only speaking Chinese inside the team, so they're having to do a lot in English too. Is it worth it? Well, if he plays like this, it is.
It definitely is.
And Life, who was at the top of the scoreboard on Reyna, is still 6-1, barely been punished. Only that one time where he overstayed his welcome slightly on A.
Double control given up, FPX happy to do so. Autumn also one away from his ult.
Yeah, and look at how that round is about to spiral the ult economy out of control for FPX. This ult cycle is getting monstrous.
Magnum is tucked here, has the stinger. Too much util, still finds the kill. Just taking the timing as well, knowing they were going to explode into the side, and he backs away, so toss away his life for no reason. Plant.
This is going to be difficult though for Karmine Corp because they're going to come back into this against potentially big ultimates if Autumn or Lysor are able to get a pick. There are huge ults on the other side. It might have been a good idea to try to stack one of them, the plant.
Yeah, potentially, because Martin's now going to be coming back in. Nade, rebounding, snake by ults, offloaded. Thomasy, what a shot, what a shot indeed! The players are toppling here, the rifles matter not. Karmine Corp on display, showing exactly what makes them that #1 seed from EMEA.
And just a bit too passive from FPX.
Thrifty.
Resting on their laurels, not remembering the game plan that they had coming in. And that's our second MasterCard Thrifty of the series, I believe. But from what we'd seen earlier on, when Karmine Corp were fighting aggressive post plants deep into spawn to this, like almost the most passive way that you could play this situation, not loading the plant into Lysor or Autumn where you would have a big ultimate to be able to work with. Bit of a misplay, but like I said, the ult cycle is demonic right now for FPX.
Everything online.
They have literally everything, yeah.
It's a rubble fight, not being contested early by FPX, they want nothing to do with it. KC not even really using too much util of their own. Stalemate just to start things off. Life with the tour de force. Hoping that he can contact in as a slight gap into the smoke. He was praying that Magnum potentially cross into the sideline.
And Magnum is just holding angles where he would be able to catch people, blast packing in with an ultimate. He's looking to try to catch Autumn in a very non-committed place, Magnum, but one where he can just catch headshot sightlines.
ISM flying out towards B. Narrate's going to be calming this. Still
not a full commitment though at all, is it?
No.
It's just supposed to feel fakey.
All over the place here, but really there's not too much behind it. Still, okay, Prowler, peek, Martin, what? A shot, the quick scope of Life. Shuts that one down, now the showstopper. All laid out on top of it. Magnum, he's out of there, vacates it, wants nothing to do with it. Side control going to be gained for them. Fight's being lost all over the place here with Thomasy losing that one. Paranoia swinging through, a little bit delayed here, but FPX are the ones that are coming out on top. Kill feed, filling up with red, and that's all they're seeing right now, hunting for the kills. Magnum Lovely shot with the discipline. Shin, he's setting the aim just enough. 1v2. Does he still choose to make a go of this?
He's worried about those aggressive timings that FPX like to take. Fear in his heart, causing this to be a retake. Sorry, a save. Meaning that KC are in a hole right now, and in a whole lot of trouble. FPX still with some big ultimates that they didn't feel incentivized to use there. We were watching that fight happening over towards the defender's side spawn. Actually, the big deaths happened in Waterfall.
Yeah.
Those are kills that I think either happened over the top of or through a smoke, and obviously that first pick is massive. But yeah, just as that smoke was about to bloom, it's a one-way actually from Berlin. That's so nice.
Interesting ideas.
Lovely idea. And not something that KC was set up to deal with. It is an attack-sided map from everything that we've seen, but FPX here are looking so much more successful than they did on Icebox.
Cover going out.
One ways exchanged. Berlin. Looks like he could be playing into a deeper angle, potentially even inside the one-way, but...
FPX previously, when they had a.k.a.'s ult online, did end A. They expected it to only be one player there. It was Magnum with an Odin. And now a.k.a. looking to make his way towards A again. But Berlin with the spike on B. So there's a serious potential that this becomes an A fake with the Gecko ult into a B pivot. That's going to be challenging for KC to deal with.
It depends on the success of these A players. Berlin does have the ult tucked away to reposition to A if they are going to find a kill, but no. All broken wide. Paranoia was sent flying a bit prior here, and they've put players into 4 positions with Lysor to be attempting the backstab.
Weird though, because that means no pit available on site.
Lockdown. Players forwards here with a thrash. They want to seek to try and fight this one. Really far back positions. Can they deal with it? Magnum nails it with a detainment. There's 2 players there. They can't actually enter the fight, but really, they've done the damage here with the bodies. Nothing to break this lockdown whatsoever. Life was being pressured onto that position. Once more detainments across the board. Narrate sticking forwards here. Sees half on the board. Magnum really just seeking to delay. He's got his teammates back. a.k.a. forcing out the wingman. Horn drops down, rebounds, half on it. Really needs to swing wide. Magnum needs to shut it down. Not even necessary. It's Carmen Core with the win in that round. Themselves that 3rd one.
Really important round for KC to be able to get on the board. But I like the ideas actually from both teams. Sure, we didn't see the pit on the site, but we did see them save that thrash for a post-plant situation to try to challenge the lockdown. Unfortunately, the fights just simply didn't go their way. Magnum being able to pick up both of them in that situation is just enormous. If he hadn't picked up both, there's a great chance that FPX are able to push forwards, get the kills, break the lockdown, and it's a round done and dusted.
A lot of aggression out towards A Rubble now. Well, okay. Deep Horn just tagging up there onto Lysor. Couldn't stand his ground there, and even Life Traded taking out Paranoia to set that one up, jumping up into their face. Shots going wide. It's the weaker weapon, so it should just be an easy job finishing them up.
1 enemy remaining.
Strenuous. There's a rifle gained here for Berlin.
He doesn't have the spike.
No, he was hoping to just TP himself out of there and doesn't win the fight out. So, real rapid one in round 10.
But now FPX rifles back on board. And this is where the ult cycle has declined a little bit here for the attack side team. But they haven't really been able to find use out of this pit. It's been the one big ultimate, actually, that they haven't used at any point. They're going to take a timeout here, discuss what the round game plan should be. I feel like the game plans have been good from FPX.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, apart from that one round, was it round 7, I believe, where they just played a little too passively. For the rest of it, they've been up, aggressive in Carmen Core's faces, forcing the duels, utilizing nice pieces of utility like the one-way on C, the thrash to push the lockdown over towards B as well.
Really proactive calls being made by an FPX team that, honestly, I thought were going to be riddled with these communication issues, you know, having to really translate twice, you know, Berlin having to talk and describe these game plans throughout. It led to the macro game of FPX looking a bit weak. I mean, Magnum pointed it out, we've said it many times now over the course of the series, but it hasn't really been the case. I mean, they have been rapid in terms of the way they've been pressing the issue, forcing KC to react to them. And it's been by hair's breadth, really, in terms of KC being able to win some of these rounds out. Maybe they can even it out, maybe they can make it 6-6 here. Timeout is being taken by FPX because they're feeling that struggle now to hold on and maintain this lead that they've gained.
KC have also, I think, found it a little difficult to tell exactly where FPX have been moving around the map. Because they're playing quite far back, I mean, they're pushed forward in like B main at the beginning of the rounds, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, Karmine Corp are taking a more passive approach to the defense, relying on those good retakes. And that's giving FPX a lot to work with. Here we see KC start the round with 3, ready to play around a rubble. A very classic setup here on the defense.
Just the one-way used. Berlin hoping they hear the sound cue of that one. Viper's Pit dropped down in through C.
And Narrate actually saved all of his Fade utility. Didn't throw any for the rubble fight at the beginning of the round. They're not worried about that area of the map. KC have maintained control of it at the start. And now you can see both teams saving a lot of their utility. They're expecting KC to play passive, and they're also not really fighting rubble, so both teams coming into the mid-round here with tons to work with.
Just conserving everything. A lot of contact plays online. Re-clearance of rubble is called. Snakebite and a nade combo is excellent, but no players ready to receive. Still, it gives them the space. Haunt really actually catching on to a few of these players. They're lucky to be alive, backing away. Meanwhile, out through B, that's a trade from a-a, and even more so.
Oh, that's wild.
He's ripped away Narate's head.
And he's just swinging through an Nanoswarm there as well. He's opened the round up so wide for FPX. Looking to try to get another, and he does. a.a.'s been such a beast in this series so far.
Pit dropped down. Berlin's watching for it. You can hear it, the rumbling of the footsteps. That is 7-2-4. You're exactly right, Josh. I mean, a.a. has been a difference maker.
Like I said, Narrate didn't use a Prowler, a Seize, a Haunt, whatever, at the start of the round. But he did Prowler B main, and he found out that there was a Lurker there. But he thought it was only one. Magnum is about to pull out his turret after killing Life there, because they are so convinced there would only be one B Lurker. They're getting caught off guard by the unconventional way that FPX are playing, and it creates moments like that, where KC have an assumption that is wrong, and it bites them in the ass.
The money is just absolute bargain bin purchases for Karmine Corp. Working with scraps to the final round of the first half. It's led to them to make the decision, really, to just give up C. I mean, they went aggressive towards B main early, hoping that they could maybe get a favored fight, taking it with the numbers that they've got, but for now, space given and granted for FPX out towards C mound.
And a.a. picks up his ultimate. So FPX really happy to work the map. And this is looking like another one where they fake it. Bit of a feint over towards C. Now opening the door, putting pressure on Magnum here.
Pulls out that trap play setup, this wall tucked behind it. Magnum, maybe he could do something about it. Nightfall here, forward sound cues missing, taken away. Plant still online for it. No, he's just spotted. Everybody watching towards the wall, but that is a nasty shot by Tomazy. And through main, would have blocked that angle up. Actually, might just be through to Smoke here. Oh, sound cues. Life is really just going to rely on his aim. Smoke finally blooms and blossoms to cut off these available players, but guess what? That flank of Lysor is coming in right from the side. Tomazy sticking, half already, has to get off of it, has to get the kills, but not expecting it. The full wrap around and an 8-4 finish for this opening half.
Very nice ending there from FPX. Good way of adding extra layers into that. And a very competent attack side.
Why?
On a map where KC have been very dominant in EMEA. It's an attack-sided map in general, so don't count out the European squad from being able to make a comeback happen. But the pressure is now firmly on them.
I'll send it down to the analyst test to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. It is a great half and a nice start from FPX here. But let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because this one goes to Shin. And what a play this was, Mimi.
Yeah, it was impressive, right? But this round started off so good for FPX. They got a huge advantage. And then Shin, I mean, just incredible instincts to get behind instantly on this TP and almost win it. But he did lose the round in the end. And that's the story of this half. It is FPX up 8-4. And for me, this was a very different FPX from map 1. It wasn't defined by life going crazy, by these super aggressive pushes in the late round. It was instead them playing really good fundamentals, starting off normally 1-3-1, pressuring the extremities, and then late round making really good reads and actually
welcome to my
outcalling
live
Magnum
stream.
to get ahead.
Yeah, I think they outmentaled the plan that K-Corp originally had for this map. If we look at the Viper wall that they were using from the attack, it differs completely from what we see in EMEA. We were talking about the Odin, Thomasy going crazy on that. It doesn't hold a lot of value if that position is not going to be held by them.
But this does get risky in the second half. This map, as the casters were highlighting, it's a lot harder to defend on, even with FPX having this lead. And I think on this defensive side as well, this is where we really get to see what this team is made of. They have to be on top of these rotations, because Karmine Corp is a team who's really good at selling these little fakes, at playing into the right site in the mid round, and then having super strong post plants.
Yeah, it is a healthy lead, but a pistol could change everything as we head back into the second half. With your casters, it's Brandon Steicher.
So for Karmine Corp, I mean, backs against the wall with this one. Hefty lead for FPX. Look at keep it going with the pistol.
Look at this pistol round buy. It's really interesting, actually. We've got 3 players with Sheriffs online. Shin on attack side Omen has bought 1 smoke and a teleport. So he's clearly planning to get value out of that as part of their pistol strategy. But if they're going to end B here, that means that they're only going to have 1 smoke. They're going to fight Heaven aggressive with the Viper wall.
Or again, trying to disrupt this one. FPX cracked open the wall out towards C, trying to double face this one, but they've gotten deep into Heaven. Karmine Corp. There's the second protocol, just leaping, boundless, man. Jumping straight into the face of a.k.a, and he can't withstand that kind of pressure. Into Link now, Paranoia. Sent flying, corners cleared, making sure they're there with the diligence. Nade rebounding, but Magnum holding down the ground, forwards. It's the approach, but again, there's just nothing to deal with this guy. He's just rattling off shots. Left, right, and center, straight from main. Finally smoked off. Berlin diffusing. Half, sticking, hello, gets off of it, but now damage is done. Snakebite tap, they've got to realize this now, surely, with the time cues, but they all collapse in time. Karmine Corp, the pistol round win.
I thought there was a little bit of danger there. Turns out, Thomasy, he had his orb and a snakebite on the plan. So not too much danger. Berlin was maxed out at only being able to get half on the spike. This is the play, though, that really wins them the round. They're not just fighting Heaven aggressively with the Viper wall. They're planning to swing through their own Viper wall to be able to hard clear out anybody that was looking to try to play retake in that area. Great pistol round strategy. Well cooked up by KC. Gives them a chance.
A lot of util going to be expended here by KC. Gives some control towards a rubble, but a stack of 4 players are going to be meeting them pound for pound. Yes, they don't have the weapons, but they do have the util. And look at that, Dizzy connection. Which way is the fight going to go? Paranoia blinded up. FPX could have gone in any direction, but eventually it's the Bulldogs that carried them through it.
Yeah, after that initial wave of utility, got the first 2 kills for FPX. They just couldn't quite hold on. As soon as the KC players could see, they shot back.
Last player standing.
And Life tries to make the play there, shut down. All down to Berlin. We've seen some outrageous situations from Berlin so far in this series. He's managed to pick up a Bulldog. But I think this would just be a little too much. He's gonna need a freebie.
Karmine Corp haven't really been offering too many of them. There's an option though. Magnum's just jiggling the corner out towards Link. Berlin making sure to clear everything before he starts the approach now. 1 smoke, 2 smokes. Freshly rejuvenated.
He's found a timing past Magnum, but he's set up a crossfire. This triple setup is so strong.
You just don't win it. There's too much to account for. Too much to account for. So, 3 players surviving here for Karmine Corp. 3 rifles to carry into the bonus.
The Bermuda Triangle post-plant setup. You ain't getting out of that
No,
one.
you can't do it. Can't do it.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly potent bonus round, but not the most that we've seen. There was a little bit of damage there. Also, something to keep in mind, Autumn was 12-3 to begin this map. So you look at where he is on the scoreboard right now, he hasn't been doing too much since that absolutely electric beginning.
Bit of a struggle.
In order for FPX to be able to close this out and take their second map ever at a global event, you're going to need big players like Autumn or Life to really make sure that they can close this one out.
Berlin trying to make the most of the Odin spam. Well, that util was used just to set Shin up into a forward position through rubble. Now the second wave is going to be used quite early on here. I mean, talking a minute 20. Now, Carmen Core could look to try and go all the way back over towards A. Berlin. He's going to get pushed out into the open. He's going to get pushed out into the open!
I mean, the Berlin moments.
Oh my! Berlin, what are you doing? They are wild. Oh no, I can feel it, the danger zone. And it's there. FPX now forced to try and do a lot more. Ayang out wide into the open. Lysor, he's found his straggler up onto the opposite side of the map, but really the damage is done. Life has to make a go of it. Wall fades, no one accounting for it. Spike dropped down, he's brought this into a 2 versus 2. Definite chances here for him.
Serious opportunity for FPX to be able to recover this. Oh, that's a ton of damage onto Life though. The Odin spam perfect, but he might have distracted for Lysor to find a timing.
That would have been the backside. Shinny's just on top of the ropes, man.
That's a bonkers play to go for.
This post plant now gets so much more difficult. Lysor, how do you cut up these angles? How do you find the right fights? How do you isolate them? He's not even clearing Shin. Tucked up there, and there was a player ready to swing. Him and Tomazi, dynamic duo.
Should have been more dangerous than that actually for Kamikor. Shin somehow manages to make that one look easy by pushing with an Odin into heaven. But it's the player on the other side. It's Shin's opposite, Berlin, who just threw the round away so early on. This is an anti-bonus. You have an economy advantage to clear the round out, and he just wanders out through the rotating door. It's the kind of play that you should never be going for. And I think he just got completely lost with what was occurring there. Didn't think that KC were committed to rubble whatsoever. And we've seen a few moments from him throughout this series. He's matched the big round-winning plays with those kind of moments where he loses the plot a little bit.
Certainly has. Interesting play by FPX here on the half-bar eco, whatever you want to call it. They throw a ton of utility at a rubble, and they over-rotate immediately, so they have the stack. They're trying to force Karmakor right into them. They're going to get their wish granted. Martin can't see anything yet with the Phantom in his hands, making short work at him. Wide face, driving by. One player left standing, it's Autumn. Feels his position. Earns a kill because of it.
Spike planted.
Really should not be any more danger in this.
Now, with the stack dodged, KC should be able to rely on their discipline to get them through this one. No problem. The time's an issue. Autumn's been stuffed into a corner, has no idea that these two players are so close.
He's getting bullied. Lunch money taken here. The high-low setup. Very little chance and opportunity, and so 8-8.
And not only 8-8, Brent, Karmikor now actually favored, in my opinion, because I talked about it on the attack side for FPX. The ult cycle is just monstrous. Look at what they're starting to get up to. Nightfall, Lockdown, available. Those are going to start to build up. The Pit and the Showstopper. This composition has so many tools to be able to chain stuff together on the attack side.
One enemy remaining.
Guys, nice.
And this now might be a little too late for FPX. They had their opportunities early on in this half to make it dangerous for KC. Round 15, round 16, getting that stack that you called out too, and yet weren't able to convert on them. Now they need some hero plays. Because if you just look at things, all things being even, an attack side map where KC is starting to get big ults online, with the quality of this team, FPX should be in the squeeze right now. So they are going to need somebody to step up.
That's why the timeout's called. Honestly, maybe just reining Berlin in a little bit might help. It hasn't been costing him too much, just that one round that just sticks out in my mind, of course, when he donated over the Odin.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have those round losing plays in big situations, they're actually worse than the round winning plays that you get in some other spots. And when we think back to Icebox, one of the worst parts for FPX was that they were only winning 43% of the time when they were up a player, when they were 5v4, when they got the first pick.
I mean, speaks volumes, I think, about Karmincor's ability to turn situations like that, but also for FPX, I mean, that is...
They were tossing some of those situations.
It's pretty dire, isn't it, not being able to convert.
With things like going for those mid-round reclears and trying to take possession of the round even though you were up players. It's a very risk-positive play style that FPX have, but they can bite them. This is where you gotta try to take the risks though, I think. You can't just sit back and allow KC's ults to come at you.
Right for whole cacophony of util, used to try and clear out towards the C site. Even Shin's ult just being offloaded here, so...
Yeah. Looking to try and put pressure on anybody who might be anchoring into the site. They would have been deafened. Shin might have been able to get huge value out of an ultimate there. But they're not overstepping themselves and overreaching. FPX are now going to be in a retake with life, opping, no ults to work with.
And this lockdown. Precise time to be used here. Ults, util, paranoia, but it really doesn't do enough damage to clear this one out. So FPX forced to run away, tail between their legs.
Yeah, the mosh, the nade, none of it finding value.
Time now becoming an issue. Here comes the approach. Satchel's in, Dizzy's there, but Wingman follows it up, stunned up. Well, cosmetic in nature. FPX still all here now. Shin, last one left. Having a defuse. Oh. They're watching for it. They knew he was
Against
there.
Riot toss,
Barely,
but okay.
barely enough
Hello,
at the time.
Regret Mason now.
And what a retake from FPX. They hit the commit button and they won all of the aim duels. And they'd already used such big pieces of utility too.
How did they win that when they're retaking it off?
It's wild. I mean, look, no paranoia, no nade, no mosh. Just being able to win the raw fights, particularly those kills against Martin and Tomaji there, being massive difference makers. Head in hands for Zeish. That was a round that KC were expected to win and did not. Big ultimates used too. It's broken their ult cycle.
What a time to do it for FPX. Same opening for Karminkor. Out towards C now. Lysor. That is... The snake bot going to be using... Wow, okay, just spamming straight through. That's one way to clear the pit. If he didn't get it, at least Martin with a showstopper might have.
And I say broken the ult cycle, but Martin being able to enter the showstopper and Tomaji being able to get the pit online as well. They're fighting tooth and nail for this. Making sure that they don't get pushed into an uncomfortable spot.
Real uncomfortable though is the retake. How do you choose to take this one? The pit blocking off all the avenues out towards Waterfall. Thrash might be the answer here for Ayang. Berlin can't work his way through that one way. A lot of util being used to try and push them back, but look at how difficult this is. I mean, you're just clearing one section of the ult. Detained. Did catch, I believe, the one clearing through. Need the guns, at least with the fight. It's Magnum. Just dominating that one angle. Looks to really just step towards them now when he spots the final few players, and Berlin's out of there.
But what a response from Karminkor. Kept it simple, used the ultimates, got themselves a round win. And that builds up the economic safety net that they have.
Yeah.
But now it's 9-9 with all of the big ultimates starting to try favor FPX. You know, it's going to be a while before Karminkor have those to rely on to be able to string around together like that. It does feel like Lotus is very based on what ults you have online. FPX, economy disadvantage. But it might not feel like that if you end up running into life. KC just looking like they want to focus on mount control into the C hit.
It's the same hit over and over again. The deep smoke that Shin places down, everybody plays inside of it to dodge any attempt of a flash repeat.
And this feels like they're just punishing the lack of the killjoy on the other side.
Yeah.
They're not worried about running into life.
They're scrimming, man. Practicing the C exams.
Very much so.
Autumn does have his ult. Needs to stay alive though. If he wants to use it in this, any chance of it, a tap from the rate with the spike. They are trying to force out at least some util, maybe the ult out of them. Now sticking and committing into it. Ground setup. backing them away with the rifles here. Kamiko, it is quite passive position, just giving up basically the back section of the site.
Does Autumn choose to ult? You're down 4v5.
Would be a crazy one. That's essentially a solo swing there from Lysol, not really set up for it. Life onto the flank. Lambot notifying the team of his position. There's not too many more pieces left for FPX to do anything about it.
You need specific.
And these last 2 rounds have been just what the doctor ordered for KC.
Yeah.
It was looking on a nice edge that it could spiral out of control, and instead they've kept it so clean, only that 1 round going the way of FPX.
All right.
And at this point, FPX are going to have to try to come up with a different way of holding on to C. You look at how Karmine Corp are taking mount control at the start of the round. Shin throws a smoke, they get a teleport into the smoke, they have double faces in case anybody's playing aggressive. They can use Fade utility there as well, Prowler when they get in. It's all very rigorous. Look, there's the smoke that you can see. Martine's inside of it instantly. They can swing out of this in a variety of directions, avoid any dizzy. If there's a paranoia, they can hide inside the smoke. You know, creates that little safe beacon, safe haven for them to play around. But they haven't neutralized the danger on the opposite side of the map.
No, looking for a re-clear here, but it's a high-low setup. Safety, at least for some of the players. Nanaswarm, got to respect that one. Berlin dropping down. Nightfall now being used to clear. In the midst of all of this chaos, Berlin, man, he was setting up another one-way smoke. Still with the rifle traded. Shin rips that one away from him. 50 seconds left. Quite efficient on the attack side around here for Karmine Corp. Plenty of time left if they want to take a pivot.
But the problem is, the more the time ticks, the more Autumn's ultimate becomes a game changer. You do not want to get in a situation where you're trying to exec with only 25 seconds left and there's a showstopper on the other side. KC hoping that any stack over towards C would have been dismantled at this point because of all of that rubble pressure.
Feels like they're going to be pivoting into a B, A to B almost, with them opening the door up, but
high-low.
Set everybody out towards C, and the players, they're running away, but they hear it jumping around. Autumn, it's popped off the old high-low setup, not expecting it. The rate's already there. Dizzy avoided, but no, just catching onto him. 15 seconds left, has to deal with this player. He's got the spike in his hands, no teammates. Nowhere near at all. He's got to try and force this fight out. The Ray wins it.
There's
8
no
seconds. He's got to get this plant down. And it's being covered. Surely no spam. He does. An extension into the round.
Monstrous from the Ray. He's 22 and 11 in the map so far and trying to win this round almost on his own, waiting for the cavalry to arrive.
Horn spotting it, avoiding it. The bullets hailing down onto it, but his head just peeking out and over. No, can't be stopped, man.
It's just disgusting. The Des was talking about, do you like his Gecko more? Do you like his Fade? Nurray is out here dumpstering people.
No matter what he plays.
Playing like this flex initiator role. Sometimes we'll see him on Duelist, and you can see why when you look at this guy's talent.
That makes 3.
So many duels here that weren't favored, where it looked like an FPX player had caught him.
Ooh, Marshall. Marshall, can you look at me for a second? Oh my God.
Yeah, Shin's happy about that one.
This time Karmine Corp setting the sights over towards A.
And the push out C from FPX, they knew they had to change something up. And now Magnum's got the read on it. All right, so they were aggressive on C, let's try and push it into A fast.
What is that? Spam through, catch onto Berlin. Didn't stand a chance there. They catch the C push yet. Magnum is watching for it, knowing that.
Another duel though, where Lysol could have found the timing. And instead, the Karmine Corp player comes out on top, readjusting the aim.
It's fallen to pieces. Liang makes a good go of it there. Looks away 2 of them, but not enough to withstand the pressure for all the players there. Now a deep push from Life. He's the last one left. Hold up, rotations, players. It's a timing game. It's a timing game. Shin's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel and he takes care of him. 12 rounds. Now game for Karmine Corp. 1 step closer to taking the series entirely.
An 8-4 half. And as soon as KC get onto the attack side, navigating danger, putting together some excellent rounds. Chaining ults, punishing the C defense, reacting correctly too. And a reminder, yeah, we thought that this would be one of the least even matchups on paper. FPX came into this one hoping to be able to get at least a map, maybe a match win, show the global stage that they were capable of so much more than they've done in the past. Now they're 1 round away from getting knocked into the bottom portion of our Swiss stage.
Face your fear!
9-4, suspended once more. Prowler connecting, Magnum holding, watching. What is that by Autumn?
Those are amazing.
Hell of a time to come alive. His team definitely needed it, and the kills are just being collapsed upon. Shin has got his ult, picks up the spike, repositions now, but guess what? Berlin might be 1 step ahead. He's running his way back over towards A, anticipating this kind of reaction. A plant, though, won't be pushed back. So Shin has a chance to close the case entirely. 1v2, Ayang has the ult, a lot of util. Shin reveals his position, Thrash. No bunny hops online, wide swing and face there. Paranoia repositions out wide to the side. Shot connects, snaps to it. Shin will not find it. FPX alive for now in the map, as Ayang is the one to do it.
Ooh la la.
What a recovery in that round for FPX to find 4 kills off the back of Guardians. 2 players, the 2 star players, Autumn and Light, just being able to pop. Those initial kills though, Autumn, again, I keep wanting to mention, he was 12 and 3 at the beginning of this map. He's still only got 17 kills. If he can wake up, FPX can still bring this to overtime. The big, heavy hitting firepower from FPX has got to come online now when they need it most. Otherwise, KC are going to win this series.
First time we're seeing a bit of aggression on the defensive side here from Life. Horns dealt with, smoke forward, so many positions to look for here, but a Boombot now, look at the levels to it, the layers to it. Boombot Prowler, you have to respect it. Rendezvous back now, and here comes the C hit. Pressure there. Martin was vulnerable up. There was a nanoswarm at his feet, but now there's a snake bite to try and respond, and a flood defense by FPX is caught. Dizzy missing wide, facing Lysor. Scottish 2 there. The rate is eager to take the challenge straight to them. He's eager to put an end to the entirety of this series, but a spike has been dropped into the middle of nowhere.
That's the big problem now. Extraction is the name of the game. KC, Magnum's trying to cause some chaos, see if he can pull people away from the C site, threaten some kind of wild lurk, but would they really push through Waterfall here to retrieve the spike? Or is it all a fake?
Subterfuge being thrown into the mix. There's a Haunt to clear the way, but Berlin is back up onto the space, into the angle. An essential kill, but it goes missing. And now Waterfall control is theirs. Autumn is there with a crosshair placement. And White now have to deal with these players. Carmine Core! It's all down to 1v1. And this is it. Again, continuation of the series, or will it be that slam at dunk? Tomasi wraps it around, 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved. Tomasi! He finishes the job on their feet before you know it. And it's a 2-0 wrap to the series for Carmine Core in their opening batch of Madrid.
That's a great way to get the nerves settled early and showcase that you can do it on the biggest stage, the Global Masters stage. These players with such small amounts of experience, but such a great system behind them, and passionate fans that are hoping they can go so much further. FPX certainly pushed them, but no map win for the Chinese squad, who still only have 1 so far in these 3 global showings. They'll have more chances. The Swiss system gives them future opportunities as well, though they have no idea who they'll be facing next. You could say that about both of these teams though, because to be honest, when you look at the other matches that you've got coming up, it is difficult to predict who the favorites are. And just to revisit that topic, Bren, we were saying at the start, this should have been on paper one of the most one-sided matches you could get, and yet we had a 13-8 where things looked very close. We had it wrapped up at 7-7, and then a 13-10 on KC's map pick. Parity may well be the key word here at Madrid.
FPX definitely bringing it and testing it, Carmine Core, but they come out strong to 2-0 actually in terms of that map scoreline as well. And like you said, I mean, a series of unknowns leading into it. They don't know who their next opponent is going to be. It's up in the air. They're going to be paying close attention to these upcoming matches, including the one that we got coming up even next. That one is going to be a certified banger, man. I mean, Gen.G versus Loud, who knows which direction that one's going to go.
It's impossible to call. KC are going to be so happy, though, that they got that win under their belt early. It's going to give them the opportunity to watch these other games that are happening. They're a team that loves to prep, loves to practice. They were talking about the fact that it's been difficult to get that level of practice under their belts here, so that's a great start to the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, that's us finished. We'll send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Mimi once again. What a fantastic win and stuff. But it is for K-Corp, of course. For majority of these players, Mimi, they've never even played on a global stage before, and they just 2-0'd FPX.
Yeah, I mean, even like in EMEA, there's a lot of the big matches they were playing. That finals against Heretics was online because the player wasn't there. For them, this match, I think, meant a ton to really get acquainted to that stage, to a bigger crowd, to a new environment. It's a lot of new stuff for these players, and honestly, I think they came out swinging. People can critique that it wasn't the stomp a lot of people predicted, but I think that was people underrating FPX. Like Eng said in that first halftime interview, this team has shooters. They'll catch you off guard. I think they're a real kind of test team that pushes you just enough if you're one of those top squads to be worrying, but it's about how you bounce back, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried there towards the end. Honestly, I felt like FPX, they might have been able to push them all the way to overtime, but the fact that KC actually closed it out, Mimi, especially for, you know, a player like Madam, who everybody used to harp on him for not being able to close games out, for being a bit shaky in those moments. I think I'm getting on the KC train really early.
Are you bringing back like the
really
2021 fraudnatic narrative about
yeah,
Magnum?
but I'm saying that that's no more, right? This is a new look, and I mean, we were watching the games. You were telling me, Nare, MVP of the tournament already, early shout.
I'm kind of feeling it. I mean, reactionary Randall, but this guy just came out and absolutely impressed. The second half especially, I think they had a great read. They realized there's not a lot of soul in this comp. They just kept pounding this C site. And for me, honestly, when you see this team go for an exec, they commit so perfectly around the utility. Just really clean stuff here from Karmine Corp to kick off Madrid.
Yeah, and speaking of Nare, he's standing by with Kakuka in the Verizon post-match interview.
Bienvenidos a todos a la primera entrevista después de haber ganado KC este primer partido aquí en Masters Madrid. I'm here joined with Narrate. So first of all, congratulations on the first win of Madrid. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. Let's try, okay?
Yeah. Buy the KC bundle.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, the crowd has been amazing, so thank you very much. Now back into the interview and the actual questions. First of all, how do you think this team has been different from everything that you've seen in EMEA? How the preparation has been different to, you know, adapting to a Chinese team?
Well, obviously we have, like same thing with every team in this competition, we have a lot of info on them. So it's not really any different from any other team we played. I would say that they're really good at like making really good individual plays. Just absolutely, if you make any mistake, they will punish the fuck out of you. And it's like, it's really hard, to be honest. Like, we can play perfectly, but if some guy just finds a perfect timing, he's gonna kill all of us.
Okay, le he preguntado qué tal ha sido, ¿no? Prepararse para todo esto, para equipos diferentes a los que está acostumbrado en EMEA, y me ha dicho que la verdad tienen mucha información en los equipos, pero que la preparación es básicamente la misma. La información está ahí y sienten que FPX les ha castigado bastante, ¿no? En cada error que podían cometer, ahí estaban ellos para poner la bala. Of course, you had a brilliant performance, let's call it like that. How do you think this is going to translate into the rest of the tournament? Because of course you guys are the least experienced in some senses. Do you think that gives you that underdog power?
I mean, to be honest, we don't really see ourselves as underdogs or overdogs. We're just a team that we're gonna try to play every team as well as possibly can, just play our game. So I don't think it's really gonna affect us. Like, even though like you saw at EMEA that we don't need stage experience. We're just the players that we are. We don't crumble under pressure, and that's it.
Dice que no se derrumban ante la adversidad, que no necesitan esa experiencia y que todo el torneo debería de ser así. No se consideran que sean débiles o que vayan a sufrir por todo eso. Real quick, before I let you go, Chamber, Reina, of course, a lot of things that we do not see in EMEA. Was it hard for you to adapt onto all of that, or was it just the duels?
To be honest, like, it's not that hard to adapt to. Like, obviously we knew their comps before we played them, just because they played them in like Chinese League. And so like we kind of knew what we were going into, but also I feel like a lot of EMEA teams also play kind of crazy stuff as well. So it's not like we played against a billion different comps and scrims, and it's just preparation, and our preparation is really good, and we know what they're going to do, and we just execute.
La preparación también por encontrarnos agentes como Chamber, como Reina, cosas que no solemos ver en EMEA. Dicen que la preparación ha estado ahí, que estas composiciones ya han jugado contra ellas en scrims, en EMEA también, así que se lo podían esperar, sabían cómo adaptarse a todo esto. Well, thank you very much. I will let you go. We'll see you in a couple of days. And you guys at home, do not go anywhere, because that's Gen G against Loud coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of Masters Madrid. I'm Yingsu, once again joined by Mimi and Kakuka, and it's time to talk about the second matchup of today. It is Loud versus Gen G. Let's start with Loud because, Mimi, we talk about, teams missing out. NRG are not here, DRX are not here, but Loud are always here.
They absolutely are. The color was blue before. We're back to being green because this team always shows up to international events, and what makes it so impressive is that it seems to consistently be a new roster. Loud looked great last season, and they made changes in the offseason. They lost a player who a lot of people considered the best in the world in Osbugs, but now they've picked up QCK instead, and Sada, as he seemingly always does, has reinvented this team and made it back to a global.
So it would be normal to think that if you have not been following Americas and you see this change and you see that Aspas is no longer in being such a staple for the team, that probably Loud has suffered. And maybe, not seeing them being seed 1 is all that we can account them for. I understand that we've seen some funky compositions, here and then. They rely a lot on the Viper. We've seen some Phoenix. I think that, coming into the tournament, that might be considered a weakness. But at the end of the day, it's exactly what you said. These guys have a lot of experience, most of them, into those international events, and the effect and all that trajectory has to put into play today.
Yeah, let's talk about those comms because Sadak has clearly been cooking. Do we like it? Is it our flavor or is it an overcook?
I think that it's something that can work, but I don't know for how long is the thing. So they're playing Breach Phoenix on 4 out of the 7 maps that they're playing, which is crazy to say the least. But the idea behind it is you have double flashes, you can go around, on example for Ascent, you can be splitting into a site, use flashes on both sides, overwhelm teams. You have great retakes, you have strong site hits, but what you give up is you have no dive agent. So if you're playing into a heavy Sentinel comp or a team with a lot of stall, you really can get punished for that.
Yeah, exactly. Also the double controller or on Ascend. Maybe we even see the Phoenix there. But I understand why they want to choose the Phoenix. I understand that the ultimate is very powerful. The flashes are very weak, in my opinion, because of how they stand. And I think that it is, from the outside, pretty easy to counter. But once you're in-game, there are so many things that you need to remember once you're going up against this combination, that the conditioning actually favors Loud. And that is one of the reasons why they managed to make it so far with this kind of compositions.
Yeah, we've seen teams counter them out. EG, for example, did very well at that, even though they lost the series, pulling out the Odin, shutting down because there was no dive to get through the stall. It is possible to counter this out, but the thing is the comp has a lot of little intricacies, a lot of little flash combos, little plays that can still catch you off guard that I think give it more depth than kind of initially looking at it would lend you to believe.
Yeah, of course. This is the 7th consecutive time Loud have made it to a global event. A lot of other IGLs, they didn't make it, but somehow Kakuka, Sadak, many iterations of this roster, he's always here. So talk me through why he's always making it, and can we confidently say that this is the greatest IGL in Valorant?
Nowadays, yes, we can definitely say it. He's been proving it, not only in the server, but actually, getting the team exactly what they need, finding the solutions inside and outside of the server, being that kind of reliable figure that can put you through the tough situations and make you a winner. Because it's very different, to just be able to roll with things, to improve things. But actually, Sadak is the kind of player that makes and creates them winners.
He certainly is. And it's not just the 7th consecutive Loud that has made it here. This guy has brought 5 different... Nope. This extremely loud, incorrect buzzer, wrong. What is right is that this guy has brought 5 different individual distinct rosters to international events. Twice with Vikings, 3 times with different players on Loud. He's the ultimate talent developer.
Yeah, and I also think that we can probably just give him the hat, right? The greatest IGL of this game. I'm quite happy to do that. I'm not sure about you guys. But speaking of Sadak, he's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs. Check this out.
Hey Sada, can we pull you in for just a really quick question? I apologize, you have to drag your bag over here as well. So this is the 3rd variation of this team, and you consistently keep making it to global events. I mean, how do you keep doing this?
I think it comes down to us having fun. I have great teammates, so it's kind of easy when you have amazing people around you to do amazing things. So yeah, pretty much it.
Well, excited to see you guys have fun out there. Good luck.
I mean, they must be having fun playing some of these comps as well. But what's in the suitcase? What do you think?
His strats.
Yeah? All of them?
Yeah, it's like the nuclear football he carries around. He has
It's Aspas, just in case.
I don't think they'll need him. I don't think they'll need him because with QCK coming in, I feel like he's adopted the way of Loud very nicely. And Mimi, we have a quote from him as well. He was talking a little bit about how he felt about Gen G. He said, I know that Gen G is one that's been showing a good game. They qualified by winning against a very strong team. This is a team that I'm looking at as a threat.
The thing is, the QCK kind of adopted the Loud way, but it's not the Loud with Osboss way. He's not Osboss. He doesn't play the Jet every map. He's not an incredible, perfect dive player in the same way Osboss was. He's instead flexing around, playing the Phoenix. He's fitting into Sadok's system, and for that reason, this does feel like a very different Loud than the one we talked about last year.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is another reason that makes Loud the team that, you know, a lot of people support and love. It's the fact that if you change these pieces, you can see a new version, but it is still a version that works, and they're not just fixated into, for example, Paper X being crazy, just playing the crazy comps being extra aggressive. No, with Loud you can see very different iterations and they still make it work. So it makes it in time difficult to adapt and play against them.
Yeah, Loud, very familiar team here on the global stage. But today, Kakuka, they're going to go up against what I would say epitomizes the surprise element we've seen in the regional leagues. How did Gen G get here?
Well, basically, they beat DRX to qualify here, and it's been a very long
who did
time.
they beat in the finals? Just some small team, right?
Yeah, just a small team. You might know it. Something about Paper.
Oh,
Paper and dinosaurs. Dinosaur.
Yeah, that sounds
Paper people rise up. Paper people rise up.
No, but Gen G, I mean, insane that they made it here after what, only being shown at Lock-in last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the thing. First of all, we were surprised when you look at the global news and you're like, oh my God, DRX is not making it. And when you dive into how and why Gen G managed to make it here, how the individuals play within this roster, Lakia also back into this international stage that is going to welcome him with open arms. There is many reasons to believe that Gen G is the threat, and especially after what we heard of Scrimbox, that they're winning everything out here. It is a team to fear.
Allegedly, the streets have spoken, and Gen G hasn't lost Scrim since coming to Spain, which
they said it themselves, right?
Yeah, they said it themselves. Reliable narrator, myself. But it is possible that they have, because they were so good in Pacific. If I were to define the way this team plays, it's just doing the basic stuff incredibly well. They're mostly playing old default comps, the good, honest Valorant stuff, but they execute on it incredibly well. Their synergy is great. They're very good at adapting, and then they also just have players who, 3 of their 5 players seem like they were having life tournaments in kickoff.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those players is the ultimate rookie, I feel like, coming into this. And let's send it back over to Mika Fabs, who's with Karen.
Hey Karen, can we pull you for a quick question? Pacific's Golden Rookie. So this is your first Masters event. This is your first global event. How do you feel going up against the former world champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they won champs.
Oh! You gotta love that answer. You gotta love that answer.
I wasn't playing when they won champs. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
If they win after saying that.
That's crazy. I mean, it is ridiculous how good this guy is. Let me tell you, they would not be here if it were not for Karen. Their qualifying match against DRX, very close game. And then this guy on Lotus won like 4 or 5 clutches in one game, continually stole away rounds from their opponent. It's his first year playing Pro Valorant at this level. It's his first Tier 1 team, and he was out there dunking on the very best of Pacific.
I think that what it's also important to remark is the way that they play. You were mentioning, Mimi, the standard compositions, and actually a very standardized and different way from what it's usually played in Pacific. And when we think about, you know, it's probably the perfection version of DRX that they've been trying to achieve for years, but actually didn't make it. This Gen G has done it. And the fact that they can win against Paper X, remember, the Paper X that, you know, they might sound crazy, they might run these funky things, but they always make it far and deep into tournaments. Do not forget about that. So if they are able to interpone, to just be better with the play-in standard, it means that they master what they do.
Yeah, my question is, where does Karen compare to the other rookies? Because there's some great rookies. We just saw Narrate Mimi. Do you think he's going to be up there in that kind of caliber?
I absolutely do think he is. I think that the performance he showed in Pacific looked as good as Naren. The thing is, how do you rate between those 2 international leagues? Because I think we have seen the level of Pacific to some extent not be up to what it was last year. Paper X not playing to the same level. They've said it themselves. DRX DRX not even making it here, whereas I think we saw a lot of teams leveling up in EMEA. But I don't think that means he's going to come to an international event and not play well. I think he can keep this up. The question is if it's at the same utterly ludicrous level that it was in their last 2 series in Pacific. I think that's a lot harder to achieve.
But honestly, I don't think that we cannot, expect him to do super well. Also because of the rest of the players that he has on the team. You have the Munchkin, you have Texture.
I mean, Texture finally on a team where he can just play the role he wants to play. He's just on Jet and he's great.
Yeah, exactly. So it is very simple to, even if today he doesn't have the performance of a lifetime, I think that we have to be fair with them and do not expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate's.
I expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate.
Well, me too. I expected him not to lie to me, and he did.
Agree.
So.
I mean, we talk about rookies, right? I mean, at least with the players like Narate, he played in Americas. We had
tier 2.
Yeah, but Miniboo again coming through tier 2. But Karen, officials-wise, only has 17 officials ever. Sadak has 46 global games. Not just like
global.
Just globally.
And if you tally up his time in Brazil, his time in Americas,
yes. So this is insanity, the kind of rookie going up against, the old guy we're talking about. But is this going to be the one that settles this? So if Sadak wins today, are we still believing, the old guard, they're here? Or if Gen G wins, is it time? Maybe time's moving on?
I think we also need to think about solos. Yeah, I like it. I think that, we were mentioning all the upsets and surprises that we had throughout the year. This could be a major one, probably one that is not in many people's votes for this match. But I think that we also need to think about what I was saying, solo, joining the team, having that experience and maybe changing things up and giving this team a different identity.
Sure.
We have to be fair and talk about all the coaches that we think make the difference. And I think after seeing them today on stage, maybe we can draw some conclusions about it.
To answer your question though, Sue, I think that I haven't moved on, but I think the world has moved on. Valorant has moved past the old guard, the old teams. That's why so many of them didn't make it here. The teams, though, that are still here with those IGLs who have been here since day one, who have been grinding, that's the proof of the pudding that those are the cream of the crop, which Sadak has already proved in event after event. However, that's not to say that if Gen G plays great today, that's not more faith that there is so much talent out there in younger players. Because I mean, how many times do we have to see that? We've seen it with KC, we've seen it with this team domestically, we've seen it with like half the teams here having rookies debuting.
I mean, the interesting thing is, we talk about how Karen wasn't there when Loud won the championship, but if we want to cast our eyes back to old, not just old guard, but like old guard, Lakia was there. Yep. Lakia was here from the beginning.
He's like the oldest guard.
Yeah, but are we counting him as like the old guard, or are we counting him as a new blood?
I think that it also says a lot about him that he is able to adapt into, newer times and just playing with the youth, right? So I don't count him as old guard.
I count him as old guard.
He was there before Sadak was there, I feel like.
No, he actually was.
He was there before Mimi was born.
No, honestly, when the last time we saw Lakia at a global event, DRX was still Vision Strikers. That's not even like a troll, like that's just what it was.
Yeah. And they also didn't qualify to a global all the way back then. That was when Lakia was on New Turn. I mean, so much has changed since this guy last showed at a global.
Yeah, and what are we expecting from him then? Are we expecting him to come out and have that experience and have a stable performance perhaps?
Consistency. That's it. Like you say, Lakia is a steady player. He's always good at the initiator. He has good initiator utility. He sets up his teammates well. He also brings the level of experience that I think will help to kind of keep the rookies stable out there.
Totally.
For those of them that this is like their biggest match, their biggest debut.
Yeah, and I think we have to dwell a bit more into that initiation. We know from what the teams have been playing and how the meta is reshaping that initiators, just because of there's less and less every time, how important it is what you do with the information, how you gather the information. And I think that having someone like Lakia with all that experience is probably what this team needed and probably one of the keys to their success.
I do want to talk about Loud again for a second, and I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les, because for my money, coming into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world. Like, just straight up. I think he looks like
2023?
the best. Yes, they are building their comps on Loud in a way where he gets to play the role he's comfortable with. Every single map, the guy is playing Viper, and he is odds out the best Viper that we have in Valorant. The guy's mechanics and aim are absolutely sublime. You don't need me to tell you that. Watch any game the guy has played before. His timings he chooses on lurks are ridiculous.
Yes.
This team lost Sauce Boss And that's, everyone wants to have Aspas on their
news.
team. But what we get instead is people to see how good Les has always been, now that he's the real star of the show.
We can draw a comparison between what Les is doing with Viper and at the beginning of the game when everybody was playing Jet. I mean, you at least had like one dedicated Jet player. How good and how fast they were escalating and how fierce the competition was to see who's going to be the best Jets. I think that for Viper, Les it's very difficult for him to have a competition because there is no other player that only plays Viper on every single match.
No, I'm not just saying he's the best Viper. The best player.
The best player in the entire world.
Yeah, he was my number one.
Yeah, I had him up there last year.
Did you forget Zekken again?
No, he's
last time.
Last number one.
I mean, I'm actually fine with that, but I do think we should quickly address because losing Aspas, as you said, is a big deal. And we talk about how, you know, Lack here is back, what we expect, but surely QCK is under the most pressure ever from the fans, from the expectations, because he's got to replace Aspas.
See, you think he would be, but I really don't think he is. I think Loud is set up in a way where they're intentionally moving his role to something that makes sense for him. And I think that with the experience of the rest of this Loud team, they are the type of team who will do a good job at shrouding him from that scrutiny, not making him feel like he has to fill in for Aspas. Sure, that might be the case for the community. There's definitely going to be fans who are putting that pressure on him. Don't open Twitter. It's not that hard.
And not only that, again, I think that we need to be fair. The fact that QCK is not having probably the Aspas performance, can we just remember for a second that Aspas is Aspas? Like, no other player is going to be on that same position. He's because less is more. But seriously, I think that this tournament could be literally like eye-opening for many people and probably big in his own development because we cannot expect someone to just arrive in here and be Aspas number 2. You don't need that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why Loud have reset themselves. That's why they're a new Loud. Loud was Loud before Aspas, back when it was a different team, but now they're back to it again. They actually never were Loud without Aspas, but it was Sadak, but it
was loud, and it was kind of loud.
But they were loud, but they weren't loud.
Okay, we have Loud, we have some old guard, we also have the old guard.
But we don't have the guard.
In Lakia, we don't have the guard, but we do have map select. So let's find out where our teams will be headed for this best of 3.
All right, welcome to match 2 map select presented by Omen. We will go ahead and jump in. Genji, you are the higher seed. Would you like team A or team B?
We team B.
Team B. So Loud, you will be team A, and we will start with your first ban.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus, your ban.
We ban Sunset.
Sunset. And map number 1 from Loud.
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
We attack.
Attack. And then map number 2 from Genji.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze. Side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans, starting with Loud, you have Ascent, Bind, and Split.
Split.
Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Bind.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind, okay, so we will play map number 3 as Ascent, Loud, Side on Ascent.
Defense.
All right, good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Llegó con lo mío.
Genji's Masters debut, but they have to take on the former world champions in Loud. But hey, this is how they got here, by pulling off upsets. But the question is, can they do it again?
It's going to be tough. My question here in this match that we're waiting to be answered is, how good is Genji's prep? Can they figure out a way to crack this Phoenix breach stuff that Loud has been pulling out? They are playing a style that no one else in the world is doing right now, and I think this is really going to be a test for this Genji team on how well they can come up with a game plan.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about the game plan, I think that we need to go back to that map, Vito, right?
Yes.
Because, you know, I was very surprised, and I think Genji was just as surprised when they saw Loud buying something else that wasn't Breeze. And of course, they needed to take a minute to digest what is it going to be the plan. Not only they decide to buy something different, I think that if this was a bait and that Breeze had always been ready, Genji just bit right into it.
I think it is really interesting to see Loud leaving that open, going into that one. A lot of teams,
I wonder
when
what
they
Lex
feel
is
like
going to be playing.
Probably Viper. Very
Thank you, Mimi.
surprising.
God,
yeah,
thank
you're
you.
really welcome. Yeah, but I think it is really interesting to see them go into this map that can a lot of times be more flippy. It can a lot of times be one that is one more of gunfight, individual performances. But let's rewind and talk about Icebox, our first map in this series. I think the comp head-to-head here is really interesting. Loud play the Harbor Viper that they have played for a long, long time. But Genji are going into it with a Gecko KO composition, which I think could actually play up against that really nicely. Those flash combos, I think, are better than with that, the Reyna Gecko that we saw in that first matchup. It's a comp that you can kind of flood through these walls, fight forward on your defense, and Loud doesn't play against that a whole ton in Americas.
Yeah, we also got to mention that this is the first time we're seeing Loud playing Icebox on the global stage once again since the heartbreak they had to deal with
the incident
in Brazil. So
the Icebox incident.
Yeah, I need to see them come out of it here more confidence and not to throw away a lead.
That's how I'm gonna call the incident. But I think that this is probably the best testing ground, the best, you know, if you want to turn things around on an international stage, this is the moment to do it. This is the way that you do it. It has to happen on Icebox. And to go back into the compositions, I think that that is going to be a very, very big clash. And it's going to come down to a lot of the preparation. And it's going to be like the match that we previously had into how to read onto the opponent and adapt bit by bit. Because of course you're going to have your ideas and they're not going to align with what you see on the server.
Yeah, and for Genji, you know, they have to come out here and prove that they are the #1 seed from Pacifics. You know, DRX didn't even make it here. So for me, again, I'm looking towards them and seeing maybe a closer and more competitive result.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Loud, I mean, we talked about this as a team that deals with pressure well because of the experience. But I think they definitely will want to prove themselves that losing that final to Sentinels was just an upset, that they still are the kings of the region. They've never had a moment, be it back in Brazil or once it came together into the Americas League, where Loud wasn't the best team coming from their home region. This is a rarity for this squad.
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot to prove, not only today, but throughout the rest of the tournament. They know that the world is watching, but we also know that most of the teams, by getting those reps into kickoff, they actually developed a lot more into how to read their opponents and how to overcome every single problem that they see on the stage. Now, I don't know if Loud has had enough. In my opinion, I think they needed a bit more.
But this is Loud we're talking about. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Sadak and Les, but they still got Tui's there, they still got Kawa there. These players, they don't really crumble under pressure.
I've made the mistake a lot of times of doubting this Loud team. Every time you doubt them, seemingly they come out no matter the roster, no matter who's
me. Every time I doubt them, I was like, when did I doubt them?
I think everyone has made the mistake at least once in their life, you know?
Not me.
Oh, not you?
No,
You've never doubted
Who can tell you, when they were playing against Fnatic, I literally went and take a shower, and then suddenly Fnatic just won.
Well, let's talk about this agent select here. You guys have mentioned it already, and this is what we're gonna see.
Yeah, exactly. But when we were talking about Loud, still having the Sova that probably has lost a little bit of his effect, I think that maybe when you combo it with the Harbor, you can have a little bit more of that sectioning and actually getting the exact information that you want. But I am a huge fan of Gecko, and especially with KO here, I think it can have the right edge onto how to Genji can win this map.
On this attacking side, Genji is going to be really willing to fight forward, especially on their B hits, flashing through, taking space in Snowman. I'm looking to see how well Loud can contain that aggression and play up against these flash combos, because their strength does come into those late rounds, into the retakes, when you have this super oppressive double controller utility to work back in.
Yeah, and also we don't know what we're going to get on Breeze either, so I can't wait to jump into this map. We talked about the old guard, the new guard. Let's send it over to some new kids on the vlog, eh? How do you guys feel about Pansy and Hypok?
Oh, it feels good to have you back, Michael. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, missed it?
Short little stint vacation.
Love that for you. But you have a great matchup to come back to here.
What a delight. To start on Icebox as well. I mean, some really interesting points from the desk. For me, this composition is such a beautiful head-to-head. And it's partly due down to what we saw from Texture, obviously, regionally, and how this is kind of just designed to counter 2E's utility and put Texture in that danger zone.
How fun to see him really under the microscope here. But we have to kind of talk bigger picture a little bit. It'd be a miss. A lot of people at home have been rating Gen G.
The stonks are high. Yeah.
Talent, analysts backstage, I mean, everyone's been talking them up. Now, it's been quite a few people's first and last mistake to doubt Loud in the past. Am I wrong to still put so much faith in Loud here? I don't know where I sit.
I'm kind of with you. I haven't bought in fully to Gen G, but I think this matchup is the one that could potentially validate a lot of that hype. If they can come out here, even, I mean, dare I say, in a loss, put up a good performance.
No, I think you're right. I think it is just kind of how do they look? What does Gen G look like on that international stage, which is what this is all about. Does it translate well? Have they got what they need? We know that Loud can do that. They've got, the previous reps. So there's a little tick in that box for me. But beyond that, we wait and see how they look, because it's not like they've been flawless throughout their regular season. A lot of doubts have crept into people's minds. But we digress. As the round does begin, of course, that will mean that Gen G are on the attack, Loud on the defending side, and actually we've got a triple walk up middle. That's going to be Munchkin's duty to try and deal with it, at least note it early enough, but the plant's going to come through. The attention is there from mid as well, so Kalian doing well to dismantle Munchkin and open up the options of pinching the site. But I like what Gen G are doing, focusing a little bit of that pressure towards CT.
Yeah, taking some space elsewhere, getting themselves set up ahead of now coming back through. But Sadak's found two here for free onto Texture. And actually potentially getting a third, but Karen there to shut it down. Less with the response, but Diffuse already coming through here, Lauren. The beautiful cleanup from Loud. In the blink of an eye, Gen G unable to really convert that space into anything, any sort of security there over the site.
And you've got to say Sadak was the big proponent of that, right? The one who kind of cracked back through, dealt with that site pressure. It felt like he was really just lucky at kind of taking that CT space in the end. He kind of fell a little short when it was only him doing it. And as I said, you lose so much of the presence on the site itself. But again, explosive start for Loud here. That's a nice way to shake off any sort of doubts. All right, we got a good little beginning. Buyback here, though, for Gen G coming in on the Stingers.
Yeah, interesting to see what the plan's going to be. Well, I'm just going to run it down towards A site here. Stacked up outside. Some bodies in position here for Loud.
Who is it? We've got, 2E's just with the Ghost. Counting does have the Bulldog, so there's a little bit of backbone to it. And less as well, so actually pretty well equipped for this. But those Stingers could be a bit of a surprise coming out from this.
Once they get into Maze, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see how close they can get until the penny drops, right? And it's going to be about now. Texture going to note it, 1-for-1, trade out less on the back line. Dealing with luck here, but now this is the problem, right? Can they still control this? Can Gen G break into securing this deeper part of sight? There's so many bodies here.
I mean, the fact that actually they've been able to maintain control. 2E's going to find one with a Ghost. PTO will fall, and there's two left to find here. So unfortunately, well, Munchkin does find one at range there. I was going to say, now that it actually slows down, Gen G in a tricky position. Karen has actually got himself a Bulldog here.
And he's been one of the players to watch, right? I know a lot of people talk about Texture, but Karen's mechanical capabilities, off the charts. Not going to get it this time, though. Sadak again, just kind of adding that little full stop to the round. No threats in the end. They do recover the Bulldogs that were maybe brought into question, but they're fine. They're back in hand, and they weather the storm. And Gen G, that Stinger bite, where'd you rate it on this?
I mean, again, if they're able to convert that into getting a little deeper on site here, once this utility kind of fades out, and Loud have these open sight lines, that's where the Stingers then become a little more difficult. Once you're still stuck ahead of sight, nobody's in nest, nobody can really pressure towards spawn or towards heaven. Stingers feel a little flat at that point.
Yeah, they fall short. Now we're going to have the Sheriff round coming out. Again, beyond this, I'm just looking for the game to almost settle in. The tempo is very high right now, very brawly. They're both willing to challenge. I want to see if Gen G do tempo pace at all, or if they continue along this sort of trajectory. This round not really going to be the highest indicator of it, but it's a good time to test, isn't it? You look across, see what Meteor's up to, see what he's finding out. What can he maybe derive from these sort of setups that Loud are playing? Can they pull these rotations? Where's the space?
I think Kalian maybe spotted 2 or 3 members, Gen G there. happy to give up the spate, but Sadak actually almost catching the cross back here. So Loud with a very good read on Gen.G's reposition here. Meteor didn't find anything on the other end. A very, very lax hold towards B, putting QCK in a position here, but delivers on the first. Munchkin will fall.
Yeah, he's not backing away yet. He's still good for another. Yeah, decides time to fall away from yellow. That's not particularly a problem. He's still got the KJ utility to support him. You've still got Sadak controlling middle. The one thing I'll say is that Meteor's got some good info here. This might have to then be an adjustment for the round following, that if they've noticed the deep setup coming out from the KJ, rather than maybe keeping more of an attentive look towards tunnel. Any more damage to be had here? Lakia with a good attempt. No connection. Now just carry on. 1v4. Spike could not be further away and comfy for less.
A clean start here for Loud, a 3-0 scoreline. So Gen.G toying with a little bit of investment here to maybe try and catch them off guard.
Any ults nearby?
Nothing really on the brink for Gen.G. A couple of ultimates on the brink though for Loud. Kalian one off the Hunter's Fury.
Lovely.
The lockdown next in line after that. Need to see a response here from Gen.G though, because the credit's starting to stack on the side of Loud. Themselves very comfortable.
QCK looking like he wants to go for the operator too. Kind of considering the options. I mean, he was up to 7k. He has every right to fancy his chances, but again, very different setup. Hard to get a bit of a beat on what Loud are up to, and it looks like Munchkin right off the rip wants to take space. Sadak has to respond, respect that he can't do this alone, because again, look at where they were pressured, where they were looking at the start. Sadak just waiting. He's got the support now. Calling in Kalian 2Es as well towards CT. So they've responded. I don't think that knife was going to really locate much. Clearing close, so they know that yellow is the next step.
Yeah, not a massive tell on the back of that. Usually still going to take the space here. Loud happy to concede. Doesn't really seem like there's any pressure point here for Gen.G to try and exploit.
No, I'm looking for that late mid presence, right? Meteor maybe starting to drift that way, but Sadak will be watching it. Whether or not he can win the fight, yet to be seen. Looks like the deep flash is being set up. Anyone going to try and utilize that? There's the high flash going in, and Sadak does find Lackey, but that's not the mid lurk. Texture breakthrough towards CT, and he looks to secure some space. But again, remember, roll your mind back. The pressure on the site was too much before for Gen.G to handle, and once again, from a similar position, less punishing. It was Sadak before, it's less now, and his Texture with a world of trouble. Less out on top, and this again, Loud have lovely positioning on this side hold.
A great awareness from Loud to understand how Gen.G are going to approach versus this composition. Talked about the possibilities behind Munchkin and Lakia to set up Texture. See Loud just concede all this space. They anticipate exactly what's going to happen. Sadak actually shutting down Meteor at the perfect time as well.
This position is going to be the death.
Even that didn't even catch that. The recon pinging just behind the wall, anticipating Gen.G had stacked up, ready to challenge 2Es' utility.
Did they note the operator? I don't know if that, I don't think I heard it rattle, because it was QCK mostly holding towards A solo, so I don't know if they've quite got that. Maybe understanding the possibility, but see if they're fully aware of it now. Time to shine. QCK. 5 potential victims. So Stingers again, happy to run this. And the right read from Loud. They have the 3 players here. There's the flash that forced him away. That was a kill and a half if he got the chance, but lovely side pressure. This is lovely. That's much better from Gen.G. Look at how comprehensive that take was. It's forced them into a retake. It's taken away the operator. This is very nice.
Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available here for Loud, though, if they choose to invest. And actually, weapons haven't been recovered, so these Stingers need to tuck into sight here. Still find value. 2Es caught off guard here, will fall.
Love that from Texture, staying a little bit deeper, willing to put his life on the line, and they're just willing to brawl it. Willing to fight it out. Sadak trying to take the space back, but there's still so many players. This was outstanding by Gen.G, really turning the screws on that site take. They want Sadak dead. Trying to get out with the operator, but he's hunted down. Texture close by. Can he keep hold of this? Sadak desperate to. Trying to leave a little note for them on the way out, but yeah, it looks like he's made it away for now. I'm just keep eyes on this, because that is a prized possession, and Munchkin's got it out of his cold, dead hands. Now, Mike, that site take, that pressure, there was no safety there for Loud.
I mean, you can see the value from the utility. I mean, both players forced off these early angles. Nothing really from the operator, no pressure on an early angle. And straight away, Texture and Karen find kills, and early on we see this was the intention with that earlier Stinger purchase, but this time around able to find the value on the way in. And Loud have to respect it.
Yeah, that was really quite special to watch.
With a response there in terms of a kill to trade back for Loud, they have tools, they have the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown to come back into that, but didn't seem feasible for them.
Well, they found something that worked. Might be running it again. That was a MasterCard Thrifty too, in case you missed it. That was still those Stingers, those Sheriffs, and now with a little bit of the ults behind it, they should be able to clear sight very comfortably. Gen G showing us what they can do here. Obviously known for the individuals, but this execution works well. Now we see Loud with numbers though. This could be the difference. There's the lockdown. There's the counter utility. They're starting to build back in and force them away with the spike planted. How do they deal with the back line though?
So what did Loud get done whilst this lockdown's going through? The Hunter's Fury posted as well. QCK on the flank, found by Texture. Beautiful headshot here, and Loud seemingly just get nothing but space. Look at the HP bars here for Gen G, but less will remove Lakia.
Good shot, but they're still not on the spike.
No.
The defuse still not started. There are problems here for Loud. Zadak with the first tap, but it's traded. Again, still numbers sitting well enough for Gen G. They've got to break that back line. Kalian desperately trying to do so. Texture, he's on it, and he's absolutely belting in this game so far. I've got to
so
say
active. He came all the way back through there and found a kill in mid.
Thanks.
Wow.
Closes out the 3K on site. Kalian did, for a moment, slip the net there, unnoted, but couldn't find another kill. Like I said, it was crucial, really, what Loud could achieve in that time of the lockdown. But it wasn't anything. No safety here. Tumi's not even really able to secure a half defuse or anything with the Cove. Early timeout called here from Loud.
Probably the right choice, because, I mean, they've been presented something that they don't have a solution to yet, and that was with
a Thrifty
and a lockdown.
Yeah.
That was meant to be the one where you think, oh, okay, well, the last one they caught off guard, maybe didn't have the opportunity to use all that util. Okay, well, this time they're still on the full buy and they've got everything they need. That still worked out just as well, so credit where it's due, and starting to see Texture warming up here. That's another tick in the box.
And I don't believe this time I was really to make many adjustments this early on, especially with this scoreline, maybe to just quell any sort of momentum Gen G are going to get off that Thrifty and a fast hit. Definitely keep our eyes on what the response is if Gen G decide to continue with this pace, because now, obviously, Bladestorm invested, there's the pit available, a lockdown of their own in the hands of Meteor, Munchkin, one off the null command as well, so definitely tools to continue with that sort of pace and seemingly get a site for free off the back of the lockdown and secure with the pit. Now, I'd have to have a bit of awareness here. Well, they want to dig a little deep. Obviously, QCK now no operator to play with. A little bit of a broken buy, actually, if you look at Kalian.
Yeah.
On top of that.
2 players, be able to get that full
X2 he's
purchase.
just brought down to 600 as well.
And it looked like Gen G were considering readdressing that B site, but back to what worked, and a more proactive beginning on the B side of the map as well for Loud, already going to post up QCK and drift back over, so maybe a little bit of a different look, but Gen G have tools now. They have that lockdown for themselves, so once again should allow safe passage towards the site.
Actually, the response there, yeah, Les going to put out the pit to try and prevent any sort of value on site. Can he get back into the zone? Texas, look at the challenge!
Look at that guy! Oh my word, Kalian, that's a little bit of an upset for him, but he took down Texture at the very least. I guess you're going to have to get what you're given at that point, but Lakia didn't relent. He didn't fall away, and he still got 2. And now into a 2v3. Numbers favorable to Gen G, and that post plant, again, brutal to break. What can Tuis and QCK do? Luckily, yes, QCK did get a rifle now, so maybe a little better equipped. But that back line, it's always that last sentence in this Icebox chapter. How do you get around it? 'Cause look at the util again. QCK with a glimpse towards the spike gets warded off. Meteor willing to live close by. Again, the utility poured in. Meteor getting closer, just ensuring it. He doesn't want to even let it go to chance or lose his life, but the time's already lost. And again, Gen G showing off a little now.
Texture with a hero play here to shut down any sort of re-aggression from Loud as soon as that lockdown's expired. I think it's actually a second ahead of it as well. So he's catching maybe a couple of people with their backs turned. We know here, yeah, Kalian, that's unfortunate. To obviously lose less in that situation, because he did post the pit. I was curious whether or not he had the timing to get back into that, to maintain, but...
Oh, they're loving it.
One more round to tie things up, and even with that broken purchase previously, Loud able to maintain rifles here.
Feels almost ridiculous that they can get a buyout, right? It just felt so out of kilter.
Texture catching a stray there.
It's the first time we're starting to see Gen G re-explore a little, already show something towards B. It's not a great deal yet, but the pace feels different already. So Loud knows something has changed. It's just what's changed.
See the pings here. They're also going to hear QCK fall back from B main here. You can see Gen G stacking up behind this, leaving Meteor the solo lurk. So QCK will be called upon here.
This is a lot to handle. And he takes the scalp of one. Caron gone. He's going to fall back safely. Probably the right choice here, but they did lose less on the other side of the map, so almost trade out here, right? You've got less gone, Caron gone, but now where do they go? Gen G have a little bit of the run of the map here. They can try and pull those rotations. And a lot of faith being left in QCK because they're going back towards A.
And now with a decent read on this, on the back of that information, Caron Zin's our drone, but are they expecting everybody? Yeah, it's a very late hit here too. He's throwing up another wall, but the null command will be the catalyst here.
30 seconds left.
Gen G going to try and brute force their way on here. Texture to lead the charge.
Kalenzin's so blind. Again, these side takes between Larkia's flash, between the flash coming out from Munchkin. It is just gorgeous to witness. So well crafted that even in those final seconds of the round, when it was late, it still looks comfortable. This asks a lot of QCK. He started well, he's going to have to end even better. Third, oh yes, oh my word.
He was almost on for the adjustment there.
Yeah, I thought he might have that, but Meteor there, safe pair of hands, and Gen G looking like the real deal here, Mike.
I mean, able to overcome Loud in a situation where, like I said, they actually timed that perfectly with the Owl drone. Only spotting Meteor, but not over-rotating. This is something that I get noted, especially in the Secret matchup regionally. Gen G really struggled with some of these later round hits where, you know, they don't win out on the initial plan. The perfect example here of something maybe they've cleaned up in the downtime.
They're happy with it. QCK trying to get in their faces though. Oh dear. You feel a bit silly now, don't you?
The awareness, obviously the knife has pinged him, so diligent by Gen G, but Meteor, a very deep position already. All the way up to Boiler here.
Stop dipping. Not what you wanted
dry
there.
though.
Yeah, no support, no flash, nothing. And there's Meteor striking as well. They've just found layers to this. They found availability, right? They're starting to really turn the screws. Sight still, oh my word. A little bit of damage, yes, don't get me wrong. It is a 1v3, but you look at the HP. Look at what Les is working with. Boy's barely breathing. Gonna wheeze his way out of this round probably. Texture though, he fancies his chances. Deeper angle, tricky to clear. Diligent from Les. Doesn't matter though, does it? Gen G tipping the scales now into their hands. 5 now to the good. And Loud haven't had an answer. And I love seeing this kind of little bit of a look back towards, you know, testing middle a little bit here. Didn't do it instantly after learning of that space that Meteor garnered way earlier in this game. And now starting to flex into it into round 9, starting to really punish the stack that they've had to put towards A, but still not able to break Gen G's approach.
And just coming back to what we did see regionally, it was on the attacking side where Gen G looked a little lost for, you know, any sort of mid-round ideas, how to really pivot out of tricky situations here. I'm not even really seeing what their win condition was, which was Munchkin kind of dominating late rounds on solo efforts, Texture doing the same thing in the early round. A little bit concerning here that Gen G have relatively easily taken total control for the first half of Icebox here. It's only 1 round separating them though.
Deep flash, trying to work off the back of it. Texture
quarter, yeah.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, and we've seen that position do well. Yeah, Loud still seem to have such a good read on this B take, but anywhere else, if they go away, they're screwed. Yeah, Loud, just with a quick reminder of who they are here. The Munchkin, rough position. Does at least have time on his side, but he's got a lot of targets to handle. Goes up, lovely adjustment, but now there's problems. 9 HP in a bit of a dream, and that is not where you wanted it to go. Still got to do more here. Pressure, up close and personal. QCK going to close out the round with a defuse coming in from 2Es, but again, Loud's problems weren't on B. It was that A take that we saw Gen G running against them that worked.
It's similar to before where we see them obviously concede this space. They're happy to have somebody watching the backside of this Viper wall, but they anticipate all of this aggression all the way towards Snowman. Less actually the one to shut it down, seal the deal on that control, but Gen G already built up a bit of a bankroll with that string of rounds. Comfortable in the purchase, just about getting back towards some of these key ultimates coming online. On the side of Loud, Kalian and 2Es, who have theirs available. Operator back in the hands of QCK as well. Curious what he can get done now.
Okay, well, it's been noted early, and it's a 3-2 split for now, right? So they're going to try and keep touch on both sides of the map. But Sadak, are you ready for this? Absolutely not. Karen was holding this. We've seen a couple of rounds of them holding deep like this. It got checked on maybe once, but it's not every round. So a little bit of variety, catching Loud out once again, opening up that opportunity towards A. QCK, you look at the backfield, the timing is everything, though. He's got support, 2-3 players all looking towards middle. This is massive, and a great shot from him. He needs to play this out. He needed more than that, but luckily for him, there was support, but Caron again still there. Still getting the favorable trade, still getting the spike back to hand, and it's just less now. They have no idea where he is fully, right? They're gonna lose track of that, but with 50 seconds, what does less do?
I'm curious now of whether or not he's even caught a step. Knows that obviously the turret was removed previously. Whether or not they have a read on where Meteor's utility is going to be, I guess by default. We'll be here to hear the plant at least.
He's guessed correctly. But it's just... Oh my word! Oh, Caron! This guy is impressing me. You got Texture kind of the headliner, right? The guy towards the top of it, yeah, absolutely ripping open some of these rounds, but Caron mechanically looking sharp to close. So again, very impressed with Gen G here. Very impressed.
And I'm curious if this is kind of something that Loud want to drill with Sadak to be the one to force the issue all the way out of B. Whether or not it's just that the turret's there, they anticipate that the heavier lean for Gen G is outside A here, and Sadak's going to maybe have a 1v1. Or maybe somebody lurking up towards spawn ramp. But shut down so quickly that it gives Gen G so many options, with the Killjoy falling first.
Just checking if anyone's getting up close. Not going to be rewarded for that, but again, kind of Gen G slipping into more of a default, right? Maybe expecting that Loud to be going exploring, which they've been rewarded by in the last couple of rounds. That mid presence, that lurk up B. This is they've truly got that kind of I'd say understanding of the tempo that Loud wants to do.
Almost trying to bait it out here with Lakia posturing a little bit with the Odin, but Loud not biting. Obviously less down on a stinger, so whether or not you see any sort of aggression here or wait to maybe retrieve a weapon off a trade or something like that. The knife going to give things away. Up on 45 seconds left here for Gen G, but their sights set towards A.
4-play stack. High flash goes in.
Gold Command's going to come out here.
Yep. That's going to be ready to go. So again, we were crediting and complimenting these late round hits. Loud have numbers, but do they have the ability to stop the roll from Gen G? Already, sight is theirs. It's so comprehensive from Gen G. Viper's Pit 2, what are you going to do against this?
So many tools there. Hang on, Karen just got warbanged. The pit's down.
Oh my
Lockdown's going to expire here, and actually the re-aggress here on 2Es and Kawanzin's ultimate.
Texture, hold on, still in a good position. Oh, the try fight from Sadak, ridiculous. This is how Loud
gave them the lockdown.
This. Okay, and there it is. Gen G forced to respect it, have to drift away. Still trying to keep eyes towards the spike. Where is this? Great shot towards 2Es. Wants the fob, gets the fob. The lockdown.
He got detained.
Oh no, he just jumped a touch forward. Munchkin now, forced to go in here. Has to hold it together. He can't do it. Loud fighting back in the last round of the first half. Barely closing this up.
What a ridiculous back and forth for the final round of this half. So many ultimates in play. The pendulum really swinging. And such a crucial kill to shut down the Viper's Pit. That's the stranglehold that Gen G had, Lauren. And that drive-by is ridiculous from Sadak.
It just felt inhuman. You know, Loud will give you a couple of those, I think, but I think credit where it's due. That 5-round run that Gen G went on was masterful, outstanding. Let's see what the desk thinks of this.
Oh, I'm so happy Icebox is back. What a start that was, and a great half of Valorant, but it's time to jump into our HyperX Reflex of moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is probably the moment where we see Gen G back into the game after Loud gets all of those rounds, and it's Texture getting all these kills and doing so in a couple of rounds in a row, actually being that determining piece into, hey guys, I cannot go alone. I need you to follow right after me because they're very well positioned. But if we all overwhelm them, we can make it through.
Texture and Karon, both these players who were great in Pacific, showed up here in the first half. But I think what made it for Gen G was that flash combo and how they built those execs. The KO Gecko combo, especially when going A, was excellent, and Loud was always forced to play into retake. But towards the end of that first half, Loud's retakes really started to step things up. In particular, some of these rounds where they're kind of intentionally playing back, waiting till they hear that flash combo, and then instantly swinging forward to flood. It was really great adaptation by Loud to bring a half 6-6 that really seemed like it was going to be dominant for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And now thinking about the switch, like how is this going to look from the defense? I want to see Texture just jumping up on them. I want to find that balance that I've seen from them in many other maps, just knowing when to aggress and knowing when to give the space. I feel like there was a bit of overheating coming from Loud in some of these rounds, just because they wanted to show they're the better team, they have the upper hand, and I think that calming things down probably gave Gen G some advantage here.
Yeah, Loud on this attack side, when they're playing the Harbor Viper, they're really good at kind of playing the mid round a little bit, using the cascades to take extremities, and then having these powerful late round sight hits. But again, this is going to be about the retakes. The Gecko KO comp is really strong at that. Gen G honestly should be favored here.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, I smell a little upset coming up, but let's jump into back into the second half and see if we are indeed going to get an upset.
Yeah, Sue, I completely agree. Smooth on that one.
It stinks in here. It stinks.
You can smell it. The upset is in the air. 6-6. There is something in this game that we can't ignore. Gen G coming out looking good, backing up the words that they were happy to bring out that, hey, we weren't here when Gen G, when Loud were winning champion. None of that. So it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it's actually there, if it's all just a little bit of hype talk. But for now, quick pace coming out from Loud. Making no secrets of this, but Texture, a.k.a, they're all there, and they are all winning out these fights, leaving just Kalian and Texture. He's going in!
A smile on his face as well.
Love to see it. This guy is getting fired up.
And this is a pistol round that's almost designed to take control back, get themselves back in control of the tempo after that first half, but Loud absolutely shut out of B site. Bodies in place here from Gen G. A good boost for them as well to try and carry this across into the second half.
Oh, that's huge. All the things that can go right have been, but this is quite audacious. Loud could punish this. Oh, or not! Apparently Munchkin just gets away with murder. Eventually goes down to less, but he's just left a massacre on the ground by A. Gen G gonna be smiling about this one too, looking clean enough. Certainly not flawless at this point, but still, what can less do with this anymore? You can maybe claim pride's sake. He's being toyed with though. Texture's going to back off from that one. He's not liking what he's seeing, but still, what a start here.
Here's Munchkin really putting up numbers versus Secret that individually just looked absolutely phenomenal. Have another performance like that here with that round 2 of the second half. Already off to a good start in that regard. Les is going to be given a consolation here.
Maybe.
He's got to make sound to drop off here. That's Karen to be the first, but once again, shut down here. Gen G, 2 rounds to kick off the second half. An early response here. You saw how quickly Gen G were able to carry away once they did get control in the first. That was after Loud started 4-0.
You can't ask for much better, can you? You have your probably, one of your big name players, Texture already having a great start. Then you're pumping up Munchkin as well, starting to feel out the game. I mean, Munchkin's one away from his ult.
Yeah.
It's
in round
right
3,
there.
yeah.
Wow, got to answer back here.
He's going to get it. So the orb retrieved here outside A.
Job done.
Kisuke had a chance there to swing onto a.k.a, but respecting it.
Careful.
So contact found, and Kisuke actually dashes all the way out.
Yeah, they're drifting across already, going to pull those rotations in.
Once get down to 55 HP, but obviously with the ultimate, maybe a second chance at life here. They do decide to invest. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs. Next year with a scope in hand, so a little bit hesitant here.
Yeah, there's a
from
pause
Loud.
here.
I mean, they have successfully baited out the ultimate, but Munchkin still delivers. QCK will fall.
And you know what, if he didn't just get that round he had one prior, I don't think he's swinging that on the HP, but he just delivers it again. Karen on the back lines, great shot towards Sadak. And they've just capitulated. They've faltered, which is very anti-Loud. Can they pick it up here? Munchkin is still down low. County's gonna find Meteor, but no, Munchkin's still gonna hold that line just perfectly.
15 HP, still
Falls away.
delivering.
He's still holding. He's buying time for this flank. Look where Texture is. Look at the minimap right now. Come back to watching Munchkin. If he can buy a couple more seconds, precious time, that's perfect. So he's gonna tuck himself in, make him try and hunt him
They get
down.
spotted. They spotted the rifle.
He's cleared, but there's Texture. That's what it was all about, trying to buy time for him. But now the position's noted. But 13 seconds, this puts Tui's right under the gun. He's got to get that plant, or he's got to toy with the time and try and catch out Texture. But Texture's looking ice cold. He's looking like a killer. He's moving in, closing in, and he's got him dead! Gen G off to a flying start in the second half.
Beautifully done. Munchkin running down the clock. And actually, the kill comes through. It's traded out at the perfect time by Texture. Tui's just so many question marks after that. Tries to get the cove down, tries to bait it out with the first tap of the spike, but Munchkin, man, like I said, 15 HP, still delivering, digging his heels in here. That's a 3-0 start here. Loud back down to a broken purchase. Some pistols, a stinger. Tui's an ultimate to work with, but not much else really to pin your hopes to.
And this point, unless, you know, Loud do rekindle a little bit here, that's rough. That's rough. That was ambitious and didn't work out. Now down to the 3. This is when I start worrying about the larger picture of the map pool, because we are walking into the unknown after this.
I didn't want to talk
early.
about it. Yeah,
It's
but
early, but it's looking like 10's just around the corner. So it does make me worry about seeing Breeze.
It does.
So I'm sure the desk will, you know, hit on that afterwards, and we will, I'm sure, harp on about it. But this is certainly scary times for Loud and the fans, as Gen G looking meticulous, flawless in this.
Double digits already here. Loud. I mean, very precarious in terms of their finances here as well, because they're going to buy back in here. Potentially, if they concede this, it's 11. This is a pivotal round in terms of the outcome of map 1 here. Sadak's unable to really convert the damage through the wallbang there. Again, I don't think it really would have made too much of a difference. Gen G well equipped on both sides of the map.
They're having fun. Every round just seems fun to them, which is, it sounds silly, but it makes such a difference.
Yeah, and the concern being coming into round 17, there aren't enough real playmakers in terms of the ultimates here to string together for Loud. They need to do some heavy lifting here to find their way into this. Yes, Tui's is there, but feels a little flaky in a full 5v5 execute to throw that ultimate out.
So early.
Texas spotted it out as well. I mean, look at how deep Gen G are pushing now.
Yep.
They're so happy to continue this limit testing here and forcing Loud. I mean, look at the minimap now. There's no other options really.
Too risky to go anywhere else. So
Well, Loud are still considering it. With 60 seconds on the clock, they're going to potentially re-explore mid or A.
I just feel like I haven't seen Loud play like this in a long time.
It's hesitant once again. Noted it in the first half.
Which is bizarre. It could prove a nice little fake, having Sadak do this to be, you know, the one to show. But you're leaving the rest of Loud, you know, QCK, Tui's, to walk into A and just hope they succeed. There's still 2 players there. They haven't pulled these rotations.
That's a big kill, though.
That is huge, but again, I'm looking at the 2 players on A. Now, less court texture. That's the one that mattered. There is still a man close by. That being Lakia. Can he do any damage? Can he be the man? No, not this round, not now. QCK with a quick beheading and looking to dominate, looking to control this site, make sure it was worth it. A long-played fake coming out from Loud. Very valuable and very well handled. It's just Meteor now. Position is noted. And Loud looking like they clawed one back here.
I was going to say, need to keep it clean here. I just want to see Meteor getting any other consolation. A must-win round for Loud, and they deliver. Obtaining 4 rifles, a little bit better in terms of the progress towards these ultimates now. A crucial kill from Sadak and Cowanzine to remain outside B site here. Try and catch a rotation. It just so happened at pretty much exactly the same time.
Yeah.
The other half of Loud did find success on A as well, catching, I believe it was Texture to fall first, and a.k.a. second on the chopping block. Operator back out for Texture here, Blade Storm in hand, but I said with that round victory, actually Loud now with the upper hand in terms of this ult cycle. Nothing available just yet, but look towards the Hunter's Fury, obviously the pit and the lockdown in this composition, all within touching distance.
Well, the mid-walk will have limited success, at least initially, because of the turrets. That should alert Loud that there was an attempt, but no one particularly fussed by it just yet. Still very focused on this approach. Again, these 3-2 splits. Last time it was more kind of 4-1, Sadak being the one to pressure towards A. And look at the pull of rotations. 4 players in response. This could be quite, you know, the masterclass if Sadak can keep calling these fakes that are pulling the rotations. Lucky his timing was just out of this world. QCK caught unawares, but Kalenzin's there to back it up, so still going to keep players close by. But now Loud need to strike, right? They need to kind of find that timing to hit B here.
They do.
Caron is holding.
They need to capitalize because Munchkin's slowly edging, making his way through mid, under tube. Plant will come down. I don't think Karen can deny. Oh, nearly catches Sadak on a retreat though.
Okay, they got what they wanted.
We do have a late Hunter's Fury here though, so whether there's any backline awareness or Munchkin's going to be the one to potentially try and shut that down. Actually invested, but not going to find. Yeah, not going to find anything on the back of that.
No, so now we wait and see. Does that pressure start mounting? Can Gen G break the back line? They've already pulled Munchkin back through towards a standardized approach. This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Spray from 2Es is good. Follow-up is better. They're holding on to this. Munchkin going down on 2Es. Exceptional work there. Loud finding life, finally.
And a couple of those and potential to break the funds of Jedi. Actually, even looking at it here, Karen's down at 2350. Maybe that's why we see the timeout here. You have to string something together, but really well coordinated here. It's obviously QCK, heartbreaking to ever see a death like that. He's just a split second away from maybe slipping into a more dangerous position.
But the overall picture, it's Loud achieving great success on these kind of fakes. To an extent, I say fakes, but it's just kind of showing presence on the other side of the map. I mean,
it's just a widespread default that they are finding value on both extremities.
But it is so widespread, and it does make me slow enough. For now, it's working, so I'm not going to doubt it, right? It's silly to doubt something that is proving fruitful. But as said, when you saw QCK catching some really bad timing, fortunately, Kalensin was there. But it's quite precarious. They're willing to make these risks, which is working out for them really well here. Forcing the timeout from Gen G. The gap getting close enough, they thought, okay, let's pump the brakes a little here. We don't want that momentum. Almost a response to what we saw from an earlier timeout from Loud. So very symmetrical in that matter. So we kind of check in on the ult. Almost again, very symmetrical in that regard. Both very close by. So this isn't just back in Loud's control. I think these have been some quite precarious rounds they've run. Obviously, Loud being as good as they are, they make them work. Exceptionally done. Now we're into the meat of it, though.
The concern being if you have somebody that's going to deliver for Gen G, I guess across the map and from an individual standpoint, players like Texture, like Munchkin, potentially even Karen in these situations. I mean, it was called upon in the previous round, but not much of a chance to really stop that plant from going down. That's when it feels a little uneasy.
Oh, late switch as well. Just about, yeah. So Texture going to go for the operator, soloing out A, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, very, very early indication here of some aggression on the side of Gen G. Loud have to respect it now. I think initially they were going to throw a little bit of U2 out. Texture able to control that op shot. Could have been rewarded wrong. Karen.
How did he get seen there?
Not entirely sure, but both snake bites used, and now doesn't really have the security to play up close and personal. As Loud look to re-aggress, but will shut down the owl drone. So question mark still here.
Audacious from Munchkin to be the one to go back in. Oh, come on. That's filthy. Back-breaking for Loud as well, just to lose out to that judge. They've got the upgrades they wanted to. Karen was willing to die for that. That's fine. He'll take that every day of the week. You guys lock it down afterwards. I've done the damage. Less than QCK now in that position at yellow could be the end of the Munchkin. Still holding on to this one. QCK going to try and check close, loses out. And less now. There's so much and so little opportunity.
This is so bizarre. I think at some point Karen spotted whether or not they don't see he's got a judge, I think is the issue. The knife obviously removes the owl drone and immediately Gen G re-aggress. They post up close once again. You see here just under the minimap. Obviously the suppress onto Kalensin. Loud just caught off guard a little bit here.
but a nice gambit, right? A nice little just, okay,
sure.
Get the judge, play up close, see what we can do, right? And you're willing to give it a run. We're back into a more traditional looking round, it seems. I think apart from QCK, but he does have his ults, that's not a problem. But a brawl looking to break out. Lackey, the first one forward, finds the scalp too. He's looking for the follow-up. He's going to get at least an attempt at it, but backups arrived. Karon, Munchkin, all here. Dizzy goes out. Lackey is still buying time. Stanek still putting up numbers though. Body's starting to drop here. Can he do any more damage? Lackey is holding his nerve. I don't know how he's still doing this. Oh, less lovely work from him. But look, you can see the crunch, right? Texture is on the way. Meteor, how long do you hold here? How long are you going to stay here?
Look at the flank from Texture.
He's on the way, but...
He's already on the outside of this lockdown.
Oh my word, Meteor. Scary to me.
A little bit curious.
Yeah, don't know what the game plan was there. Mike, did I miss something?
A little bit curious. There is a space in that, so he had a chance to at least, I don't know, take a 50-50 back up into the corner there.
Better than a 0. I mean...
Because then Texture's completely caught off guard.
Yeah, that was...
Scratching my head a little bit over that one, but I mean, maybe just a little frantic, maybe expecting Loud to push up and maybe, I guess, lack a little complacency. But after the start of this round where Gen G time and time again have shown they're happy to be aggressive on A, yeah, left scratching their head as well.
Maybe we missed something, maybe so did Gen G at that point.
I mean, I did touch on this initially, the plans for Gen G, talking back to some of these series that we saw recently,
okay.
the initial plan, and things kind of just going really skew if after that falls apart. They're not really knowing what to do, not really having any direction when, you know, there's sort of a little bit of chaos or there's some questions to answer mid-round, and a reaction is really required from them. But yeah, I'm not sure.
And funny enough, it's a timeout from Loud here. Maybe to let them just...
take stock of things, we're obviously getting towards the end of this Gen G up on 11 rounds, but...
Look at the string of rounds, though. It has been the 2 back-to-back for Loud with those lovely kind of, wider defaults, more exploratory towards A as well. The one right back into it, and then the answer just then, there was, as I said, a very uncharacteristic round, kind of caught us all off guard. But we refocus and we look towards what we're seeing, and Gen G's money has suffered.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Guardians and a Vandals come into this, but look at what the old cycle is potentially going to be in the next round for them.
Snowball.
Yeah. Lots of things at their disposal. Less than 2 E's ultimates on the other side. QCK, an operator back in hand once again. Gen G happy to continue. I mean, it's 4 deep here on A site. Now going to try and make a quick decision on the back of that.
Oh! Shots.
Les absolutely decapitates Lakia.
Les is pretty decent at this game, isn't he?
Texture going to swing on it as well. Yep.
Oh! The baiting though, they tried to play him in off it, but it looked like Lauder is starting to really get that read. Starting to feel a bit more comfortable, seeing a little bit of that diligence, kicking back into place. Meteor and Munchkin just trying to make anything happen, and Les is having none of it really, just free farming now. He's already got his ult. Oh, the moves, not gonna happen there, Munchkin.
Really, really well handled anti-eco here, and that's the sort of composure we expect from Loud to punish these sort of plays, keep Gen G in check. And to say that though, 11-10 the scoreline, still need to tie things up. Bladestorm out of the equation, but these big ultimates still available for Gen G. Lockdown, no command, and the pit.
They are looming, right? There is that slight worry. It's just kind of hanging over the head.
I mean, I'm worried because we're already at this scoreline here.
When do they pull
the
trigger?
To be honest, with how Gen G have performed, the nature of some of these round victories, it's been really telling. They were the ones really that set the precedent at the start of this map, and in my eyes have continued.
I agree. Now, operators come out for QCK this time. Looking to maybe work off the back of that owl drone, clearing the space towards B. We do see there is a player tucked in by yellow, and massive rotations actually. 4 players being called back in towards B. Maybe just off the back of a lack of any audio cues, any presence towards A. Maybe putting stock in this now after falling foul to those A presence plays. But already you can see that flash coming in and the fight starts. Karon with a fantastic double. Finding Les, finding Karanzine, and they are running.
Yeah, Texture. The anchor over towards A. Sorry, Sadak.
Ooh, he's seen him.
Does catch a glimpse. But a crucial 1v1 here.
Does he go again? Texture, you can see him, he was considering it for a second, but he thinks better of it, right? Play safe, play your life. The double pump.
Wait, yeah, 2E's has just completely faked this out with that utility.
Look at that spike running, that's so good. And the lockdown. Oh, and do you know what? If
This is
Sadak feels like
devastating.
he's being a Galaxy Brain, get into middle if you feel like he could, but he's going to back up his boys, get back towards the side. They're going to get a plant out of this. They don't know the level of success they've had, but they could not have asked for a better outcome, making the impossible possible. And now how deep does QCK go here? Oh, that's perfect. Meteor's out of there. Fair now. 3v3. Ridiculous. Munchkin still got ult, still got knife. Not much utility outside of that, though. Where do they find that success?
Yeah, no
QCK at yellow here.
No flash to really open things up here, so it's going to be a dry gunfire on the way back through. Munchkin drifting pretty deep here.
Here we go. This is a scary time. Spots
Oh,
him for
spot
a
him.
second. A pixel out of place, but he's worried about the fuse texture. Punishing QCK. I thought he saw him, but maybe it was just a stray shot. Tui's now getting paranoid, getting pulled in, and maybe Texture going to close that gap. He's trying to. Sadak in the same sort of position, and now Tui's. Oh, he's overwhelmed. Gen G. This time is down to the wire.
Oh my God.
No way.
And again, it's a little chaotic there because I don't think the communication is clear on whether or not the diffuse is being stuck.
No, they had no idea.
Both individual players from Loud, I think, spot out 2 members of Gen G, but they're just charging to, or maybe they think they had the timing down and they just need to get bodies off the spike. But this kill onto Sadak here almost seals the deal with Tui's spamming so much. 0.26 will get Gen G to map point here.
Oh, wow. That is a kick to the guts for Loud, though, isn't it? Feeling winded after that one, after calling the perfect rotation.
That felt done.
Yeah, but Texture
Loud had done everything they needed to.
He's going walkabouts and Sadak. He's missed his timing to catch this. It will eventually show, sure, but by now,
that's
space gone. This scares me. This scares me. Look who's lurking, look who's waiting. Texture could be in for a blinding round. Bear in mind, he could get played in Balakia here as well. There is that opportunity.
This is rough because the pings are coming out. You can see on the minimap here, Nest and Pipes have been pinged.
No idea about Texture.
Oh my God.
Does he keep his cool?
He just hard cleared under on the wrong side.
Oh my God, they line up! And he almost knocked him down. Balakia swings in at that last minute, punishing Kalian. This is looking like Loud is on the ropes in map 1 here. Opportunity dwindling. Less than 2. He's going to have to dig deep now.
Yeah, detained. Up on Pipes here, it's less. Left-standed, but Lakia will fall now.
They need more. That can't be enough. It needs to be more. A 2v3. Spike still in the hands of Tui's, and let's try to control the site.
Does have the pip, but obviously the null command going to remove that. Meteor will fall here. Let's going to get another one.
No
He has indeed. Oh my God.
What an absolute beast. When Loud needed him, he was there.
And Gen G just seemingly no awareness that he was going to stay tucked into that corner.
Because I thought there was going to be Texture's moment, right? You're looking at that round, you run it back, you look at the minimap, surely gets to bail out from Lakia coming in less. What is
He's
that?
just so clean. I mean, even here to react to Munchkin,
Like
throwing his life
as well.
on the line.
God tier, God tier.
Gen G to pump the brakes a little bit after a heartbreaking round loss. And that will break the bank as well. Ultimate's invested. Karen's still with the pit, but I feel like Loud come out of that gleaming. Definitely with the upper hand here. A pit of their own, 1 away from the lockdown, 2 off the Hunter's Fury as well. And a shot to the heart of Gen G, who probably felt like they were closing out map 1 there, Lauren.
Oh man. Yeah, oh come on, you're feeling that, right? Like you, as said, you look at that mini-map, you play that back in your mind, you think, how does that play out? You're putting Gen G up there, right? Yeah, that's, anyone would. But then there's one man less standing
Absolute
there. What
superstar.
A talent. What a talent. And that is again, when you talk about value of kills, Les has got 25 kills. He is currently leading by a country mile. The value of those kills just then have kept Loud alive in map 1.
And the value of round 23 alone, sorry.
And he's broken the money.
Yeah.
Money's in tatters for Gen G. It's never stopped them before, but in a moment like this, gotta still those nerves now.
Sadak, if he can sniff this out early on, turret's going to go out. Yeah, Sadak immediately bolting away.
Something.
Yeah, exactly.
He can feel it. And Sadak's calls, I've got to say, have been quite nice, especially on this half. I've been liking what I've been seeing. How much info does he get? Okay, a little bit of info. Not going to have the full weight behind
that
it,
should
but
be
it
the
should
green
enough.
light. Absolutely is. Utility invested now. A-site up for grabs. QCK happy to take this space away. Meteor, will he get a chance to find anything here? But he's only got a Guardian. He's found one.
Massive, massive work. And now they're halted. The rotations are going to be in. Loud might have dropped the ball at the final hurdle, but Meteor getting a little too ahead of himself, still wanted to do more. 50 seconds. There's time for rotations.
Texture, the only one actually in a position to catch this. Doesn't overcommit, but it's a little bit of a fake. It's pulled Lakia. Is it potentially going to pull Karen as well? They spotted the cross, but Loud immediately drift back towards A.
Because
and look at the map now.
They've been conditioned to respond to this. This is what Loud was doing during those string of rounds. So now it's all on Munchkin. He's trying to play ahead. This is so brave, so bold. He's going to take 1, 2. Oh, I thought a third
That's
could have
huge,
happened.
though.
But it's massive. The site is open, though. And with Les still alive, there is always going to be a chance.
And he has a pit to play with here. 1 snake bite left. Tui's commits to the plant.
Plants in. First fight. He's got it. The drop down, did he spot it? It doesn't matter. Tui's. He's there. And now just Karen. This guy has to step up. He's got to try and do something. But so much against him. And look at the reposition from Les. So hard to find, and Tui's going to try and play his life. But Karen takes it away. 1v1. He knows where he is, but what are you going to do
Les is
about
wrapping
it?
heaven. It's buying
toying with
so
him.
much time.
But can he get a safe defuse here?
I don't think he can actually get an
Can
angle
he
on
span
this.
it? Can he stop this? Because Karen ain't stopping. He's going.
No
It's
way!
gonna be 13, and it is Genji! Steal away the 13th round. Heartbreak for the hero Les, having to watch that slip away.
Karen, the rookie,
Ice
closing
cold.
out with a Red Bull clutch versus none other than Les. What a ridiculous way for this map one to conclude. And the penny drops just too late here.
Bloody hell. What a map one. What
That
a
was
map one.
ridiculous.
Come on, this has been unbelievable. I've got to have the desk thoughts. I've got to have map 2. Let's get out of here.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, self-review, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Self-review, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna, singing ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? Better get in my own medicine for you. I'm never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, what you need. a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be in a fleece until the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning all those propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Help me with some translation. Solo, congratulations on that first map win. And now up next is going to be Breeze. And at Pacific, we know that this is a map that you guys beat Paper Rex on, but it can also be 50-50 for you guys. What's your plan?
일단 첫 번째 세트 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 다음 세트가 브리즈인데 사실 젠지가 페렉을 상대로 브리즈에서 승리를 거두기도 했지만 어떻게 보면은 반반 갈 수도 있잖아요. 어떠한 계획이신가요?
저희가 조금 브리즈가 부족했던 부분이 많아서 저희가 마스터즈 오기 전에 준비를 좀 많이 해가지고 네, 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 저희가 자신이 있어서 픽을 했기 때문에 네, 자신은 있습니다. 네.
So before coming into Madrid in Pacific, we saw a lot of points where our Breeze was lacking. So we tried really hard. We put in so many hours to fix those and really add on to our Breeze. And I think we made the Breeze stronger. So we're extremely confident. So all I can tell you is that we're feeling confident.
Ooh, well, after that map and after that, a little bit of a teaser. Cannot wait to see this one. Let's see if Genji can close this out.
Oh, I can't wait to see it either. Genji, welcome to Masters. What a statement they made here, Mimi and Kakuka. You just can't help but love this team already.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredible. You see it in all of these reactions, just how much it meant to them. But for the squad, it really seemed like they were in control for the first part. But then the last 7 or so rounds of the game, Loud stepped up. Les was out there dropping almost 30. Sadak seemingly couldn't make a wrong call, but Genji still prevailed through that. Won 2 critical 1v1 rounds and pulled it off.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, for being a first map in a match here at Masters Madrid, I think it's crazy the amount of overcook and overthinking that has been going into some of these rounds. We know and expect that Genji was going to be a little bit more aggressive from the defense, and actually seeing Loud adapt onto it, as you're saying, like the duel of the minds. Some rounds being crazy just because of it, because of taking not the extra mile, but the extra 3,000 miles.
These teams were so closely matched, and it really came down to the little things. There's 2 rounds where Loud plant the spike, go for a reflank, but it's just not planted in quite the right position to win because of it. It really came down to
and what a way to close it.
And yeah, I mean, that clutch beating less in that situation to end the match is ridiculous.
There is just something about Loud on Icebox. It just feels unlucky at this point. But let's take a look at Texture and QCK, because we were very, very hype about both of these players coming into this. Kakuka, what did you make of their performances?
I think that QCK struggled a lot on the attack. He was not finding the impact that you would expect from a Jet coming onto Icebox, knowing the support that it was coming with it. And I think that Loud had to help in that regard. I think he went 0 and 4 in those first duels just on the attack. On the other side for Texture, I think that he was one of the pivotal and key parts to making them get into the game and actually find that success later in the game.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think this was the best map for Quick, but for the other side, I mean, Texture was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think both the guys who are big question marks for Genji showed up. We saw Kara on being clutch. We just talked
But
about
that's
it, that very
with
last
Gen G, the
round.
clutches always go their way. Like,
But there was the question still of could they continue it against the
True,
best at an
true.
international
Yeah, yeah.
event against
Paper
a
Rag
team
saying
like
the
Loud.
best.
Not this year. But yeah, I think that they have proven that these players can still come compete at this level and still have that consistency that they did show back in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, they have a lot to do now for map 2. But first, let's hear what STK has to say ahead of that map with Mika Fabs.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here once again, and I'm now with Coach Pew and Arthur to help me with some translation. Now, Coach Pew, we saw that Gen G, that map was really, really close. So this roster is a bit of an unknown for a lot of people. So how did you guys prepare for this match?
Então, como é que vocês fizeram para preparar com esse novo roster da Gen G?
Eles foram um time que jogaram muitos jogos na região deles, talvez o time que mais jogou no mundo no kickoff. Jogaram muitos mapas, então, por mais que eles tenham mudado na line-up, a gente tem muito material deles para estudar.
So overall, like they prepared with a lot of maps that they had, like even having like new players or not, that was not an issue for them.
Awesome. Well, let's see if Loud can make a comeback in this one.
Now they do have to make a comeback, but they've done it before. Let's not forget that this is a Loud that ended up winning a trophy at Champs, but Kakuka, we don't know what they do on Breeze. What would you like to see on Breeze?
I mean, nothing too crazy, maybe a little bit of innovation or something that they may have picked up for other reasons. And I love that you mentioned in Champs because that is probably the last time that we saw them playing on that Breeze. It's been a very hot minute. And as we were saying before, they have been banning this map constantly during kickoff. But we can also think that that was a strategy or maybe something that wasn't ready by the time.
Yeah, we have Asia Select ready now, so let's take a look and see where we are going to go. And Mimi, what do you think of this?
Loud is playing the default comp. It is interesting. They've been cooking on 4 out of their 7 maps with the Phoenix, Breach stuff, but I think both on Icebox and here on Breeze, that doesn't really work. You do need that dive agent, and we've seen teams try out the Yoru like Gen G, which is new. And I want to talk more about that composition, because it's Meteor of all players locking in the Yoru here. It's the only flashes they have, and honestly, I really like this comp pair.
I love the fact that they're playing this double duelist. We know what the Yoru is capable of doing in this map. The support that is going to come onto Texture, I think that this is one of the most important duos. We know how comfortable they're also playing on that double controller. I think that the way, especially that now that they're starting on the defense, after they're up 1 map, if they have a strong start, if they manage to get those mind Euro games into the heads of Loud, this should be a 2-0.
This is the map, Breeze, that is the aim check map, the mid-rounding check, where it'll go into the most chaos. So for me, I'm really looking at Loud needing to step up. We need more out of QCK as the sole jet on this team. We need to see the Sadak, who is pulling off the perfect calls towards the end of Breeze, or a Gen G, who is looking incredibly hot right now, might have a big upset on their hands.
And also think about it, Loud knew exactly that Gen G might bid into this, but Gen G is not scared. They're also bringing in something new. We were talking about how important the anti-strat, the preparation coming into the match is, but for this one, it's not going to be that simple.
Absolutely, and for Gen G, right? Like, this is a team where I think that element of surprise can help them out a lot. They tend to play a lot of default comps, a lot of normal stuff. Them coming out and having new ideas for Madrid, I think is really good for a squad like this that has shown the fundamentals. I like them taking this extra step by trying to get ahead on the meta and come up with not necessarily an original comp, but something different from what they've shown before.
I think it's funny because we say it's not original just based on what we see for a month. You know, it's like, it's been just a month, but
I mean, a lot of teams play this Yoru comp.
Yeah, but Breeze wasn't even in the map for sure. You know, it doesn't really, but if we go into think about how this first map went and how aggressive they were and the success that they were finding into bringing back that chaos that we have been mentioning during the day, I think that this is probably what they intend with this composition. Is not only being aggressive every round, is planting the doubt in your opponent's mind that that might be happening.
Think about the implications for Loud, though. The team that has made 7 international events in a row. They've had events where they haven't done well. They bombed out at Copenhagen. They went out early in Tokyo. It happens for them. But this is a team that has expectations when they go to international events to succeed, to beat everyone else, to be one of the best. That's the pressure that's on these players. And they're really on the precipice of being upset here.
Yeah, it would definitely be an upset, but it also would play into the Gen G story, right? This is how they got here. here. They upset everybody. Maybe Loud is carrying on the NRG curse. I mean, an America's team has to lose to a Pacific team on the opening day. That's just tradition. So with NRG not being here, somebody else has to do it. But I want to give some credit to Solo, because we want to talk about old guards. When Lakia was here at the last global event, Solo was his teammate. They played on the same team together.
I forgot Solo was on that
now,
team. That's crazy.
So the fact that Solo is being able to kind of go from the playing career into a coach and also come up with all these cool things and structure things that we've seen, we got to give him some credit.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely do. Gen G, if there's one word to describe them, it has been discipline throughout their run in Pacific. They're really good at kind of doing things right in the late round, at setting each other up well with utility, at playing the basics, the fundamentals at a really high level. Sure, it sometimes descends into the clutches, into the badness. They can thrive there too. But I think that's the identity that Solo has instilled in this team.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, this was just one map. I know that we're very surprised by the performance that we saw there at Pacific, but I think that going into the tournament, Gen G is going to be able to learn a lot from their opponents. I think that from this Icebox, even just today, after this day is over, they're going to have a lot to learn. And I don't think they're going to be the kind of team where next team is going to beat Icebox into them and kind of dismantle them. I don't think they're the kind of team that is going to struggle with that.
Well, earlier we asked you guys at home to vote in the MasterCard fan poll on which international league will win it all. I wonder if things might change.
Hey, okay, let's be honest.
This game.
Let's be honest, Sue. Everyone who voted Americas
was you.
Was part of Sen City.
was Sentinels. Everyone who voted Americas is Sentinels. The question's not in Portuguese. It's in English. It's all Sentinels fans.
I am Spanish and I speak English. And you say
that's true. I mean, obviously, Brazilian fans also do speak English. Some of them.
No one from Heretics voted here because
I feel like you're putting some words in my mouth that I didn't really say.
All I'm gonna say is I want to run this poll again tomorrow, depending on what happens later today, and see. But I'm gonna put a pin in that because the map is ready. We are also ready to dive into Breeze and hand this over to your casters. His Pansy and Hyperlock.
Yeah, I don't really know what we're walking into, Mike, if I'm completely honest with you. We kind of theory crafted.
We're free-balling. We're free-balling right here, to be honest.
Free-falling, I think, is actually the phrase.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, because we were kind of like theory crafting Veto and kind of talking through options and what we thought might come out. Breeze was never in that conversation.
No, it isn't. And to see Gen G now pull out a little bit of a switch up as well is a massive concern for Loud, because through all of the Phoenix and Breach and all of the, call it madness, call it overcooking, whatever, we come out here with this composition on Breeze. So that does actually bring into question whether or not it was left out here, and you know what even happened with the Veto. And again, won't speculate until we do get an answer or something in an interview. But was this a potential to see today for Loud? Period. And if so,
look.
What's the response to that? Because if you look at the rest of the map pool with QCK coming in here, and I mean, I was having this conversation the other day with GB, you make anybody play that much Phoenix, and they don't come out looking like the best duelist in the world. I'm sorry, they just don't. So to come in here, and sure, it could be a bit of a reassurance that we do see him on the Jet. It's a bit more of a vanilla comp. Then maybe Loud dial back into, you know, where they're
classic.
Yeah.
Loud. It does feel like they somewhat baited the Veto, right? You know what I mean? Like you permaban something for an entire season. Basically, I say entire season, it was kickoff, so let's, you know.
Yeah, and again, it's weird because it feels like a small sample size, yeah.
But for what it is, it was their perma takeaway, and then to adjust and leave it open as an option. You know, if you're Gen G, you think, well, surely that's...
But Breeze is such a... for me, it always becomes such a question mark on the day. Another team can simply just out-frag you and beat you on Breeze. Unfortunately, that's just the way it happens sometimes. So to have it as kind of like a maybe, that's why I'm hoping for Loud. It's just something. It's something of a pocket pick.
You're hoping so, right?
Is your permaban your pocket pick?
My brain hurts and I'm scared because if I'm going to be honest, you know, I'll be transparent. First time for everything in esports. Icebox I thought was going to go Loud's way, just because from what I'd seen, what I expected, I thought, okay, I'll put it there. Close game, but Loud's favor.
For all intents and purposes, this should now be a 2-0 in my eyes.
If we're going off what we've seen, what we expect, I don't know.
Gen G didn't look fantastic at this regionally. I mean, they struggled versus RRQ, and to come out now with a new composition, something a little bit quirky, which Loud have stood the test of time playing against teams like, you know, international teams, the teams that bring out curveballs, your Fanatics, your Paper X's. Is this going to work? When you take map 1 in the nature that it did, it might.
I don't know. There's a lot of theory crafting, right? We can sit here and just kind of talk it around the houses. There is a little bit of delay. If you didn't notice, there's not like a tech pause delay. Like they haven't done the powers of
They haven't flown a banner. I think they did that
so
on,
that's a
on
short
purpose.
one. You know that's a short one when they're not doing that,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. So sorry, watch parties. You'll have to actually say something to your chat for a little while. You know, get to work. You can just chill out afterwards once the game starts like normal, Sliggy. But genuinely,
That's who
Breeze.
you were throwing shade. I was curious of who you were directing at, actually.
Yeah. Gotta go. For
Sliggy's definitely drawing something right now.
You reckon? He's on the map.
Yeah, well, he should be.
Let's put just a chair on the string.
All the dead footage we've got going on here. Oh, for once, they didn't put us back on camera. Usually it must be.
That
yeah.
is because of producer Kevin. We've bribed him enough, and we just start swearing at the camera, so he knows better. But no, we love producer Kevin, one of our favorites. And now you said that, there is a very high chance he'll just throw us on camera. So I'm going to sit down.
There'll be a flash of us
See ya.
ahead of the map starting. I do see.
The countdown's begun.
I do see a clock ticking down.
Sorry for the delay, folks. It's us. So since Mike's back, thought we'd treat you again. But roll your mind back just a moment or two ago. Map 1 was mental. 13 to 11. Gen
I still
G.
can't believe that ending.
What an end. Less's clutch, the diffused around after. It was wild. So let's hope we get a little bit of that. But no one knows because Breeze was Loud's permaban. Genji didn't look fabulous, but the new comp, it's all unknown now. Loud on the attack, Genji on the defense. What the hell's going on, Dan?
Sure, and really for me, early on we need to see some sort of comfort from Loud because obviously there were a few hit and miss rounds, a few 50-50s that didn't go their way on map 1, but coming into the question mark here on Breeze, definitely want to see them composed and in control here. And they're going to drift very quickly over towards B. No real confirmations, I mean, other than deep down halls, the whereabouts of Genji, but with Munchkin and Karen posted up here, as I say that. Munchkin actually drifting out, but contact is found elsewhere.
Yeah, look how quick Les has got to this as well. He was so deep by that point. By the time they got contact, he was just by the pillar anyway. Good trade out for Munchkin, can at least keep touch somewhat on this. But again, it's not like QCK is stopping. He's really trying to take a lot of space here. Meteor and him very close by, but doesn't really make much odds. You're looking at the likes of Munchkin. You're then looking at Tui's. It's kind of, the fight on the fight, but who gets the timing on each other here? And actually, looking at this, Munchkin's got a lot of room. Finally noted by Tui's. Good timing to turn. QCK not going to spot Meteor crossing, and Loud. Very comprehensive pistol there.
They're never really in doubt. The trade comes through, and Loud able to just steamroll their way onto B site. See if we do see Genji toy with the idea of any purchases once again.
Yeah, because they went for that Stinger bite, didn't they, before?
The Stinger purchasing the Sheriffs to follow up as well. Let's clean up here from Cow and Zine. Maybe looking for, I mean, we don't say this often, but maybe looking for some early confidence boosters for Loud. It's not often they ever really have to rely on those.
But hey, it's, I think seeing the teams that have come out to this, hey, nice, there we go. Not bad at all. Did actually take damage from that too, but seeing the kind of change of the guard, right? Yes, I'd say that Loud are one of the only remaining old gods here. There's very few who've been able to stand out, and yeah, of course there's roster changes to it, but still at least having a core who's been to previous events. It's a whole different world this year in Valorant, and I think a lot of teams know it. Right now, Genji showing us a great deal. Good little work from Les there, unfazed by the pressure over towards pushing out on B. A little bit of attempt in middle. This round, somewhat of a throwaway, it feels like, as it is just kind of that Marshall 2 classics. That's it.
QCK looking to explore though. Hey, Les actually pulling a rotation here, was not Meteor and Nakia considering digging him out, not with the rotation coming through. So Karen will be called upon here. Sadak just turns his head at the wrong moment, but Tui's from the back lines. And QCK with his deep position will punish Lakia's rotation. Meteor just going to try and get an orb. Constellation will find a third from his death. There's some early progress towards it, but really much else for Genji really to work off of. QCK does catch a glimpse. And a 49 HP though. Did take the tag with the classic. The third on the round for him.
Outlaw wins. But still, I mean, it's just like in my mind, I don't know what I make of this yet. It's still so early. I'm still waiting for it to crumble. I think map 1's left me reeling. I'm nervous about this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean,
Genuinely,
already,
I don't know
like
what
I
to
said,
expect.
if you look at this veto, obviously, Breeze's surprise, yes, but like I said, I wasn't buying into it too much, but I still would have expected Loud to come out on top on Icebox. Just seeing regionally where Gen G struggled and where you'd expect a team like Loud and what we know of Loud to really excel at. I mean, Loud losing out on clutches, right? Coming down to 1v1s and then losing a map because of it.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right, but a little bit of a different look here. Loud, straight up tube. No subtlety to it. The flash gonna ring the dinner bell, and everyone's in response. Actually, Sadak the one to succeed there, taking down Meteor. That opens up the map. That causes such an issue. You put Munchkin now on his own, basically. If they can hold this, make it a problem, Texture's gonna have to bail him out big here, which maybe he does. It is Texture, unless has his eyes away from the prize, and Texture with the punish. Oh, not quite there, but the headshot was QCK living through that, and pressure elsewhere again. I'm really surprised they're drifting at these times, trying to find this, information or trying to take space. Karen's been noted, so it's no surprise he's here either. They know that he's going to be still around. That spike is still in spawn. This is what I mean. I don't know what to make of this map. Tui's going to go down, and now Sadak overwhelmed. What is happening?
I'll be honest, a really bizarre setup on both sides of the coin here. Gen G, like you said, drifting out in a number of different positions. Meteor gives his life up early, a rifle retained, but Loud unable to really convert that into any sort of snowball throughout that round. It seemed like a very, very strange round to watch back. Some damage done, but Gen G retain. I mean, as much as they need. Lackey's going to come into this with a Guardian, but it's about as even as you'd expect coming into round 4 here. That's how this started. Sadak the closest at 2 off the null command. Actually, Meteor 2 off his as well with that early orb retrieval.
And it just feels like, okay, previous round, Loud, walk tube. This time, all right, we'll do the same.
Yeah,
Texture.
Gen G, very quick to try and respond to it.
They might-
QCK already top mid. Karanzine in, I was going to say, in a position to support him there, but Munchkin shuts it down.
Yeah, and I was waiting to see if Tui's actually gets played in further on this. Possibly, but as it stands, this is just scrappy fights. Meteor gonna grab that one, but that felt like a 50-50. 5v3 now, Sadak less than Tui's with no real foothold in this map. Losing 2 towards middle gives them very little beyond it. They're gonna have to re-clear tube somewhat diligently. Walking into it late. Eyes wide shut, and now Sadak, gotta be careful, there's 2 players here. Again, individual fights. You're kind of banking on Tui's finding some value here, maybe catching a rotate after Sadak's taken contact. You gotta be looking at Tui's. And yeah, well, it's lucky to go down, and now the round feels, I don't know, this is feeling like it's all in the hands of Tui's, right? Like, how much more can one man do? A great deal, apparently. Tui's can do so much for them. Munchkin now in the undesirable position of having to deal with 3, and his pressure up tube was everything.
Less down at 14 HP, but a 1v3 nonetheless. 70 for Munchkin. Doesn't even look like he's really too interested in going for this.
Oh, you look at Les's position, even if he just holds it, he'd be
He might
very
even
valuable.
catch Les here.
Oh, I'm surprised Les went that far. I kind of thought he'd just maybe hold down by pillar. Maybe looking to remove the rifle from Munchkin. But again, these rounds feel scrappy. They don't feel as refined as I was hoping.
Definitely not. Again, obviously talking about where this lies in the map pool and the overlap of these 2 teams. No surprise really, but you'd hope really, with this being left as an option, potential to see it, that Loud would be well equipped, and at least here with a 3-1 scoreline, they're able to keep Gen G in check. No nonsense from Meteor on the Yoru just yet. But yeah, I mean, Tui's just doing Tui's things here.
That was very nice. I mean, that's how you basically save a round that wasn't his favor at all. What? I think it was like Sadak who was stuck.
I mean, yeah, they didn't really
right?
have control of anything outside of where spawn barriers are, so.
Yeah. Well, hero rifle left on Munchkin, that's it. The rest are down on Sheriff's. Light armor, I think, behind it, and Marshall. You got Meteor's ult, but you're not gonna, bring that out now, I feel.
Definitely not now.
No, very little chance of that, actually. Clean work from QCK. And, well, we're going to see the rifle shown off there. So Munchkin They're going to note his positioning. Not a surprise. I mean, this has been his site the entire time. That's not going to be a head turner really, but it's going to, if anything, maybe force Loud to commit to this a little harder.
The utility sent in towards A here, but no follow-up just yet. Loud happy to give QCK some time to explore a little deeper. Obviously the goal here for Gen G is still a little bit of damage on the way in. Lucky posted up close with a ghost, but yeah. As if Kalian sends the owl drone out, going to be spotted out very quickly. Munchkin, see on the X-ray here, trying to find a flank, but Chewy's posted up for it. No way, that timing is ridiculous.
It felt like they were pausing for this, genuinely, and now can they get away with daylight robbery? No. Very well aware of the possibility of them pushing closer towards the entrance, and is very precise towards the site here for Loud. Again, Munchkin was really the only one coming in with a rifle for Gen G this round, so he was the only one expected to do a little more perhaps, but again, the post plant very difficult to break. Not gonna happen.
Oh my God!
Get out of it, Munchkin. Come on now, you're not meant to be doing that. You're not meant to be doing that. It's not meant to even feel that close. A valiant attempt, but it's a round for Loud regardless.
That would have been one hell of an ace, though.
My brain was in the next round. That man was trying to pop off. Ridiculous.
How close is he? I mean, he wasn't far off. He was not far off. Yes, a sigh of relief for Loud to find their fourth. Loud rinse and repeat though, Lauren.
Yeah, but look at this quick attention to middle. It's Larky who's aware. Oh, the drop of that is just perfect. Teed up for it. Caron smartly and rightly going to pressure the extremities, and he's actually going to be able to isolate the spike. That's gone down and it's in his hands, but he needs the rest of Gen G to back him up, and then not. Less than QCK with effective trading, keeping them going in the right direction. It's going to be, again, Caron is your last line of defense, right? Like, he's the one holding that spike back. He knows where these remaining players are. They know where Sadak was because he was taken down earlier, and obviously QCK with the res. So now how do they approach this? I'm surprised that Munchkin's drifting this far away. And it's going to be Caron on the chopping block, right? Like, how does he handle this pressure? You got presence from both sides. Does he commit towards one side of the fight? Does he try and just live in the corner?
I mean, Caron seemingly, I'm just looking at the minimap here, it looks like he has a decent read over this. Munchkin to find QCK.
Beautiful.
Sadak 60 HP now, has to retrieve this spike. Still plenty of time to work with though.
I was worried the Munchkin might have left Caron out to dry, but that's not the case at all. Caron held that spike down, kept them safe for the round, and Munchkin catching QCK just before that impact point.
It's just some really bizarre round. Like I said, Breeze can be whoever frags harder on the day, and there's very little nuance to what we're seeing.
Oh, that's
okay,
what he caught.
that's what he caught.
Because I was like, where did he just get that angle from? Beautiful. Risky play as well to go all the way around top mid to that and hope that he didn't cross ahead of it.
Yeah. But yeah, already what I've seen so far, Loud obviously trying to keep Gen G on red alert. That somebody's going to constantly pressure up halls, be up towards switch, and really cause some problems on A. Potentially opening up the rest of the map for them, but well, Lakia now posted up with a Guardian. Shut down QCK on that very mission.
That's a bit naughty, that is. Oh, Munchkin though, so overwhelmed. Less with a quick shot, and Texture now feeling quite vulnerable. There's a little bit of room that he's not safe, and you can see the response potentially as well. Meteor getting a bit closer, Lakia trying to apply a little bit of pressure, trying to give him a way out of dodge here, and Kalian was so blind, but it's too easy to punish Meteor, and middle is being won by Loud until now. Can Texture change side? He can't! Sadak with just a pistol. Gonna put him to bed in a 1v2 now. Caron before did so well to isolate that spike, but I love this quick read from him.
Yeah.
Really smart and quick adjustment. Does he expect 2Es? He does, but 2Es. Snappy adjustment. Loud stretching the lead.
Third on the round for him with the Guardian. Loud coming in, definitely disadvantaged there. Yeah, Gen G may be feeling a little rattled after that one. Obviously some investment thrown into it. Loud, yeah, definitely looking like they're happy to just commit to gunfights and feeling confident that in terms of just, I guess, the basic fundamentals that they're going to win out in some of these rounds. Gen G have anything cooked up in terms of proactivity on the defense that, you know, whether it be around Meteor or anyone else in that regard?
It has been a quiet beginning between Texture, Caron, and Meteor. I got to say credit for Caron there. One of the rounds was pretty much his gathering as well. You know, the nice little catch of the cross as well. But I'll tell them a little bit quiet, not seeing those individuals finding that impact.
Sure, I mean, also for Gen G, this could just be damage control in the first half. Obviously expecting this composition to be able to deliver and excel when they are able to attack. But
sure. But there's going to be a limit.
That feels very risky, especially if it's such a question mark with Loud not showing anything here.
Well, that's the thing. You can't come in with prep for Gen G, right? There's
no,
no,
and
there's no tape on Loud.
If anything, Loud should be in like the upper hand because there's so much tape on Gen G. They showed everything from the map pool, and yeah, we've seen a little change here, but the fact that Loud aren't really tried and tested from kickoff on Breeze themselves, you can't then just bring that in as well, it's blank canvas, really.
Yeah, and I think Gen G might have to learn on the fly, and I think this is a really good test of can they learn on the fly? Is there something they can maybe implement into this game, in this half specifically, to be able to try and get a grip on Loud here, because Loud's starting to get quite the firm upper hand, and this round feeling very uncomfortable as well for Gen G, considering they are down to the Sheriffs. I think there's a Guardian there, yes, for Meteor. It's Caron actively playing this, going to play into the smoke. Yeah, there, he's dead.
Yeah,
there it is. This is site control. They have rotations, but again, this could be a plant pretty quickly. Wall dropped, and now away we go. Texture here. Already, you can note Meteor has drifted up closer as well. This is a tough angle for QCK, actually. He could be overwhelmed here, but fortunately, he's got the boys by his side, and it's comfortable for Loud. Look at this.
No real threat whatsoever. Munchkin. Oh, Steery's got a trip in front of him. Nobody saw. We didn't see that. We get a kill though? No. It's going to be a flawless coming through here. Allowed to find their sixth. Feeling very comfortable in terms of the pace of Breeze so far, and Gen G not really taking the fight to them in the majority of these rounds. I mean, the pink didn't even come through there instead before the Aldroid even revealed his position.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to need to see a switch up. Maybe in this round, yeah, exactly. Ultimate's available here.
Decent
Operator
purchase.
back in hand of Texture.
Well, he's going for it, right? If he's willing to stick on this, he's in a bit of danger. Flash will catch, but he's going to be able to retake the angle there, and they are falling off. So now look at where they're starting to commit. Look at the difference. Look at Munchkin.
Munchkin is just charging.
Full W key.
He's going to get heard.
They haven't turned.
Well, it got pinged out on the minimap.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's laboured, but a 1-for-1 trade. Well, I don't know what Gen G are up to as well. This allows Texture room. That's nice. That's the spike. That's huge.
Noted, yeah.
That's huge. Win out in middle, though. So varying wins on varying fronts. No one's finding comfort. The spike's back in hand. And now Texture trying to control A, but they've lost middle, so you can already see that Caron's gone down because there was no structure to support. Lockyer playing ahead here, nowhere to fall back to. What is going on?
Really
This feels
uncomfortable
horrible.
viewing, yeah. Allowed able to just pick Gen G apart across the map. This sort of play style not suiting them here on Breeze. Haven't really got anything to set Meteor or Texture in motion on the defensive side here. Munchkin, like I said, was on a mission from the get-go. He was not slowing down. Desperate to look for a flank and commit to it.
But the way you said it then, desperate. It felt very desperate. It didn't feel well thought out.
Remaining.
And again, all of them trying to make these individual plays to try and maybe get something in favor, but there's no trades coming off it. There's no space going to be taken off the back of it that's favorable. They look really lost here. And maybe they don't want to hit another timeout, but they've got to do something. Look to a different site now. First time we're really seeing this B side tested. No look towards middle from Loud, so this is going to be quite all in if they continue along this path. Already mid can be taken by Gen G, so hard to fall back away from, but they are. So now do they punish rotations? If you're Loud, you're looking to maybe catch one in middle. You're looking for players out of position, and Texture may be one of them. Sheriff could sing here though. It's just not going to hold tune at this point. They fall away towards A, and they're just being drawn around the map.
It's similar to what we saw Loud try and do on Icebox.
Yeah.
Show presence one side and very quickly try and catch rotations or even get ahead of rotations. We'll drift slowly back into a little bit of control here towards bottom mid. Less punishing on the other side though. Finally finds that pick onto Meteor. Kalian get spotted there. No, I thought maybe Lackey had spotted a rifle barrel, but
Sadak, probably the easier target, the most down a little lower. The spam, it works.
Was that completely through the smoke?
I think it was. Okay, now it's getting scary because it's 20 seconds and QCK goes into bailout mode and you've got to keep going. It's 19 seconds and they've got the spike. It's Texture playing bodyguard duty, trying to keep it safe. Pressure from the left, pressure from the right. Kalian going to take down Texture and his game on towards the side. Spike should go down uncontested. And what can Munchkin do now? There was a little bit of hope there. There was a heartbeat, a new lease of life, and that has been put down. Less keeps things going. Loud, fully in control here. Genji looking unprepared here.
Yeah, to be honest,
compared to map one,
there's not enough coordination here to really put either of the power players here, this composition, Texture and Meteor, in a position to really deliver. Yeah, I mean, obviously Lackey can only really do so much on us over here to put his duelists in, you know, an opportunity or a scenario to really find anything. But we're not even seeing Genji rely on that.
No.
To be honest, it
just feels so
it's dry, individual, laboured fights across the map. And Lauda, I mean, I said it before, they're completely dissecting them.
Oh, they'll lap it up. Tag? Okay. Yeah, tag on Kalian. Texture. Going to note some of this utility potentially, so that could tee him up for some success. They are getting close towards that B site. Munchkin's position, dependent on the judge, would have support from Caron, but starting to get a little anxious about this. Munchkin, oh dear, oh dear, oh, it's absolutely atrocious. He's not going to be happy about that. Again, individual fight here, and numbers starting to really favour Loud. 4 standing, make it back to 5. Texture going to catch, I think, through the wall potentially.
Just off the res, yeah. Sadak back on his feet for a second, but immediately shut down.
QCK with this position, yeah, he's feeling himself. He wants to get ahead. Maybe didn't need to do that. Could have been patient, deciding he wanted to try and make a bit of a difference. Oh, going to go in now. I don't know how much of the spike that covers. Kalian, though, going to feel the scrutiny here. Oh, stunning. Spotting a pixel out of place, and that's Texture dead. Kalian looking for the fault, not going to get it. Meteor with the trade, but it's a little late. But now a 2v2. Tap on the spike and the spray. Not going to get what they want here.
Not again.
It's still going.
Not again.
Not again. Oh, there it is. Tui's this time going to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way for them.
Last round before the
this is heartbreaking for Munchkin. The consideration from Loud. The null command comes through, removes the poison orb. Basically negates any possibility for Munchkin to find value with the judge up close and personal there. On the brink of a 10-2 half here.
Poison's gone. Yeah, this feels like this map pick is a complete and utter shock. Really, that Loud was so prepared for it. Keep in mind, this is Genji's pick.
Loud, pretty good on their permaban.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just, it's really bizarre. Like I said, this could have been the intention of Genji to play damage control in the first half and then really try and run away with this composition in the second, but it's a tall order to work back from 2 rounds.
I don't think 2's enough. You know, I just don't think it is. And prove me wrong, I'd love it. Texture. Thought he might fancy a go of it there. Opted against it in the end. He's maybe going to hear some of these rotations. I think he is. So he's really quite poised in the right place.
Right, he's going to get cleared here.
Ult from quite far away, so he is on his own. Lovely from Texture. That's what they needed. Get him a 3rd, and maybe there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of something. I have to see a great deal on that second half, but for now, finally seeing Loud with the disadvantage of numbers. Players in the right place as well. Spike still heading towards that A site. You can see them waiting patiently. Caron, one of them. Divide going to come in. Oh, Kalian, the combo with that is just rotten to handle. Texture still trying to be pivotal to the outcome because Loud are clawing this one back. He's down to a 3v3 now, and he's just out of it, and Les gonna lap
How
that
are
up.
they flipping this?
I don't know, but Meteor just right up in between them now, surrounded on both fronts. Tries to take a fair fight, but there's nothing fair about that. Munchkin now just too late to the party. Tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. And Tui's taking a lot of damage from
Both of
this.
them.
That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for it, gets it. He gives them the tiniest of margins. 3 rounds, Mike. I don't know if it's enough.
They'll have to have something crazy to execute here in the second half, but they said the margin is so small for error. It's a team like Loud who just look, I mean, they've come out of map one looking pissed off.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're happy to just dig their heels and commit to these engagements. Nothing really too special or much flair to Loud's gameplay.
Simplistic.
Either. Very simplistic.
But
It's what you'd
well drilled.
expect with this composition coming out.
Yeah, very vintage, classic, good spacing, good executes, nice pull of rotations, but as I said, nothing that's going to change the world. But 3 rounds, that is a lot to pull back from. They're going to have to really pull this one forward into that second half. We'll go to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. Loud, they've not played this map the entire kickoff, and Genji, they picked it against Mimi. Do you think they walked into a trap, perhaps?
I mean, I think they walked into the aim test map, and thus far they have not passed the aim check. Loud's players have been looking so good individually, and I mean, I think they were clearly spending some time practicing this one. They are playing the default comp, they're doing the boring stuff, but the protocols looked good. Everything you expect from this Loud squad, they were showing on first.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a Genji that was over-pushing time and time again. As
How
you're
many
saying,
times
I
did
hate it.
Munchkin just sprint down B main like a psychopath?
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. And the duos are so isolated one from the other. Loud had to do minimum work to get the entire map under control. I saw no apparent impact from the Euro. I don't know about you guys, but you know, in EMEA, it's a force to be reckoned with. Here, it was nowhere to be found but on the death counts.
Yeah, lot of depths in that regard out of this Euro pick. But it seemed like when Genji was running out of ideas, they started to go for these aggressive plays, like Munchkin running down, like some of
but
these
why is it
forward
Munchkin's what I
fights.
mean? Like, you have a Euro,
But the
he
thing
can
is,
be
that's
aggressive
Munchkin.
and then go back.
He's the ultimate feast or famine. If you're from EMEA, you know Angel. Same guy, I'm convinced.
Let's talk about Tui's real quick, because it's not less on the Viper this time around.
But same Vipers for Loud, evidently good. Tui's filling into that role beautifully. This guy was so sick in the Americas kickoff, and he's continuing that here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that his positioning, his off angles, how he's using the utility, everything is definitely looking very good for a map many people did not think we were even going to see from Loud.
Well, Night 3 is a fantastic start. Surely Pansy a Hypog. Loud will never lose a Night 3 lead.
Why have you done that, Sue? Huh? I see that smug little look. Don't turn around. I'm next to you.
It's an interesting throw,
Yeah,
that.
all of the desk are being obnoxious right
Yeah.
now. They're like, oh, they wouldn't come back from this, would they? Not a chance in hell, Michael.
Let's see the first few rounds, and then
You're willing and
I'll
ready?
either overreact or say I told you so.
Look, I'm the play-by-play caster here. Let me be the one to overreact. Excuse me? Texture just came pounding in, and he's still alive. Okay, not for long. Well, that was short-lived. And that's, oh God, what? What is going on? Munchkin's a mile away from being relevant to the outcome of this round now. Spike is so deep in enemy territory. And this round was pivotal. This was the only one that could, like, if you lose this, I'm going to be honest, the odds become near on insurmountable and Loud.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a shame. Pissed around as an indicator here. It looks like Genji have worked on a couple of maybe, geeky executes around this Yoru, but I just don't think we're going to have enough rounds to see him, to be honest. Texture looks like he TPs into sight there, but unable to really string anything together with Meteor, and Loud just absolutely dismantle them.
Yeah, he knows it, dude. You see that little smile starting to come on Sadak's face. He's like, yeah, we've got him. 10, very early. Okay. I think this is the difference of having tape and not having tape to a massive extent, and completely walk into a trap. This was Loud saying, oh, did we leave our permaban open?
Oops.
Oh, I can't believe I've done that. Can't believe you've done that. And now, well, you've got 3 rounds and Loud of 10. So, it's a long old road back, Michael.
It starts with a ghost in the hands of Meteor.
This isn't Cadian's clip. This isn't how it goes. You know, this isn't it. It's not Mirage, right? It's not. Do you believe Meteor is the one? You think he's gonna what?
No,
What
I think
happens?
they're gonna walk into Leicester's crosshair. Oh,
But they make it out alive.
that's on the first one.
Then what happens in the story?
I must wait a moment.
This is it. They followed that up. It was
Hang on,
kind of good. Like
I was
this.
gonna say Texture actually almost finding on the backside here. Cow and Zine. Well, let's find one. Munchkin will fall, but the plant should come through here.
Okay.
Benji an opportunity to reset at least. Texture don't jump onto that, but does find an attack. That's down to 24 now. Not able to stabilize a little bit.
Timing for Caron as well here. Okay, Lucky, that's not bad. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Okay, see, if you'd followed up, if you'd committed to the bit, Michael, this could have been quite outstanding. Considering we are now down to a 2v3, and Lucky is still hitting with the classic. Dewey's left reeling with the Bulldog. This has gone any other way than he expected. What a ridiculous round, and Gen G. He can catch Lakia, that's fine. You still had to get past Karen. You still had to get past Texture, and you don't have a chance at it. Time to back away, try and keep that Bulldog in hand. What a turn of events here. Gen G, they're not out of it yet.
See actually what the knock-on effect of that is. If I mean now, I don't think saved enough to really get SMGs or comfortably get anything back into this. But I mean, Lakia, Bundle D's got. Definitely the Gen G.
Gotta be.
Hitting a little different there from range.
Oh,
yeah. Was that a right click? I couldn't actually see the ammo counter, but it was a right click. Beautiful. Love to see those.
Okay, one Bulldog, Sheriff, a couple of classics. Oh, Texture. There we go. Okay, Genji getting fired up here. And they make it to 5. Tui's was the danger man. And he has done damage, but takes a fair bit himself. So, yeah, Texture's just been let off the leash, hasn't he, really? So go frag. Go get some kills. Get the game going.
Now, we did see that on Icebox as well. The first round that Gen G actually won. We saw what Loud call a timeout at 4-2 to their advantage to try and slow down the momentum of stringing together a couple of pacey hits. Well, Gen G going to try and repeat that here on Breeze. They definitely need to. A 6-round deficit soon to maybe be 5.
Last player standing.
Texture's had a round.
Yeah.
Go on, find less. All right, that's how you get warmed up.
Those are the momentum builders.
Ace A.
Actually up to 5 now. Now we'll be back on a purchase here, but there won't be anything left in the bank after that. No ultimates at their disposal. Gen G on the brink of a blade storm. Texture already taking control of this second half, and QCK unfortunately just face plants into the bricks. Able to get away from that, but with the purchase here, you do favour Gen G.
Okay, when do we? It's early. I'm asking. Wow.
Spirit's still high.
Yeah. They're mapped to the good. That'll be all right. Maybe. It's not scary yet. Loud still have a 5-round buffer.
Oh, hang on a second.
Is just ripping them apart, and as our Gen G, this guy has been truly let off the leash. Straight in there, no messing about, ferocious on approach, and the site's theirs.
Absolutely sweeps a site.
And if you're QCK, you're saving, right?
Oh, definitely,
that
yeah.
operator's not going to be risked. For less, what do? You got 350 credits? Cool.
I mean, maybe do a little bit of damage. You got Munchkin and Texture down, but Meteor's found QCK.
How's he done that? Was he actually peeking out from like?
And now the problem is Leicester has to try and hold on to the rifle, or I mean, Gen G maybe expected him to go towards the operator. But a beautiful continuation of this pace by Gen G. You can see Loud just get absolutely sucker punched, to be honest. Completely caught off guard.
And it was almost so disrespectful how confident he was at getting in there. Like 1, I was like, oh, fair play.
Well,
2?
Again, seeing, I believe Sanak flashed up behind yellow there.
Yeah.
Was that off Meteor, or is that maybe a high flash from himself? And, you know, Gen G get ahead of that utility?
Hoping we can see it again here, if possible.
There was obviously a stun set up here for Texture. Oh, it was just the stun, actually.
Yeah, it was the stun that caught.
But the snake bite landed, made it very easy. I think Sadak trying to relay now what maybe the game plan is for Gen G, whether or not they have a read on it, or actually how versatile Gen G can be with Meteor on the Yoru here. We talked about maybe being the approach of damage control in the first half. This is where Gen G can run away with it. They become the question mark here, not Loud.
Exactly that. And a second attempt for Munchkin there. Gonna note Kalian spotted him on the first attempt, and a pace change completely here. Gen G shifting gear, a lot slower, a lot more curious across the map. Maybe looking for those adjustments, looking for those changes. Because they've been somewhat in their face, almost brash about it, and it worked really well, but looking to identify the adjustments from Loud. Maybe tube the next port call of at least a few of these players. 3-2 split, it looks like, and there's the ult.
Actually, 3 players up tube here from Gen G.
Are they trying to catch them? Are they almost hurting them back here as well to an extent, right? Like, Loud are sitting deep on this. They don't want to get caught, so the site will now go to Gen G, right? Like, that's just a straight exchange. So now the problem is QCK, belting shot towards Texture, who has been an animal in the last couple of rounds. Can anyone else from Gen G step up? You still have the likes of Caron here, who has been known for those clutching capabilities, but pressured out of position and nowhere ready to go. Loud starting to flex a little on the retake as Meteor now left on his own towards Yellow here, towards the back of sight. Gonna note the footsteps, spot the player, and the wide swing, it works to an extent. Tease up Kalian.
Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury here, but certainly in terms of the clock, it doesn't feel comfortable. Kalian actually going to send one out of his own. He's going to find Munchkin. Lakia now, you can see him shaking his head. Doesn't feel comfortable about committing to it. Will have to concede an 11th round to Loud, who just peel away from this so quickly. Gen G almost left, you know, wondering what to do with a free site.
And I kind of like what Loud were up to, right? This is lovely, but it's more how they almost held back utility for this sort of play, right? Completely clearing their way back through perfectly, understanding that they can't hold it frontline, so play it on the retake.
Well, look at the comparison coming out of the previous Sadak's like, yeah, I mean, we just got overwhelmed. There's nothing we can do from behind Yellow there. This is the other side of the coin. Loud, once again, happy to concede space. We saw the same thing on Icebox as well. A good read on what Gen G wanted to do. And now with a much more comfortable scoreline, they have a few more rounds to figure it out, should they need to. Gen G definitely slowed things down from the first few rounds. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury to work with. Comfortable in the purchase other than Texture, but...
Okay. They've been trying to be quiet about this, patient about it. Beautiful control and a beautiful follow-up. Can't quite make it a third, but the damage is done. Early information, everything they would have wanted. So the 3 remaining, Lakia, Munchkin, Meteor, don't really have a big foothold anywhere on the map here, Mike.
Yeah, a little awkward on the spacing. Gen G punished for it. They'll find themselves in a 3v4. I mean, Loud elsewhere. It's only really going to be Kalian that's going to get any audio cues here, but the rest of the utility from less in position to really spell out what this post plant will look like. Gen G commit to the spike now. In 30 seconds left, Kalian already in the back lines.
Oh, this could be criminal. This could be criminal. So little safety. Oh,
no.
Munchkin, that's a heartbreaking moment there. Kalian closing in. He's going to say bye-bye, Lakia. And now Meteor having to find something, no value to be had as Munchkin now. After what was a moment possibility that slipped through his fingertips there. He's going to be kicking himself on that one.
It's a round-winning moment there for Munchkin. Just too many targets to shoot at. A little bit of a fumble, but this will be Loud on 12 now. I said Gen G were comfortable in the purchase, but now no room for error. Has to be flawless from here on out for Gen G. Otherwise, we will be going to Ascent.
Oh. And I was almost hoping we saw the moment from Munchkin. As rough as that was the swing moment. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. Yeah. It's so difficult. What was it, 3 players up there? What a difference that could have made. And it would have been a small lifeline, bearing in mind that Gen G were working uphill, to say the least. This has been an incredibly hard game to come back from. That first half was not good. They're probably not very happy with it. The second half started off with a bang eventually, but then somewhat slowing down. Losing a little bit of that spark to it. UCK looking to take heads. His Texture creeps closer up middle, but he's alone. This is a solo somewhat endeavor. Yes, with a little bit of utility help from Karon, but that's about it.
See how quickly Sadak's over here to try and support Karon Z and QCK. So holding on to the backside of Nest as well. I think almost there with Lakia jump spot and is trying to put Texture in a position to punish that operator. Loud pretty well equipped for it.
Knife probably caught 3 there, or 2 at the very least, I think. And now the pressure's starting to come towards the site. 3 through middle, 2 through main. Flash there, Sadak goes in, gets handled though. 1-for-1 trade out, Texture still alive. Gonna let Meteor work his way in here. It's gonna be less holding from CT, 1 on site. Still some problems to try and clear, and less making himself the problem. Good trade for Meteor, but he needs a bit more. Plant gonna come down, and they still haven't fully cleared site yet.
Karon Z's still here.
And that's...
What?
Okay, Lark, yeah, fair enough. That's the kill you're gonna get. No worries, didn't expect that one. But QCK's position might be unraveled. Munchkin this time should be good for it.
Munchkin will have heard that drop. Was baiting up here with the wall. A crucial kill for him, and it's a freebie. QCK falls. 2E's now left to try and recover.
Nice.
Back here to seal the deal. 7th on the board now.
Revealing area.
Need another couple to break the money. Loud able to still purchase comfortably, and actually with the pick coming online here, an opportunity for Loud to maybe counterbalance that a little bit, leave 2E's in a position to anchor here, because Gen G have slowed things down. There's an opportunity for Loud to maybe exploit that. Go exploit, they do have rounds to play with. Well, they're happy for, Gen G to continue making, in their eyes, mistakes, I guess.
Are they going back to what we saw before? Or no, definitely not the same pace to what we saw, but looking to maybe deal with QCK. Yeah, they've been noting that jump spot that you've mentioned, just that round prior, but that has been a constant. This time punished by Texture with the operators, not able to kind of do that same presence in middle, but look at this. On the other side of the map over by Elbow, Karon's going to spot one. That could actually cause a little bit of confusion almost. For Loud, do they continue to commit to being close? They're going to be both spotted. Surely, they've got to make a run for it. 2E's got to get out of danger. Texture trying to close the gap a little. Karon does find Munchkin, so the backline worry should be gone. Ult going to come in and Meteor plays ahead. Big pick towards 2E's. But again, they didn't expect Sadak so close by. That flash, does it bank in? I think it might do. But the plant is in, and they are going to sit deep on this.
See already now. Tricky position for Loud to try and recover from. Actually, got a tag onto Karon here, so it's on that utility outplay for the time being. A miss from Texture, 39 HP.
The timing isn't going to be great now. They've got to get back to having that presence on the spike, and Sadak with a great read, but Lucky with greater positioning. Going to catch Kaunzine. Another tap on the spike, and now it's going to get so difficult for Sadak. 1 in front, 1 to the side, and no time to play with. It's 8 for Gen G. Step by step, they are not out of this game just yet.
Bring it through, and a couple of members of Loud yet still above 2K, but now starting to struggle just a little bit. That's expected to see the timeout at this point. The last few rounds, we've been saying they've had rounds to play with. If the investment comes here, there's a chance for Gen G to really turn up the heat here.
Yeah, this is when it gets fun, isn't it?
Yep.
Because you might get... I want to add into this as well. We've got 2 ults already on deck. We've got Meteors and Munchkins. Then you have Lakia not too far away too for his. So these are big ults, round-changing ults that can completely turn it. So they're going to have that as, a fallback plan if they need it. But if they keep going like this, they've got some nice little reads. Again, just that almost assassination of QCK holding tube, completely isolating the rest of the players.
Which is exactly the sort of thing you want to see there. But if they are going to slow things down, you want to see them have tangibles to action upon. Find somebody to be able to isolate. So that's a huge positive. The problem being is there enough? Like I said, with absolutely no margin for error, is there enough for Gen G to really fall back on? I mean, now you've removed the operator. Maybe there's not as much of I guess, a requirement to find out players like QCK, dig them out of spots. See what the adjustment is for Loud coming out of this.
Okay, so they've got
tempered purchase. They're trying to keep, I mean, play their cards very close to their chest.
So your danger players, Les, Sadak, and Tui's. Tui's no armor, keep in mind, so Les and Sadak are your heavy hitters. Actually, switch up?
Yeah, I was going to say, Less's utility now. Flash sets QCK in motion, but does spot Karen. Ballsy on the repeat there. Lucky not to get punished. Gen G almost anticipating a little bit of aggression to come out here.
Oh, the timing on this. Texture, did you miss him? You
absolutely did.
So now Karenzin's been let off.
What? He's rechecking it.
Oh, the guy's just Texture.
And it's at the perfect time. He was about to shoot Karen in the back there.
That feels almost...
But he did. Karen's down to 5 HP.
I don't know how he felt that time. Maybe hearing a step, but it felt like he was already on that trajectory. So now QCK fancies another bite of the cherry, but he's going to miss the window. They're already heading away from here, but they're hurting them. 3 players going to be waiting on that B site. Sadak only has a classic, though, again, but the rest have rifles.
A little bit of a misread here from Gen G. Loud. Be able to position themselves to maybe be in a position to punish this.
Can they still be so diligent about it? It gets so dangerous, right? The slow, oh my word, too. He's going to isolate Meteor. That's great. Held at the door, 30 seconds now. They're starting to run low on time, and there's no fallback plan because look at the flank. He pulled the trigger on the first, which I'm surprised by, but it's an issue. They have to clear him somehow. They just have to run. You can't stop. There is no stopping now. And QCK, a little short on the day there, just to, needs to, there we go. Does get it through. Spike gonna go down. Nothing should be able to stop that here. Karen's just gonna try and play out his life, buy some time for this. Oh,
it's all coming apart.
Falls, and now there's problems. Now it's down to 2. Texture.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! A glimmer of hope. Can he hold on to it? Can he do it for his side? Keep them in this game. Oh, a snap, but it goes astray. Tui's the one to break him in this game, and the one to take Loud further in this matchup.
There's a world there.
There's a world
where Tex is able to compose himself after that collapse, regain his footing. But Loud able to close things out, 13-8. Just that first half, too dominant in my eyes. Gen G maybe feeling a little, I guess, apprehensive to really commit to some of the, I guess, mystery around this composition. Unable to get it really going in the second half, and a shame really, but wow, I mean, the question mark of Breeze all settled now.
But now we head towards Ascent, and I cannot wait for that one.
Loud, they were down, but definitely not out. You cannot count this team out when they are 1-0 down. I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. Bit of a fake comeback, I kind of believe, for a moment. What about you guys?
I don't think it's a fake comeback if they win like 2 rounds.
It was a bit more.
Like 3?
A bit.
It was like a 9-3.
Yeah, it was like 6. It was like an 8-13, right? Like coming in from a 3. I'm so happy that you can count.
I've really been working on it. I've really been working on it.
Carry on.
No, that's the highest I can go. Sorry, it only goes up to 6.
All right, well, they got more than 6 rounds. So I feel like, you know, maybe kind of a fake comeback, but nevertheless, Loud, they closed it out, which means they forced a map 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that first half, you know, let us know a lot of how Loud was exploiting the fact that there was no Sentinel on the side of Gen G. We know that Cypher is incredibly strong on this Breeze, and not having it on that side, I think that it gave them a lot of leverage to do a lot of things. On the other side, when Gen G turned into the attack themselves, I didn't see that impact from Meteor. I think that Munchkin and Texture had a couple of very crazy rounds that might have given us that feeling of that fake comeback.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the rounds they were winning were off of the individual stuff, off of the players kind of finding timings, going crazy with the multi-kill. I mean, Texture in particular was looking ridiculous for most of that second half. But Loud, I think they play the normal comp that everyone plays for a reason. Cypher makes it really tough to mid-round on the attacking side when you're playing against him. The Viper is great, first off. Tui's, by the way. It really slotting into the role that Les has owned this entire year, and he looked incredible, right? Like, this guy in Americas, I feel like, is the new slept-on player for Loud. It's like he's the next one down the totem. Ospas was talked about, so no one talked about Les. Now Les is talked about, so no one talks about Tui's. But Tui's as well has just been a really consistent player.
And whose fault is that, Mimi? Whose fault is that?
For what? Only talking about
No,
Les?
I'm joking.
That's on me.
I'm joking.
That's
I
on
mean,
me.
we'll
But I really
see.
like Les.
We'll see what Les can do and Tui's can do on the next map, because Ascent is going to be that map, and we're finally going to see QCK play something that isn't the Jet Bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
I mean, that
are
is
we?
what exactly. That
We
is
will.
the question. Maybe we see some changes coming into. We were talking about a very short window of time before coming into this tournament, so we can anticipate that. No, but hey, honestly, I said, you know, at least we know what Les is going to be playing in Breeze, and I clearly didn't know. So what do I know anymore?
That's true. So this is the map where Loud is playing what they've kind of made to be their standard throughout the kickoff in Americas, where they're running this Breach Phoenix composition that no one else is playing. They were playing it on this map, but in my opinion, it was the weakest showing of this idea. Like we mentioned earlier, EG counter strategy. The way they did that on their defense, a lot of using 2 Odins, constantly spamming and pressuring mid, and also being very proactive to re-clear that space. This comp relies on getting mid control on your attack side, then splitting into sites. If you try and strong take through main without dive, 9 times out of 10, you're getting destroyed by stall utility and losing the round. So I'm really interested to see if they take the risk in going back to this comp, or if maybe they try something new and like go back to the default comp, because I think that's also an option.
Exactly. Stalling utility, it has like double effect on them, because they do not have, they're lacking all of that mobility and all of that explosiveness into sides. 1-3-1, as she's saying, on the attack is going to be the common thing, and at the same time, they do not have a Sentinel of their own to be covering on the defense. So the same thing that Gen G struggled with on Breeze, they might struggle with when it comes to the defense and that mid part of the map. I think that if Gen G is able to spot that weaknesses and come back a little bit also mentally for what happened on Breeze, maybe, you know, this could go their way.
Yeah, Gen G's a team who I think definitely will have been watching those VODs and have looked at how EG managed to best this comp, likely expecting to see it in play here. They're a team that has really good fundamentals, is solid on their attack at playing the slow mid-round setup, right? I mean, that's the defense solution. On attack, you just kind of have to feel out where these flashes are, bait out util, and not lose out to these strong retakes. But let's spin that around. Those are some of the downsides to this comp. Well, then why the hell is Loud picking it? Because the amount of flashes you have gives you a ridiculous amount of options for mid-round re-clears, taking extremities way easier with this comp, stun combos with a Phoenix Molly, that's really strong. Your retakes are much better than with the default comp, again, because of combining all the different flashes, but you're giving up a Sentinel and you're giving up the dive to do that. What comp do they choose? Oh my god!
Wait, well, everything goes
It's not Jet. It's not Jet, but it's also not the Phoenix.
Okay, so they're still playing Breach. They're playing Viper still, but they've locked in the Yoru instead. This actually doesn't change the idea all that much. This is basically the same comp. You still have flashes, the equivalent of curveball, but now you actually get dive with
better
it.
flashes.
Yeah.
You also have a lot of mobility. Maybe they think, they know that we're going to be playing on the Phoenix. They might be playing to cancel those orbs, to maybe, you know, deny that's ults coming online all the time, and maybe to twist some things around because everybody has seen us playing this Phoenix.
To me, this fixes the primary issue that this composition has. It adds the dive into the mix. Loud are so good at cooking things up, at having creative comps. I'm so excited to get into this.
I can't wait to get into it either. Sadak has been cooking. And on the other side, though, if Genji can pull this off, Pansy and Hypok, it will be a tremendous effort and an upset.
You're absolutely right, Sue, and I think at this point, no one can then question Genji. When you look at Breeze being in the mix, it's a bit weird, and, you know, Icebox close, could have got... Nah, if you can beat Loud here, and they've adjusted the comp that a lot of the people had issues with, and they still come out on top.
Sure.
10 out of 10.
For me, it's a huge positive to see Loud come in with this, because I think the desk have absolutely nailed it. It addresses some of the main issues with that Phoenix. Now, some sort of pressure towards the backline possible, alongside Kalenzi and QCK, but I mean, both teams pulling out the curveball. Being Yoru on map 2 and 3 here. Definitely excited to see it, and fitting for the closing of this series.
Oh, Mike, I can't believe it. I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it at all. Sadak, not going to spot Meteor there. So
Timing's perfect for Meteor, yeah.
We're just going to find value from it, though. Probably bait it in almost. Too lucky at trying to set something in motion, but yeah, it sadly goes to nothing, which is always a little bit of a disappointment. Oh, the swing! That flash to the swing was fantastic. Lakia is incredible to at least trade that back into touch, but at this point, Genji have already got side control, right? So Plant's going to come down, bit of a strange exchange in middle, but also look at Lakia's positioning.
Yeah, wrapping all the way around. I think did note that QCK was chasing him, but now in a position...
His timing's...
Yeah, to cause an issue back towards short. QCK trying to deal with...
Good paranoia.
The door on the way back through, yeah. Slowing things down, but you noted it before. Look at Lakia now.
He's got to get there in time because Munchkin's fallen, maybe very late, but I guess the plant is for it, right? Look at the plant position. That's perfectly placed for it. Karen's done really well here. Texture trying to keep their attention. QCK wins the fight. Now we got to look at that plant position. Does it come into play? Lucky's gone down. QCK over-delivering, overdoing it, and Karen's getting in it. The Clutch King himself gonna pull this one off, and Genji with the first.
Beautiful conversion from Genji. I just think the whole time there, Lakia's the one to really throw a spanner in the works, but dealt with very quickly. Beautiful aggression from Loud to come out here. It's actually QCK's flash to open things up initially. He finds 3 on the round here, but forced into a very tricky position. Try and stick through this first half to fuse. Genji pissed around on the board. Only a ghost in the hands of Tui's. See what resistance there is here. Only noting one as Sadak to drift away from main. A preemptive rotation comes through from Loud. Definitely the firepower suiting Genji though, as we've said.
No real threats yet. You can see Loud are poised very nearby though, just at that jump off point. Oh, the timing. How has Sadak lived through that? That feels like texture was good for it. Paranoia.
Sadak's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, the paranoia are actually catching so many. Sadak and less though, finding value from the door, and now Texture feeling a little bit pinched here, and the shots aren't clean. Loud turning this one back on its head. Munchkin
They're both
and
locked
Meteor,
out in main.
Yeah, they're both at the same spot. This is rough. The HP is really low though, and Genji just need to try and weather this one out. Les doesn't have the HP to play with, but he does get himself a nice little upgrade here, so could do well. He knows it's coming though. He's read. Oh, you couldn't read that one though. A really nice attempt and made it very costly.
Touch and go for a moment there.
Yeah.
I think with Tui's falling when he did it, if there was a smoke coming up or any possibility to cut sight lines here. Obviously noting the fragment and the nano swarm still available for Munchkin and Meteor, so. Yeah, Loud definitely making things work. Like I said, Sadak swinging back through 1 HP and finding a kill. Some damage done. Obviously Genji be suffering from that. Just 2 guarded. Well, actually now Meteor rifle in hand as well. the Sheriffs to round out the purchase.
Doesn't feel as threatening of a bonus, but I want to see what they can do with it, really. Rifle with Meteor is the interesting part to me, and a pace change, very quick to this. Sadak is going to get the drop on them, sure, but does get to keep away with his life. He's going to try and post the paranoia. Texture's ahead of it, though, and Sadak's going to check him. Just straight body check him on the corner. Texture's going to go down. Nice still underhand. Flash again, still stalling out here, costing them a great deal. Sadak is being a nuisance, but he actually gets caught.
Tries to flash out.
I thought he was good for it then.
Maybe with the door would last another second or two. Karen Zine, it's a better Alakia. Now brings it to a 2v4. And Sadak, the only one that Genji able to really pin down.
Timing. Bloody hell. Brilliant from Les. You'll take it every day of the week. You're smiling with that. Karen saved him in the pistol. I think this might be a little too far. Although Kaunzine really wants to give up his life. Does he expect less? No, he doesn't. Les catching crosses twice now and happy with it. Loud going to make it through that first hurdle. It was the bonus for Genji though, so how'd you keep 3 rifles? They'll be okay with that. This is the big test though.
Yeah, great work from Sadak and Tui's in the last round as well to isolate, really create some space between Texture and the rest of Genji's numbers. As I said, Meteor doesn't actually land the molly to try and force Sadak out there and is punished. If that's a focal point for Genji, because every single round here, Loud running with a different setup. We know how they like to play around the breach, create as many possibilities as possible, but a big crunch outside here. Meteor can't pin anything down.
That's actually horrific for him. He's going to be gutted with that lucky. Oh, QCK right nearby, and they are just getting mauled to death here. Loud in their face, aggressive, pushing them in spawn. Loud, unrelenting now. Karen, again, in a similar position to before, this time in a worse scenario, however. Sadak is low on HP, and they're drifting back. They're falling away.
Try and run the clock down now. Still 60 seconds for Karen to work with, so plenty of time to make something happen. We've seen the clutch ability of this player in this series so far. This is a tall order here. Les, Sadak, and Kawanzine to overcome. Have his ultimate available, but obviously question marks as to exactly how Loud have retreated.
The whole map feels like a threat.
I mean, you see he's clearing every single angle here. And those 60 seconds now turn into 30.
Where does he go with this? There's no smart guess, because there's no way you can put together where they are, right? There's no way you can just gamble an informed choice. It just doesn't work. So you're going to try and bait it out with the smoke.
And nobody's going to see that smoke, though.
No. So not really going to have the impact he wants. 15 seconds now, and he's walking towards the site with 2 players.
They're both tucked in hell as well.
Yeah, and he's leaving it so late. There's almost no time for adjustment. There's the smoke, and they're going to close the gap here. Yep, he knows it. He's a sitting duck. He takes down 130 HP now, and he's unthreatened. Spike is in. Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought
he was way off that. I thought he was way off that plan. Oh, regardless.
Okay, all good.
Unless
all good.
Seals the deal here. We'll give an orb across to Sadak. The Karen, man.
Whoa, you
those
saw
last
a window,
5 seconds look like 10 somehow.
God. How did he get away with that? The fact that he just stood there. Bullets flying past, tracers just real close by. Give him the old nose job at that point. Just barely making it out. Wild. But again, this whole round, Mike, they're literally pushing him in spawn.
Yeah. Beautiful setup here from Loud to open things up. Sadak catching his breath after that. We'll see how much Loud have cooked. Again, because a lot of these set pieces they have, we'll hold that thought for a minute.
It's pacey. You can see the exchange of the knives, both going to note each other's positions and progression towards it. Texture disrespecting the utility. Doesn't care, goes straight through, Stinger in hand, still wants more, not going to get more. Meteor follows up towards QCK, but there's still Tui's, and Tui's is holding on, and he's holding on damn well. No access allowed, Tui's. That's his site.
Genji have previously run away with a few rounds like that in this series, but well handled, well maintained here by Loud. A massive gap in mid that's exploited by Texture. He's up short so quickly, all the way into tree. Unfortunately, nobody from Gen.G able to really make too much progress on the other side. I think Sadak slowing things down with the fragment. Able to keep things in check. See maybe a little bit of aggression outside A here. I'm seeing Kalian set up.
Oh yeah.
Flash of the TP comes through.
Commitment behind this. Karon's above you. Both! And he gets both! He waited so long for that as well. Real patient play from him there.
Can't even really say it's a little complacent from Loud. Karon kind of waits out both pieces of utility. Munchkin now looking to re-aggress with him. There's still 2 members of Loud on the other side of this.
And you're surely thinking, no one's going to be sat here, right? Like, you're doing your diligent work here from Munchkin. You know, he's checking, but Gen.G, I mean, the aggression has been there, and they get rewarded for that heads-up work, that diligence in play, and even might catch that mid-lurk. This is lovely. Gen.G reading Loud like a book, prepared perfectly, and delivered. Scoreline looking much, much more even.
Absolutely, but a full house for Gen.G in terms of the ultimates. So plenty of options for them now. The other side of things, less obviously one away, Kalian 3 off, but Karon able to turn the tides on this early round aggression, tie things up. So with this lineup coming through, Gen.G might look for a pacey set piece. Well, Sadak can do the same thing again. It's been too easy for Sadak to slow down some of this aggression previously. Once his Fury invested as well.
Oh, but Munchkin ahead of it, catching Sadak on the back pedal. And I'm looking for the lockdown, it's there as well. That's looking like the site is very comfortably theirs, but I'm looking at the spike though. And
Well,
it's
Karen's
drifting
TP'd
away.
onto B, yeah, this is just a fake around the lockdown.
Reckon Tui's can do anything about this?
Tui's just TP'd ahead. Oh, he actually cancelled.
I thought he might commit. I was almost hoping he does, but decides to back away. Won't have much info from that then. But his positioning's good to catch Meteor, potentially. No, really
Small
tough.
angle.
Now less with the spray, pulled away from the dash, but gonna have to fall off from this. Respect the cross. Spike made it to sight.
Really strange round here.
Yeah. Oh,
The
and
ultimate's
another
invested, but yeah, QCK now looking to try and find some information. The stun on the back of that info and punished by less.
Okay.
The value found here, but Munchkin responds.
And then you got to look at the late positioning coming up from Meteor as well. Good positioning on this. The weird spot that's going to be coming in from Munchkin. This is all, oh my word, Tui's. Backhands him on the way towards the site. Now you look at the backside. This is Karon, the guy who's super clutch, the guy who gets some great work done, and they're doing it right now. Munchkin falls, so now they know where that last player is. Tui's. Can he close the gap? Can he find them? He can, but it doesn't matter. Karon is so sharp with it. Yeah, that round was bizarre, Mike, but it works out.
It's a very well invested fake. Obviously with Karon the one to TP across early. Does confirm obviously Loud's reposition, but I mean again, something goes wrong in the mid round here. Tui's commits to that TP for some reason. Somebody catches off, you know, catches the rotation, sorry, through Link. It feels very, very uneasy. Looks snappy from the other POV. It looked even worse from Karen's.
He's stepping up, he's warming up. We've seen a lot of, texture moments here and there. We've seen a lot of the other players as well having their time, but Karon this map, certainly leading the fray. And we're looking at what they've got. Pistols, Stingers, Guardians, at most, for the Loud side. So a little rough around the edges and hoping to maybe find an advantage where there probably isn't one. At the moment, Tui's is currently holding back 2 players who are looking for the orb there. No chance to really do any damage on it either.
I have the spike.
Gen.G just trying to get a good feel of the setup here from Loud. That's obviously semi-committed towards this. A stun off Kalian, maybe on contact here. Could set things in motion as Gen.G are drifting as 5.
This could be quite nice.
Yeah, into this choke point. TP's already sent across as well, so QCK can be here pretty quick. First one there, and the stun does slow things down as well, Lauren.
Yeah, fantastic. Isolates one. That gives them a chance. They pull the rotation, 3 players on the side now. It's going to be difficult for Gen G to cleanly take this. They've still got a little bit of kit, though, to play with. Not a massive amount, but Munchkin and Larkia's kit is in play, but they've got to be careful approaching the side. Looks like they want to fight towards CT. Sadak's here, though. This is becoming messy. This isn't right. This is going terribly wrong. And Tui's comes out of the flash just behind Munchkin, though. Gonna lose his life. And now where do they go? Do they go back towards A? Do they run it down towards B? They're going to go into the unknown, and it's the right choice. Munchkin holds them back. And now the 1v1. This upgrades around, so QCK going to get himself the Phantom. Karen with the plant. This guy has been good. Leading the board for Gen G.
It's open as well, so plenty of opportunities for Karen to reposition, play a number of different angles, and plenty of question marks for QCK.
No kit for QCK either, no additional utility to maybe work with.
And the time probably going to decide this one, Lauren.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Unless it's a fumble from Karen, but it feels like that guy is not making mistakes there. And you're right, the time, you can hear it. Clock's starting to tick faster, and QCK has to at least get this to half. He knows it. His options are very limited. That open plant, he's got it to halfway. That's not bad. Oh, and Karen with a wide swing across, dragging QCK's aim way out of the comfort zone. He's going to get the round. I mean, this guy's worth his weight in gold currently. 11 kills, 4 deaths, and a good couple of rounds that he's been tipping the scales on.
I mean, already what he's done so far in this series, but delivering here in map 3 versus a team like Loud, you can't ask much more of your rookie. Composed in the clutch here once again. And giving it on stage as well. The energy's still there for Gen G. Almost riding the wave here. Loud, I don't want to call this a desperation timeout. It's a 5-3 scoreline, but
they do feel behind the curve. If we're talking about, I guess, round pacing, the way the rounds have gone down, I mean, it's 3-5, sure, but it's been a correction from Gen G. They brought it back from those 3 rounds on the trot that Loud claimed. They've got a good grip on the game. We're seeing the individuals show up here. I'm not seeing Loud determining pace, it feels like. They're a little bit behind on that, which normally I credit quite highly towards Loud. I think they're a very good team at demanding the pace, either defense or attack, it doesn't really matter. So seeing them a little bit behind the curve here, still want to say a little bit more from that Yoru coming into play, see if I like a bit more of it. It's not had masses of time to show.
No, there's been a couple of small pieces we've seen around, obviously the ultimate, the fault line coming on the back of that. Obviously that early aggression with QCK finding his way all the way into tiles and pressuring into Gen G's spawn, but certainly have it. Again, we're not really expecting too many switch-ups. Obviously the Yoru really addresses a lot of the issues on the attack.
Yes.
In terms of getting through choke points, addressing the back line, and
give it an operator.
Yeah.
Well, this is set for his success, right? He is in the place for this if they do continue on this pathing, but there is that question mark middle. That was a very wide peak from Caron to stand
similar to the last round.
Yeah, this time a little earlier in the round than before, but now Meteor with 3 on the platter, going to spot the first and slip across. He does have support there in the form of texture.
No way they retexture.
Surely not, especially by finding Munchkin, right? Like this, if anything, plays them in even further, but he's got to play patience, and it's going to pay dividends. You're going to find one, and Lucky claims less. So this battle in middle is somewhat going Gen G's way. QCK tries to reclear.
Oh, no.
Misses. That's heartbreak. But the second bite of the cherry potentially could be the one. This could be it. Could he find him? Oh, the angle is rotten! And texture just dancing around him. Leaving Tui's just drifting around like there's nowhere to go.
See some of the weirdest rounds of Valorant today. I mean, such a strange exchange in mid here. And Lakia finding that, I can't even remember that. I mean, I think it's the kill onto Les, if I'm not mistaken, that really throw things into disarray. And like here, dashing past, and then Tui's expecting them to commit towards B. Gen G really starting to feel themselves.
Oh yeah.
And getting a good grasp on some of the chaos in the mid round here.
That's an elusive thing to be able to do. It's a very small list that people have been able to handle Loud in some of those more chaotic moments as well when they try and get in their faces too, because we saw their aggression from Loud in just a couple of rounds prior. They were literally pushing them in spawn, so they've weathered that, but now we go again. We look at this, QCK quite aggressive towards B, but he's going to fall away from this. We can see all the attention is towards A. That knife
Big
is
info.
very, very important.
Problem being, R2 lurks elsewhere, so Les has to consider the possibility. You can see he is trying to get a feel for things elsewhere. Gen.G drift away from this, sending 2 up catwalk. New texture, Caron to try and find something. For the rest of the setup as well. Now tucked into the corner. Oh, come on, committed here as well.
Okay, texture. Whole lot of targets and very little time, but they are damn good at this. Clearing through well, too. He's still going to draw blood, but it's Gen.G sweeping the site perfectly. Lucky here on the follow-up, and it's QCK tucked away. Quietly waiting this out, but there's problems here. He was noted on the knife, so what are you meant to do at this point?
They're going to know he's in hell as well.
Yeah, surrounded and hounded. Look at Lucky. That's cruelty. That's what you get for trying to come ahead of the reload. Oh, my word. Got a little scary there, huh?
Down to 12 HP there. Oof. But a 7-3 lead for Gen.G nonetheless. Loud missing everything but the null command committed in the previous. Gen.G, a Hunter's Fury, a Blade Storm, and a TP of their own. Really looking to stretch Loud out in this first half of Ascent. Almost can't believe it, but a string of rounds unanswered here.
5. That's huge. And again, oh, look at this combination. This could be really nasty. They have seemed to make it out alive. Caron does find Tui's in the meantime as well.
Oh, he's drifting out short here. Look at where the death marker
Yeah,
is.
they can't stop succeeding, it feels like, this team.
QCK, though, look at the ping. They've actually pinged out exactly where QCK is repositioned to. A couple of pings elsewhere, but
I want to see
the awareness is here
yeah.
from Gen.G.
See how well you clear this. Oh, that's how well. A pop flash. He does turn it, so QCK so quick on that. Can't do much more, though. Finding one is really valuable, considering they already noted that position. They were already heads up about it. That is wild. Gen.G. Bloody impressive this side.
I think only noting texture there, but maybe a little bit of a red herring. He's noted towards short. Especially with the smoke coming through now. 2 other members of Loud have committed towards this B site hold. TP will come through, will confirm presence on back site. Cow and Zine and Les do here. Rolling Thunder to work with. 2 snake bites as well.
25 seconds.
That's big.
Time. It's running short. Spike is still in the hands of Caron. He's the one to keep him in the back of your mind. If you see that player, look at his position. More stall going to be invested here. They've got to move further ahead. They can't sit back and wait anymore. The plant going to come down. They can't deny it. It looks like they're going to be held at the back of Boathouse. They can't escape here. And now it's a firing squad. But Loud onto back. Caron and Meteor in perfect unison. And it's Sadak slowly working forward. Finally gets towards the B site.
The one-way goes up as well.
That's half of the entry points gone, removed. He now knows that Meteor was playing a little bit closer, tucked by the boxes. But so much to clear and so little time. And you can hear it. That spike ticking. His time dwindling. Running low, looking like another 8th for Gen.G here, who are under the gun. The smoke just coming back up. This guy has no hope in it. Gen.G playing an exceptional game here against Loud.
We could be in a similar situation to what we saw on Breeze, which is just too few rounds to really make this comp change, you know, get limit tested.
Give fair chance. I just don't know if it's enough. And maybe 4?
6 unanswered for Gen.G. Caron now 17-5, leading the charge.
What a game from him. What a map from him. Good series. I think Tex should be up there for series. But this map, he has been exceptional.
Get out of my way.
Right place for it too here, though. Quite a lot of Loud on the other side on A. Let's see if they fully commit through this. Gen.G tempering the pace a little, allowing Texture to probably get a little bit of work done with this operator.
To slow things down, maybe anticipating the lesser purchase from Loud. equating to some form of aggression across the map, but as the smoke comes up, a fragment comes out from Munchkin. And follow up on this paranoia. I was just looking to slow any progress from Gen G.
I mean, the thing is, though, Gen G is so happy to do late executes.
Yeah,
It doesn't even matter. If you're not going to capitalize on it, it feels like, they're still going to be happy to hit on 20 seconds.
TP sent out by QCK as well. So ready to rotate. Gen G have got themselves set towards it, and there's Kalian again. Sadak will fall, a first blood will open up round 12 here. So he has to respect this now. We'll still have QCK here, but tricky spots to work from.
Kalian maybe. Has he got what it takes? Oh, the flash, the little delay on it as well, bouncing off the wall. He couldn't even turn it in time. Last only good for one, and they're succeeding everywhere. Now it's QCK and Tui's split between the map and hello! Turn around, Texture gets there first, removing QCK, opening up the site for a plant, and Munchkin takes out Tui's. This has been decisive, Mike. Breeze was a different deal, but seeing the scoreline like this...
Look at that timeline.
Look at it. Look at that. What can you say about it? That was a masterclass from Gen G there.
Absolutely is, and we do still have the questions, the composition in the second half, if this is what it's designed for by Loud, but I mean, coming out of that, it's a tall order.
The big question now is 3 rounds enough for us to even have a chance to see what that new Yoru is going to look like, what they could do on this? I'm not sure it is.
We never know, Pansy and Hypok, we never know. But the thing is, in terms of that Yoru and this comp, Mimi, what do you think about what we have seen so far?
I think we saw a few cool rounds, right, where they had these preset plans and they were working well. But I think where Loud got dipped was later into this game when it came down to the fundamentals. This is an example of the good, right, for Loud, where they have this really cool kind of variant of almost a shark attack, where you're crunching into B main and punishing Gen G for it. But then as we got later on, we still saw Loud going for some of these ideas, but making little mistakes, not clearing the corner in pizza, not looking up when they're going for that fight in A main. Gen G players are sitting there, they punish. Gen G, I also thought, did a really good job of slowing down, waiting for this aggression, knowing that this comp lacks information, because its only active info is a KO knife, no Sova drone, no Sova dart, and it lacks information because you have no Sentinel to hold space in the mid round. They just had to bide their time, pick the right moment in the mid round, and they were so successful at doing so.
Yeah, but it's still not enough, because on the other side, Kakuka, Kalian, he's here.
Hear me out. The performance that we're seeing coming out from him, we were talking about all the names that are going to be back in the stage, and the new faces that we're seeing. This is the controller that you want to see. We talked about all the rookies, how Narid and the rest of KC had a brilliant day, but Kalian is on a track of his own. 413 ACS just in this first half. And not only that, we're seeing him on stage going crazy, shouting at their opponents. Even at the beginning of the day, he was like, who's Loud? I don't hear anything. They're very quiet for being called Loud.
Yeah, this Gen G team is looking electric. Texture is stepping up as well. They look on course to upset Loud 2-0. What a moment it would be for Gen G.
Yeah, they're on the precipice of a potential upset here. Pansy and Hypok, let's see if they can bring this home.
That's the big question, is it? Can they? Can they actually bring this home? 3 rounds were all that Loud could claim.
Like I said, we're in exactly the same boat as we were on Breeze. Now we need to see this composition really do numbers for Loud.
Yeah, it's
catch
gonna
Gen
be
G off guard. Gen G basically have to drop the ball here, because they were in total control that first half.
Yeah.
All starts with the pistol.
I mean, got weirdly close on Breeze, and Gimon Gingy didn't even win that second pistol. It like turned the next one or something mad. But if we're going to talk, you know, odds and statistics and what you expect to happen, if Loud want a chance, it starts here. This pistol is critical, vital to success. Gen G could hammer in that first nail in this game. Munchkin's about to get a whole lot of info on that. Yep, hello, that's half the team there. Where's the 5th? Doesn't matter, let's focus on the 1st. Les does find luckier, so that
Fragment doesn't land either.
might be a bit of a problem here, actually, yeah. Kalian gonna find Munchkin. Oh, Sadak as well. That's gorgeous. Meteor with a lot on his plate, and he ain't gonna be able to do much about it. That's clear cut from Loud.
Clinical to kick things off here. So you need to see the conversion on the second, but finally a response on that round timeline. Could that be... I was going to say, I don't know how much of Lakia was visible there, but it didn't look like much.
One enemy remaining.
Sadak luckily played in some favourable timing there in that mid lurk.
Round by round.
No investment here from Gen.G. Haven't seen it since Icebox.
Yeah, only a couple of sheriffs. I think it's shorty there for Karen, but that's about it. So it needs to be quite the mistake to go astray. And Les isn't particularly, you know, looking like he's trailing in this. He's still got that kind of confidence. He's willing to really brawl out. QCK on the other side, doing rather nicely. And yeah, this is Loud looking almost automated in the way they're working through this. Gen.G not really having much of a looking yet on this map, at least. Yeah, done. Go. Get it out of the way. Flawless second here in the second half. Loud. Now with an opportunity.
Yeah, you'd almost hope. Obviously, the conversion is going to come through from this round 3 as well. Make things as comfortable as possible to start this second half. Actually, even getting things together here. Two Vandals, and 2 Bulldogs to work with. Not stacked up ahead of the spawn barrier dropping. Gen.G may be toying with the idea of getting aggressive outside B here.
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? And the flash as well, Les. But Les will fight. Les will always fight. He's taking a look towards middle as well. We have seen a lot of attention to market going out from Gen.G too. But there's a lot of pressure points. Meteor's the first one to draw blood, dropping Cowanzine, and he gets a follow-up on QCK as well. He is dominated short now. That's a problem, because that unlocks all of that stress, and it allows Meteor to roam. He might even get a bit more. He's seen so much here. Paranoia, yes, is going to at least slow him down, but he ran it like a book. He's going to be punished on that. That was a round and a half from Meteor, and honestly, Loud just falling short.
Absolutely. Let's see, with that round loss, let's see what the purchase looks like, or at least the funds look like behind this for Loud now. Double digits found for Gen.G. Meteor. The stranglehold gifted the third onto 2Es as well. If maybe he thought that Meteor had slipped a little further back onto short, but with the second player in mid, argue, yeah.
But again, that was the bonus now into the bite. But it was a well-situated bonus, and it wasn't because of the weaponry. So, you know, we wait and see. Texture willing to go walkabouts. It's a little bit of a look. In the meantime, we've got that mid-control. Oh, the timing!
That is ridiculous for Meteor.
Oh. Makes your stomach drop a little. You can see Sadak wants revenge, but the Aldrone's going to check him. They know the position now.
Really solid protocols on display here from Gen.G. Meteor might even be played onto the second. It's a stab at it, but doesn't overcommit.
It feels like middle's off the cards. You can't work that anymore. They're 2 heads up about it. So where did they go now, right? You've still got a little bit of room on A, but they don't know about any of this. They don't know about Munchkin's position, who's just about to get his knife back as well. So that's going to be the grand reveal. Unless he actually gets shoulder checked first. Oh, I guess denied. He doesn't get the full picture. Now Texture. Oh, that's clean from Texture. 2 big hits, 2 headshots. Spike dropped and predicts 2Es just as well.
Oh my God.
Come on, Texture, get another. Show us what you got.
This guy is absolutely phenomenal. Map 3 finds Gen.G their 11th round. And looking so damn clean in the process. And we talked about it being maybe concerning if Gen.G have to rely on these individuals, but in rounds like that, it just looks so clean cut.
It does, really does. Oh, they're ecstatic. Absolutely elated. 11, when you string together 2, it really turns it, because you know the Loud's money now is going to feel that pinch. It's not going to be in a good position. And they pumped the brakes. Loud know it. This game was, you know, recoverable on the half. They did what they had to do. They got that pistol, but the second those rifles came out, Gen.G re-emerging.
I mean, really, if you look at bringing this composition out, the fact that QCK is the first to fall in the previous, it takes away some of those options that, you know, Loud maybe did have cooked up. Now they come into the next round 5 of the second half with no ultimates to really fall back on. I mean, yeah, QCK won away, but he's going to have a stinger maybe to make something happen with. But I noticed it in the previous, the defensive protocols here from Gen G, really well drilled. Nobody over-committing. Players delivering in positions they need to. And Meteor, the prior example, Texture here, another. Really, really caught off guard. I said the map veto, the first curveball of the day, some of the compositions along the way, but Gen G have thoroughly impressed me.
Yes.
Loud, unfortunately, falling a little short in my eyes.
And not
but
because
it's not
of some
often
of the
we say that.
No, exactly. It's not just solely, you know, oh, we didn't like this comp, we didn't like this. It was genuinely, I think Gen G outplayed them here. Quite hard as well. But as it stands, we come back in with a shoddy buy for Loud. Stinger, Sheriff, and that's about it. The other side.
They pretty much have to make something work in this round.
Yes. The one bonus, they do get the ult for QCK online. That was the initial purpose of that play towards A, so that is in pocket. Maybe the Yori will make some difference, maybe not, because Karen's already found less.
Less. Maybe gives away a little bit of the game plan here. The Owl drone definitely will.
Hello.
Yeah.
Loud's coming to my site, guys.
He does have an Odin. Opportunity to potentially slow things down here, but not noted just yet by QCK. Now he will be. The stun comes through, confirming that.
But
Meteor with 3!
Oh my god, in between a rock and a hard place, Meteor puts himself there. He willingly walks into it. Oh, that's just outstanding from Meteor. Gen G make it to 12, and all of those problems, all those little threats that could have happened get pushed aside, and now it's do or die. Loud have a purchase here. They don't have an instant ult to play with. You got 2 away for Sadak, 2 away from 2. That's not what you really want on Omen anyway. They have nothing to depend on. And on the other side, you've got Knife Texture, locked down for Meteor, full purchase.
Let's go.
Loud,
come on.
This is the round to show it.
No wiggle room left here. Texture.
Fast mid.
Yeah, very aggressive here, forcing Loud. Well, at least less. Much deeper into spawn.
But the
and a ton of information, a ton of map control garnered on the back of that. Lockdown available. Like you said, the Killjoy utility littered across A site. But already, Gen G are able to make their way over towards A site. The Loud commit here? Then they are.
Yeah, the lockdown, what's the plan for the lockdown then? Still that util, open plant. Can they get out in time? Oh, no, Meteor catching him on the cross. Big punish there. Anyone going to get caught by this too? None detained, but herded away. And look at Meteor, hot on their heels. Larkio with 1, down to County in less than 2. The defuse, it's going on. They can't stop it.
Yes!
Crush Loud in the final map here. Incredible performance.
Nice
and
job.
And a lot of us now very much on board the Gen G train.
Let's go.
Wow. I mean, I'll put my hands up. We talked about this matchup at length when it was announced, and I wasn't really buying into the Gen G stonks coming into this, especially drawing a first round versus Loud.
I think that's a fair assessment.
I said it at the top of this series, today will be the day they validate that hype, and I think they've absolutely done that, Lauren.
Nice.
Looking so good. I mean, Karen and Texture, obviously the headline is here.
Yes.
Karen, by the way, delivering again top of the board on the final map as well. Map 3 versus a team like Loud delivering. It's a real joy to see, and actually, I'm very pleasantly surprised. I'm quite happy to be wrong in this scenario.
Absolutely, because a lot of people were, and again, if you look at it on paper, you can say, oh, but you know, all of us were worried about Loud, you know, the weird comps coming out, they didn't look that great here and there. That wasn't why Gen G won this game.
No, it absolutely wasn't.
And that's the best part. You even could argue that Loud draw them into a trap on Breeze. They still come out okay, not ideal, but they weather the storm on Icebox, they best them there, which is wild to me, and then absolutely smash them on Ascent. This team is very, very dangerous, I think, for anyone going forward who's going to face them. Certainly someone to look out for.
Absolutely, and coming back to another point made throughout this cast as well, probably one of the most preppable teams in terms of the amount of tape here. The entire map pool has been shown throughout kickoff as well, and a couple of bumps along the way. Like I said, some of those series that Gen G had to play regionally weren't a walk in the park, and and they didn't look good, to be honest. There were some real struggles throughout those, but coming here now, delivering this performance on the international stage, that's what we're looking for. That was the main question coming into today.
Yeah, and I think for us, it has answered a lot of those kind of earlier worries that we had. And it's just going forward, the depth of the map pool worried me because they play a lot of the maps where it was like, okay, well, how diligent are they on these maps? How well can Gen G actually flex this map pool that they run with?
Yeah.
So far it looks, I mean, you're beating Loud, which is
that's a testament in itself.
accolade.
Yeah, again, you talk about coming to the international stage and delivering versus any team. Loud's up there with one of the teams you want to say, yep, we beat them. Opening series came out 2-1, and it looked pretty comfortable in most parts.
I am genuinely really impressed with this roster. And again, the win conditions we put out between ourselves was kind of like, okay, is it going to be texture? Is it just going to be like Karen having a pop-off series? But it's everything else. We were talking about protocols and how impressed we were by that. And that's the bit that really stands out to me is that protocol-wise, they looked very good.
Yeah, they really did. And to have a rookie come up here and deliver those sort of clutch performances, those sort of round victories. Bear in mind, roll your minds back to the last round of Icebox to really start the upset here. Obviously, Breeze being the question mark, but yeah, absolutely blown away. And a huge positive to see them carry this momentum across and open things like this in Madrid.
Yeah, and I think for me, when it comes to, looking at the Swiss stage and how this kind of works out, them getting themselves that one win under the belt is massive for them.
That's a massive sigh of relief.
Huge.
Yeah.
And I kind of going to have to draw parallels to who else gets that 1-0 start. How does it look when they go to those next games at the 1-1 marker? Does Loud look head and shoulders above the other opponents? Does that then put Gen G even higher up potentially? It's always that kind of like, okay, it's still group stage, so just trying to figure out where people fit in. But yeah, in my mind, Gen G looking wonderful. Can't wait to see what they do, and I can't wait to hear from them, so stick around.
Menuda partidaza que acabamos de ver. Estoy aquí con Karen y con Jen. I'm now joined by Karen and Jen, who's going to be translating for us. Karen, what a performance that we're seeing here on stage. At the beginning of the day, you were saying, who's Loud? I wasn't here when they were world champions. Is that the same feeling that you felt on stage?
카론 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 승리를 가져갔는데 오늘 경기 전에
Oke guys, sampai sini dulu live kita hari ini. Gila Genji menang ya guys. Mantep. Unggul terlebih dahulu, lalu seri Genji menang lagi. Wah, luar biasa ini perwakilan Asia nih, Bos. Mantap. GG GG GG. Besok kita watch party lagi ya guys. Kalau gua nggak ketiduran, kemungkinan gua mau nonton ya match pertamanya. Kalau gua ngantuk, mungkin kita nonton ya match keduanya ya. Nanti gua bakal kabarin jadwalnya di Instagram Story atau IG Story, oke? So, buat semuanya, selamat sahur dan selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa kalian semua. Puasanya jangan bolong. Kalian harus kuat sampai maghrib. Oke? So, thank you buat kalian yang udah nemenin gua nobar pertandingan Valorant Master Madrid. Sampai jumpa di live stream selanjutnya. I'll see you again. Bye-bye. I love you.